to my father and mother, and to all my brothers and sisters, you know who you are. Forward, about author. Ever since I was a young child I knew there was something intrinsically wrong with the world. What most kids took for granted and accepted, I felt was leading them down the wrong path. I can't explain it, I just knew deep down the world did not make sense. As time moved forward, I began to develop a higher sense about things, peering deeply into certain logic and theories that made me realize that there were missing pieces to this megalithic puzzle. Being raised in a strict Christian church for almost 30 years, I was connected to the interior dogma for nearly half of my life, and there I became knowledgeable about the Biblos, the book of books, called the Bible. Over the years, I began to realize even though we took the Bible as the sole communication device from God, it began to dawn on me that there was information being passed on that did not set well within my internal spiritual reckoning. Yet when trying to share these feelings that were plaguing me, with others, they were always met with external resistance. It seems that when it comes to life we were told to question everything, but when it came to the Bible we were instructed to question nothing. Even though there were patterns that I knew failed the litmus test of truth in spirit, I continued within my church until I could no longer be compromised anymore. Something was wrong, I knew it was wrong, but no one wanted to delve into it. Everyone was afraid to question the Bible and our related beliefs. I began to learn that most people just repeated what they heard or were taught. Few really took the time to read every word of the Bible and then study it at in-depth levels, proving to themselves something nefarious coexisted within the written word. Many also had to have most of the Bible explained to them repeatedly as if the material was not melding within the mind properly. This is because the content was not setting right in the subconsciousness. When I finally broke away from the controls, and that is exactly what they were, I then spent the next 10 years combing over the Bible deeper than I had ever done prior. I did this to verify its veracity and not to challenge it. However, what I discovered became my thorn in the flesh, so to speak. I learned some Greek and Hebrew as best as I could while trying to understand the original content of the scriptures. I then began studying alongside with the biblical mysteries, using the metaphysical and paranormal as an added application. Everything was becoming clearer to me as the days went forward. That there was something missing or sadly added into the Bible as it pertained to its message. What we spent our life believing was the absolute Word of God, began to dawn on me that the person of Jesus was teaching something completely different than what most people were taught. It was then I began to realize Jesus coded the truth in mysteries. The very fact he had to do it this way proved that not everything we were handed down was accurate. Having the knowledge of the esoteric, which simply means understanding something that was confidential or secret, helped me tremendously to uncover the mystical element in Christ's own words. It was then that my studies deepened into unraveling the mystery. I then began to slowly crack the code that few have ever been aware of. However, what was shocking to me is that it was not really that strange and mysterious. The fact was, everything I began to learn, pertaining to the mysteries, were already revealed to me, when I was a child. All that study, all that time researching and delving deeper and deeper only led me back to where I was when I was just a child. I thought, wow, this is so simple, why hasn't this been understood? I began to realize that there is this tendency to believe that the truth is too difficult for the average person to comprehend. Therefore many have believed that they need a church and a priest-type person to educate them. Not that I am saying this is wrong, but there comes a time after one has been nursing that they must be weaned. Little did I know at the time that indeed there was a code, and keys were to be given to crack this amazing mystery. However, it never dawned on me until later that the keys to crack the code were already embedded within the mind of the child. Thus, Jesus himself said, "Unless you become therefore like a little child, it is impossible to enter the Father's kingdom." These strange words that many have just thrown aside were revealing the greatest secret of all, that there is a portion of humanity that are the actual children of the Father, and are not servants or peasants. We are the actual divine children of the Father and Mother. This was the message that has long been lost and buried. This revelation exposed that the answers to life and beyond were encoded within each of us, but there was another force of influence that was misrepresenting the key to cause the true children to follow a different code, one called the Bible and the God of this world, who demanded worship and strict obedience. This God was trying to steal the actual children that were heirs to a great kingdom away from the father and mother, and instead make them slaves to another kingdom and world, one that was not of the father and mother, one that made them a bondage servant to worship and bow before a fraudulent, wrathful, jealous ruler, as a god and not a father and mother or any type of parent. And thus, I began to realize what had happened, that the truth is not written on stone or paper, it is writing upon our souls. And only a childlike mind can grasp the simplicity of what the truth really is, if they continue to open their minds to it, by trust and faith like a little child would. And then and only then, can one separate the chaff from the wheat and begin the process towards their real destiny. The beginning. I was very young when I stumbled upon a mystery that was so powerful and dynamic that I thought it was second nature. Years went by before I realized not very many understood this amazing truth. Now some 50 years later I look back and realize what I had understood so many decades ago, that it was simply a childlike understanding brought about by trust. Even though hardly anyone in this world understood this incredible discovery, not because they are not educated or they are not brilliant enough to figure it out. It was because it was too simple to accept. And that is when I had come to realize why. This understanding was purposefully removed from humanity under the cloak of something divine and spiritual. And in its place, this internal connection was removed and then supplanted by something called God in a theistic mold. Religions and secret societies began to transfer the truth of the Creator within unto an external force or an entity that exists outside of us, towards an impersonal God, whom we are not connected to. You didn't misread that. I'm being totally forthright in revealing this last message, in that the simplicity of truth was changed into an enigma, by masking our intrinsic connection to our father and mother, and hiding it under the veil of a detached God. Some may not like what I am about to reveal. Some will agonize deeply about what I am going to teach. You will want to argue. You will want to fight, and you will want to damn the messenger, simply because you have never understood this truth, which even Christ revealed, but most have rejected. Don't feel alone. I would say only a small percentage of people truly understand this message, because the deception is massive. We are talking about only a small percentage of people on this planet that is truly aware of this hidden message in its deepest form. And that does not mean they are more special than others, it simply means they have learned to access the lost secret that was ferreted away long ago by the Antichrist spirit. Now many beyond this small percentage are on the edge of breaking through, some will even feel they already have figured it out. However, before I am done, some of will realize the magnitude of the limitation within your thinking, and how this world was completely fooled by an illusory lie that has been passed down over time. No matter what you think as you move along, I ask you to read every word, do not stop and let anger or jealousy enter your heart. If you can stay the road and read until the very last word of the entire Divine Secret Garden series, then your life will be changed, forever. I realize that this subject matter may not be for everyone. I'm only writing to the true children of the Father, and no one else. Before one can understand what has unfolded in our world, you must go back before time itself to visualize what was removed and stolen away from your awareness, and where the great deception began. The most important knowledge we need to grasp are the hidden mysteries that are buried under the illusion of the lie. So yes, I will be speaking about religious ideas, spiritual ideas, and scientific ideas to better help you understand how the deception has manifested and been maintained. However, please read through this entire series, which now includes the Forbidden Legacy of the Gods and even the Time Loop Chronicles. For those at this moment that believe they can meander through these writings, or even jump to the end and still believe that they will understand the message, wrong again. It is a journey, and one must walk the path from the beginning to the very end. and then you will pick up the clues along the way, until it begins to unravel from within you. It is time now to understand that what I will share is already encoded within you. You will never again need an arbitrator, a middleman, or some sort of go-between to access this personal revelation. You will simply learn to recognize something very deep and intrinsic within you, using a simple decipher key called compassion. The journey begins. Chapter 1, Just who am I and why are we here? Romans 12:2 And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good, and acceptable, and perfect will of the Father. Greek word for transformed is metamorpho. English, metamorphosis, which is a transfiguration, a reformatting. Breaking news: your life will never be the same again. According to the perception of the biblical scriptures, only a few will enter into life. The majority do not access the true way. This has led to religious wars and conflicts debating who has the truth, who is better, who is more righteous, which one is the correct church, etc. As we shall learn, there is a reason to this seeming madness as to why only a few eventually seem to succeed, and once you recognize the journey and its endless boundaries, then you shall know the summation of this amazing riddle. Matthew 7:12-13 Enter through the narrow gate. For wide is the gate and broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But small is the gate and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it. The verse above does not lead to one having much confidence or belief in the overall plan that seems dismal at best. When one begins to contemplate the message that is staring them in the face, there is not much hope. It seems futile to even try. If most the world's people are moving towards destruction and only a few find life eternal, then this game plan seems like a lost cause before it ever begins. An example: a boxer that has never trained and then gets into the ring for the first time against a seasoned veteran. This fight is not going to last very long before the inexperience of the novice is quickly unraveled. This is a losing battle. There is little to no chance that this boxer is going to come out unscathed, and more than likely they will be knocked out completely. One might say this is a losing prospect, and the continuation of this event would appear as insanity. However, for the next fight, one may train and become aware of certain techniques, and before long they may even master a few of them. So, it is true, going into the fight unprepared is a losing battle, and will result in your defeat. However, with time and training one can then master the fight and become victorious. Thus, one may say, many travel down this road and are defeated, but only a few are victorious. This is the beginning of the key to the first mystery. The mystery reveals that being defeated does not mean the end, it is just the beginning of one's training to ultimately win the prize. The concept behind this spiritual program does not appear to allow for much success. However, to the contrary, if one is only viewing this as a one-time event, then correct, it is absolute abysmal failure. However, if one is given multiple opportunities to succeed, then with time all things are made possible to eventually master the fight. My friends, the message was encoded in a mystery. Keys were provided to decipher the code, that in all things there is a process, and even though many may not appreciate the wonder of this due to a lack of understanding, the true encoded message is one of hope. And this is the message behind this book, that there is hope, there is possibility, and there is potential. It is not limited to a few, and even though the process appears to have great limitation, it is a process that continues to function until all true souls eventually succeed. And at its ultimate core, the message reveals the true gospel that most have never heard. The forbidden knowledge of the good news. Gospel, via the Greek, euangelion. This book is about to reveal the meaning of the word gospel. Obviously, many take this to mean some sort of religious protocol of spreading some type of information, usually damning. However, most have never understood the true nature of what the gospel is and what it means. And thus, most of the time the information has been somewhat a distraction from its truest core representation. The term gospel literally translated means glad tidings, or good news. It does not mean condemnation, it does not mean destruction. It does not mean if you do not believe the way I do, then you will ultimately fail. The truth is and always has been, Christ came to tell the true children of the Father, the good news about who we are and why we are here and ultimately, how to escape. So be prepared. This is a message of hope, not condemnation, but it does have its twists and turns. The most debated philosophical question has long been, just who am I, and why am I here? Are we just the physical offspring of our parents that came into existence when the seed connected with the egg? Are we just a simple expression of life germination where we entered this world via a process that is no different than the average garden plant? Where did the seed and egg come from to create our little vehicle of awareness? As in planting any garden, first, one must plant the seeds, nourish and feed them, water them and give them sunlight. And before long a natural process begins to take place, where the seed comes out of the earth and begins to form into a plant. That plant then begins to formulate a fruit, whether it is a leaf, fruit, vegetable. It is fulfilling the process. Little do most understand that when the seed is planted it must first die in the ground before it can begin to produce growth. John 12:24 Verily, verily, I say unto you, except a grain of wheat falls into the ground and dies, it abides alone, but if it dies, it brings forth much fruit. I Corinthians 15:36 You fool, that which you sow is not made alive, except it dies. As in all things, we must ask, where do the seeds come from? Often, we access these seeds from previous plants. As they evolve down through the ages, the seed itself is part of the plant. However, sooner or later one must seek further back to the beginning when there were no plants to produce seeds. Then where did the seed originate? As is the great debate, what came first, the chicken or the egg? In a sense, like the process of gestation, the seed connects to the egg and then begins to form the new growth. As in farming, the seed connects to the earth, as the earth becomes the egg and the seed is fertilized via the earth, and thus the process begins. The very first thing you need to register within is that we are the seed planted into the earth, egg, as in type, seeded inside a mother. Living in this world is tantamount to being buried inside the ground prepared for death so we can then begin to grow. A seed must die before it can produce. Death then becomes what we call life in the physical world. Our fruits are not born here, they are born upon the seed dying and then growing via the process. Nevertheless, the seed does not bear fruit in the earth, it flourishes in heaven. Thus, we now understand the term heaven and earth. Heaven is above earth, as the sky is above the ground. It is heaven where we all bear fruit, either symbolically or literally. The earth likened unto the gestation process is the metaphorical event like the seed being buried inside the ground, and when it appears above ground, it is now in the air, or heaven. Therefore, the earth environment is where the seed is buried and dies, and the heaven is where the seeds produce fruit. So why are we here? We are here to eventually produce fruit. We are here to eventually win the battle so that we can escape a diabolical trap that was set long ago to kidnap souls. Our world is the potting soil of our destiny. None of us, not you or me, belong here. This is not our real environment no more than it is a plant's real environment to be buried inside the ground, nor is it a butterfly's real environment to live permanently within a cocoon. This is the first key to understanding this powerful message. It might seem hard to fathom how living here is in type of death, that we are truly dead in a spiritual sense while we believe we are alive. And what is ironic, 150 years from now not a single person out of the 7+ billion people living on this earth will be alive. This is proof this world is the world of death. But it occurs so slowly the truth of this mystery is misinterpreted via the mind as it engages in what it perceives to be life. Just like 150 years ago, not a single human living on this planet is alive with possibly an exception or two. because existing here is a process called death. I do not mean to frighten you or to make you feel like your presence here is useless. I just want you to understand the process. We are truly here for a purpose, however, it has nothing to do with what we are, but what we are becoming. Remember, Jesus said, I am not of this world, nor is the Father of this world. If anyone loves this world, the love of the Father is not in them. So, the next time you plant some seeds in the dirt, you will now realize that those seeds are in type, you and me while dying in the earth, so that we may live to produce wonderful fruits in heaven. Death then becomes the regenerative process to restore or bring about life. As in Adam, all die, as in Christ all shall be made alive. Adam literally means, of the red dirt or of earth. Humanity is the seed buried symbolically in the earth. Christ represents the spirit above matter, the spirit above the flesh, so as in Adam/earth all die, as in Christ, Spirit the Redeemer from death, all become alive. Remember when Christ said, "Let the dead bury the dead." He knew what he was speaking of. Those that live in this earth are in type, dead or sleeping. We on earth witness this process our entire lives through nature, but few ever understand it. We see the cycles of life and death all the time, but most do not put two and two together, that all of what we witness is provided to us to reveal knowledge of who we are and why we are here. We see it in the cycles of nature, the mineral kingdom, the plant kingdom, the animal kingdom, as well as the human kingdom. We are a witness to our own reality while living in death. The seed, what really is it? As stated earlier, there must be a seed before there can be a planting or a harvest season. But where does the seed come from? Where did we begin? It is necessary to fully understand that in planting seeds, all seeds perish in the process, but only a few can grow and ultimately produce fruit. Thus, many are called, but few are chosen. The same is true for all of us. We are planted in due season, and all perish in the process before the seed takes root and grows. And then during the harvest, the fruit is gathered and the rest who fail to produce, are plowed under or burned in the fire. And thus, like any good gardener, the seed bearer will plant the seeds again. So, what does all this mean? As an example, let's say we are planting a tomato plant, we take many seeds and place them into the earth. Not all those seeds will germinate and grow. As they all die, only a few will begin to be transformed and then the plant will appear above the ground in due season. This is only the beginning of the process. What we learn from this, is we, as the planted seeds, are living in cycles. We do not exist at only one time. We exist repeatedly, as is the process of producing growth. If we do not produce fruit, the ground with the fruitless plants are then toiled under, and whatever plant has failed to produce properly, it will be burned or symbolically thrown into the fire, and then another crop with the same seeds are sown in the ground in due season. Each seed is already designed within to become a specific plant. Just like in gardening, there are many seeds of the same exact plant DNA, which produce many types of plants, vegetables, flower and fruit, etc. Each individual seed based on its DNA equivalent will grow the same plant repeatedly. It might need to be planted into another plot of dirt, another area, it doesn't matter, even if it is planted simultaneously into hundreds of different areas at once. The same identical plant grows with only a few different characteristics depending on how the process was maintained and cultivated. In a sense, the look and the personalities of the plant may have changed slightly, but the same DNA structure is there. That is, if you planted a tomato seed, it will become a tomato plant. What is so important for you to comprehend in this amazing message is that each of us is already coded spiritually within a spirit DNA molecule. When we were created as a soul spirit and planted inside a seed, as the offspring of the very Creator and its essence. And like a plant, we were the seed buried into the earth, having not yet matured. We might even say a child inside the mother's embryo, yet not having become form and life as we know it. We were given all the potential as the Creator itself has, but we had not yet become. This is the missing ingredient to the secret and all the metaphysical descriptions of who we are and where we came from and what our true ability really is. Some believe, since we are of the same makeup as the Creator, then we are in type the Creator, having the same powers, abilities, knowledge and character. I assure you, this is where the lie has been promoted. We of ourselves are nothing, nor can we do anything of ourselves in full knowledge. We are seeds that have yet to become our purposed identity that can only come about by our fruits via growth throughout many manifestations. Take the child inside the embryo of its mother, it has the DNA of its parents, it has all the potential of its father and mother, but what can it do of itself that is not already set in a natural process? Of itself it can do nothing beyond the parameters of its growth pattern and design. It might be somewhat conscious, it might be somewhat aware of its surroundings, it might be able to kick, punch, laugh, cry, but of itself it can really do nothing outside of the governing process of its life potential, provided by the mother's egg via the father's seed. It cannot command reason, nor can it command action beyond its own setting or environment. It is a prisoner of circumstances until it is released and then begins to sprout and grow to then produce fruit in life. Jesus continually stated, "Of myself I can do nothing, only the Father within me can do the good works." The Father and Mother is the originator of our seed, they are the very life essence of our existence. The gardener, when planting our specific seed, will indeed plant us recurrently. Not someone new, not a different plant, but the same spirit DNA seed, hoping this time that it will bear fruit. Its place of gestation/earth/mother may be different, it may seem unique, but the same DNA seed is simply going through a varying mode of the same process to eventually produce fruit. Remember, the seed bearer is not limited to one plant or one seed. Many seeds of the same plant DNA can be planted in many different areas or even the same area. As well as many different plants can be planted alike via their DNA seed. Each of us are the encoded seed of our parents, and just like in life, we have brothers and sisters all coming from the same parents. Each one is unique and different, yet all are of the same origin. Thus, we get the knowledge of the family tree, as above so below. We are brothers and sisters of Christ from the Father and Mother, our parents, as children. And this lower world is a symbolic metaphorical design that describes what we really are in spirit. Today a mystic or one who studies the metaphysical might call this reincarnation or transmigration of the soul and all multidimensional lives. Yet there is nothing mystical about it, no more mystical than planting seeds in your garden year after year. It is a natural process of what we witness here on earth, as a testimony of the spiritual process that begins with our Divine Father and the Mother. Have you ever wondered why most of the parables that Jesus taught were all connected to planting the seeds and harvesting? This is the greatest mystery of all, and once you begin to understand it, then you will know the truth of who you are, why you are here, where you are heading and where you came from, if indeed that you are one of the children of the Father and Mother from before the foundations of this world. Chapter 2, The Seed Bearers, Who Are They? Here is a definition of the seed within the Bible. Matthew 13:32. While a large crowd was gathering and people were coming to Jesus from town after town, he told this parable: a farmer went out to sow his seed. As he was scattering the seed, some fell along the path, it was trampled on, and the birds ate it up. Some fell on rocky ground, and when it came up, the plants withered because they had no moisture. Other seed fell among thorns, which grew up with it and choked the plants. Still other seed fell on good soil. It came up and yielded a crop, 100 times more than was sown. When he said this, he called out, "Whoever has ears to hear, let them hear." His disciples asked him what this parable meant. He said, "The knowledge of the secrets of the kingdom of the Father has been given to you, but to others I speak in parables, so that though seeing, they may not see, though hearing, they may not understand." This is the meaning of the parable. The seed is the word. Some things written in the Bible were given orally as mysteries or codes, and it was done so those of the dark ones would not comprehend. Christ knew most of what he taught would never be passed down correctly, so he encoded it in a mystery where only those who had the keys to the code would comprehend. When these codes were given, the keys to crack the codes were also provided, yet most have not been able to find the keys, and they are left wondering what the message pertains to. So, they have ears, but do not hear, and they have eyes, but do not see. The code does not come from the use of our five senses, it manifests another way altogether. The reason this was designed this way was not to confuse you or me, or set up some secret ritual to supply information only to a special group in a secret society. This is not why these codes and keys were given. They were given to be a connection between the source seed bearer and its seeds. The seed itself was encoded with the key inside of the spirit DNA, so that one could comprehend the mystery, even if the mystery was corrupted via external sources. Only the true seeds would be able to understand, unless some force or power has come to intervene and steal away the knowledge within, and caused them not to yield any fruit or growth. However, what does it mean when it states that the seed is the Word? The Word is the knowledge that the Son brought from the Father and Mother pertaining to each of the souls that were planted here. Sadly though, because of the world and all its lures and enticements, much of the word or seed did not find a proper ground to grow. Some fell on rocky ground, and when it came up, the plants withered because they had no moisture. This refers to when the word is revealed that some enjoy it and with joy they accept it, but when trials occur they become offended because the word never took root into their mind, and then they walk away or reject what they learned. Other seed fell among thorns, which grew up with it and choked the plants. This occurs when the cares of this world and the deceitfulness of riches choke their word, and they are unable to produce fruit. Still other seed fell on good soil. It came up and yielded a crop, 100 times more than was sown. This reveals how some take the good word, understand it and then produce much fruit, many times more than even their number of seeds planted. However, the mystery in what Christ was teaching us was far greater than what he revealed in person. The word in definition is also coded in these references. The word is also Christ. It comes from the ancient Greek language to represent spokesman, or teacher, or master. So, it makes total sense that the word is a spoken or revealed knowledge from one that is a teacher. The word is Christ, and the good seed is the word. The two are united. The seed is the word and the word is Christ. Christ is the one planted. And through Christ many more seeds are manifested via the fruits of Christ. Thereby Christ is the first fruit. And from those seeds of the one planted comes more seeds and eventually more fruit. John 1:1 In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with the Father, and the Word was the Father. The same was in the beginning with the Father. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. This is not saying Christ is the Father. We know Christ is the Son. This is revealing that in the beginning the Father was the Word, the first and foremost. He gave the Word to his Son to send it forth to all that would come into the fold from the original seed which was made manifest in Christ. Therefore, the Father planted the seed to bring about his Son. The two become as one. From the original seed, the Father produced a Son, and in time many more sons and daughters would be manifested from this original seed. The correct understanding of this previous verse reveals, in the beginning was the Word. This is the planted seed of truth within the Son, but the Word was also the Father. This is because the Father was the original seed bearer. Just like those who come to Christ now, they are in Christ as his seed via the fruits he produced. And the two, Christ and his seed, become one and the same. Therefore, Christ is now being formed within them. Just like the Father was formed in Christ and became one and the same. It is necessary that I explain why I am using the term Father and or Mother and not the term God. The term God is not now nor has it ever been an accurate description of the Father. God implies a secular external entity, whereas the Father abides within one internally as being part of the original seed. The term God was maliciously used to confuse people about the parallel of the ancient belief systems versus the truth about the Father, which Christ alone introduced. What does this mean? For many this is just religious rhetoric, and has no real inherent meaning for most people outside of some religious symbolism. The message is part of the key. You can't toss this away and hope to understand the code. Yet if Christ is the Word, and the Word is the seed, what does it mean that the seed was sown all over? Does this mean there are multiple Christs? Isn't there only one Christ, so how can there be a sowing of seeds, plural, if there is only one seed, one Christ? Notice something interesting above. Another key was revealed. It stated that in him, the seed was the life. And the life was the light of men, humanity. Now it is starting to add up. The seed is a life generator of Christ, and this life is the light of the true children of the Father. Whenever men or man is being used, it is not referring to a specific sex, but to the creation of the Adam, which includes all humans, male and female, which is humanity or the ones pre-chosen. Now add this to this unique scripture. Ephesians 1:4 According as he hath chosen us in him before the foundation of the world. The seeds are within Christ as the main plant or the trunk of the tree, whom is also the seed/word. Notice that it states, according as he hath chosen us in him, before the foundation of this world. What this is saying is, he, Christ that is of the initial seed bearer, the father, mother also produces seeds from within him. However, something here is being revealed that is even more important. It states that all seeds were in him before the foundations of the world. This is important because it reveals all the seeds already existed long before this world came into being. The children of the Father, brothers and sisters of Christ existed long before this world and their many births, seedlings, into this world. Remember, a plant can produce new seeds to be planted via the fruits of the original plant, but the seed must first exist before it can be planted. Do you understand? We had to pre-exist. Just like a human father and mother can create a new seed from their seed to be an offspring down through many generations. Nevertheless, all true seeds come from within the original Creator, the Father. Christ is the light of humanity, the germination, or the light of the seed as also being the original seed. Just like any seed needs the sunshine to grow, within us we have our own light from Christ as the original seed encoded, and from him many more seeds were cultivated. The light is the DNA/RNA spiritual coding of you and me from before the foundations of the world. Before this universe was ever created, we existed as the seed of the Father and Mother, within the Christ. The light is of the Father and Mother, because they originated the seeds in the first place. The Christ is the first seed, or firstborn among many. Now does this mean Christ did not exist until he was born and given the Spirit? Obviously not, he existed long before the foundations of this world. Thus, it stands to reason that those of Christ, the new seeds, were also pre-existent prior to this world before their births into this world, or better stated before their special DNA seed was planted here. The seed had to first exist before it could be planted. And the light of that seed is the tree of life from Christ. A family tree. Romans 8:29 For whom he did foreknow, he also did predestinate to be conformed to the image of his Son, that he might be the firstborn among many brothers and sisters. The term foreknow means to know someone preceding. The Father knew all his children before they were ever planted in this world. And they were predestined long before to be conformed into the image of Christ, following the same path Christ had to follow. Why? Because they were the seeds of Christ and thus co-heirs. Christ became the firstborn among all the seeds within him that had previously been part of his fruits that he produced, and they were to become grafted in as his brothers and sisters. The scriptures that stated that Christ was the only begotten was deceptively used to confuse and disorient the truth. When Christ came from the Father as the firstborn, he was the first begotten, so he would have been at that time the only begotten. What this means is, Christ is the only begotten of the Father and Mother, because the rest of the seeds are begotten via the Christ seed, yet all are still deeply connected and part of the original seed-bearer as the children of the Father and Mother. If you have a plant and it grows and produces fruit, it would be your only plant. However, out of the seeds of the fruits of that plant, can then be replanted, and new plants grow and produce more seeds. The only plant now becomes the first plant among many. The true definition of the term only begotten was to represent the first begotten, from the Greek prototokos. Someone wanted you to believe that Christ was a one and only in this wonderful family. That would imply, you and I are cut out, or left behind. This was one of the great original lies to disconnect us from our divine parents, the original seed bearers. The Christ is the firstborn, not just the only begotten. As an example, your grandfather produced your father. Now let's say your father was an only child, he would be your grandfather's only begotten. However, your father could also be the first begotten, as you are now his child. You were not begotten of your grandfather directly, but indirectly. If it wasn't for your grandfather producing your father, then you would cease to exist. So, when you begin to have children, your father would become the firstborn among many. And the process continues. The Christ is the first seed among many seeds. That seed was then sown in various places, times and realms, and many also became new seeds, born of the original seed via the process of inheritance. What is this revealing? We are a family, just like when any father and mother conceive and bear offspring, they are creating a family dynasty or lineage. The father may send many seeds to the egg of the mother, but only the few or the one will survive and continue the process. The seed bearer is the father and mother as they planted the original seed as their son Christ. The source of all power is the father and mother through their son the Christ. And the seeds of the Christ are children of the father and mother, even if it is indirectly via the Christ as the first begotten among many. There is a problem though. A vast problem that many have never understood. Warning: there is another sower and seed bearer along with other seeds. Chapter 3, Understanding the Mystery. Matthew 13:24-30 Another parable put he forth unto them, saying, The kingdom of heaven is likened unto a man which sowed good seed in his field, but while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat, and went his way. But when the blade was sprung up, and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. So, the servants of the householder came and said unto him, Sir, didst not thou sow good seed in thy field? From whence then hath it tares? He said unto them, An enemy hath done this. The servants said unto him, Wilt thou then that we go and gather them up? But he said, Nay, lest while ye gather up the tares, ye root up also the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest, and in the time of harvest I will say to the reapers, Gather ye together first the tares, and bind them in bundles to burn them, but gather the wheat into my barn. We have just witnessed another very major and important key to decode these mysteries, as the key to decipher the code was also established. Christ is the seed, or firstborn among many. Those who were also of the Christ were conceived also as new and unique seeds. These are all the offspring of the Father and Mother through Christ the Son. And as the Father, by virtue of having a Son, so also the Christ became in type like the Father by also having children, or producing new seeds. The new seeds of Christ are also likened unto Christ or fashioned after him. Thus, they carry the DNA gene of Christ within them. But notice, the seeds all fell asleep during this process, as was written, But while men, the good seeds, slept, died, these are those that were fashioned after the Christ, his newly planted seeds, his enemy came and sowed tares, a foreign seed, among the wheat, the true seed. A brand new mystery was given within this new parable, and although like the last one, this one reveals a brand new characteristic of the code and key. As prior it referred to the seeds as the word being spread among many. Yet according to this new parable, it is revealing an enemy coming and planting divergent seeds right next to the newly planted virtuous seeds that were in the process of death, sleeping. This is when the enemy planted a substitute seed. These diverse seeds were called tares. A tare is a form of a problematic weed. They are in type like a virus. They can choke and kill the other plants and stop them from producing or growing. Weeds unchecked will take over the entire garden where the actual plants will be covered, hidden and even destroyed. When the good seeds of the original seed bearers were planted, some nefarious entity called the adversary, enemy came along and planted different seeds among the original seeds. And the sower of the original seeds, which was Christ, whom came from the Father and Mother, was asked, "What shall we do? Should we remove these tares?" The sower said, "No, do not remove the tares, let them grow up together until they are ready to bring forth fruit to the harvest." He said, "If the tares are removed before the time of the harvest, then some of the wheat might be removed also." How many of you have planted a garden and weeds began to grow but they were so young? You inadvertently removed some of the real plant in trying to remove the weeds. This was the warning: in trying to take hold of the tares before the time of the harvest, the wheat or good plant might be accidentally removed in the process of removing the tares, and this could result in a serious repercussion. What this is referring to is that in the early stages one cannot tell the difference between the two plants. It is not until the harvest that you can clearly recognize the alteration that another seed was planted among the original seeds. When the plant starts taking shape, and the harvest is near, then you shall realize that a different plant is growing up among the original plants. And then they can easily be removed during the harvest. This is vastly important for you to properly understand this mystery. The fact is, some weeds are usually easily detected as different from the plant. So why was it that the tares could not be removed prior? The mystery of the parable being revealed in this instance is that the two seeds, although vastly different in origin and DNA nature, obviously appeared identical. One could not tell the difference. This is the mystery of the parable. The parable of the wheat and tares is twofold, and it will become the truth-bearer from here on out. Everything will be exposed by the complete understanding of this mystery. When the Father and Mother brought forth this new seed, it was planted into the earth of this three-dimensional realm, within the human body. It was to allow the seed to go through the process of death, and then become alive again, as to bring forth fruits as was the very same nature of Christ the firstborn. During this time, the enemy came along and planted their seed, a foreign seed, one that does not belong to the true sowers of the seeds, yet it was seemingly identical in appearance as it began to grow together with the original seed. The importance of this parable cannot be underestimated. It is imperative that everyone understand the process of the sowing of seeds and the harvest is all based in cycles. There is a planting season and then there is the reaping of the fruits during the harvest season. At the time of the spiritual harvest, the weeds are then gathered together, bound and destroyed, and the wheat or the fruits are gathered into the barn for safety. Any plant that is not cultivated, that doesn't bring forth fruit, is toiled back under the earth that is ground, and the earth is burned with a consuming fire to purify the field or land for another planting season, as the land becomes ready for another yield via the cycles of rebirth. I want you to understand something. In the beginning, I spoke of how there are many seeds of the same type plant. Each of us represents a unique and individualized plant, just like each child of a parent is unique. We all have our own personalities, qualities and potential. Every good seed is unique via its own DNA, and all seeds supplied by the true sowers have their own personality and character, representing the multifaceted uniqueness of our divine ancestry. These qualities are in our divine pedigree. Their combination spiritual DNA/RNA is passed down onto us, and each of us grow according to the unique design was placed within us to become an inimitable offspring. Just like a human father and mother can have many children, yet all being different, although all coming from the same source. Our spiritual father and mother have within themselves the vast characteristics of distinctiveness, and they passed that down to their only son, who then, by virtue of being the firstborn, passed those same traits on to all of the seeds within him as they developed. Like I said earlier, when seeds are planted, none of them survive the process, all seeds die inside the earth. And thus is the mission of the Christ and his seeds. All must be reformed by a process called death, while the metamorphosis produces a change unto life eternal. Nevertheless, only those that can pass through the fire or test, germination to become a plant via the death process, will be qualified, and then that plant is nurtured to bear fruit. Therefore, we hear the words, "Many are called but only a few are chosen." This is not an ultimatum or a one-time deal. It is a process where a few at a time qualify for a reward. And then a new planting season begins to allow the rest to accomplish the same in time. Just like earlier, the boxer who trains to fight, surely it will take time and much practice to get it right before the boxer can defeat the enemy. Only those that prevail while producing fruit shall become alive or awakened from death. The rest are buried or toiled back under and return to their sleep, as is the process in every new cycle. For you to truly comprehend the majesty of this process, you must begin to understand. Eventually the seed that is divinely connected, which creates your individualized soul, will indeed eventually produce the necessary fruit. The father and mother will never give up. They will never forsake us nor ever leave us. They just continue to allow their offspring to be replanted time and time again during the sowing cycle, and patiently hope for the best in the harvest while nurturing these tender plants, their offspring. Another mystery: the seed is neutral. The seed from the beginning is without any formed character, so they are planted again and again until fruit is born to establish their personalized finished product. Therefore, it states, as in Adam all die, meaning, all the seeds die, none of them survive the process. As the Adam was born unto death in the earth, he shall always return unto death in the earth. However, as in Christ all shall be made alive. And so also as with Christ each seed must follow the same process of death being brought unto life, each in their own time. Each soul in their own order of development. So, just what is death? Death is living in the world we call life, and life is the place we call death, including the afterlife. When we die via the process of coming here, we then gain the opportunity to enter back into life. If we do not or have not produced the fruits, then we are sent back to death to undergo the process all over again. Thus, we establish what grace is. A. Unmerited divine assistance given to humans for their regeneration or sanctification. B. A virtue somewhat akin to patience received from the father and mother, to assure our development. So as in Adam, all die, as in Christ all shall be made alive, but each in their own order or based upon their own development. Adam was of corruption, meaning, of the earth, death. The Christ is of incorruption, meaning, heavenly, perfection, immortality, life eternal. However, to be transformed from Adam to Christ, all must enter death continually, until they can be reborn unto spirit. If the seed is planted often enough, eventually it will survive the process and enter life with bountiful fruits accumulated, leaving death behind them forever. However, there is a problem. There was another sower of seeds, one who planted their seed among the children of the father and mother. I revealed how the parable above is twofold, and once you understand the wisdom of this process, you will begin to understand the entire mystery. The secondary sower, the one that planted a false seed, was called Lucifer/God/Satan. The term God and Satan are interchangeable. They represent a false power. Before you flee back into your guarded belief systems, you must begin to understand the message before it is too late, as indeed the next harvest draws near. An adversary came on the scene and planted a false seed, an enemy, which was an evil seed planted among the good seeds. Yet they looked identical. but seemingly were the same, but were infinitely different. Now remember, the seeds represent the Word/Christ that came from the Father and Mother. It also represents the children of the Father and Mother via the Christ before the foundations of this world. And Christ the Son was the firstborn among many. Christ represents the father and mother as well as the older brother, sister, our sibling, that went through the same process, being the original plant, creating the way back to life for all of us to replicate in one form or the other. He came to die as the good seed planted inside the earth egg as the Word, the life and the way, so that he could reveal the process back to life from death for each of his own that the Father had given him before the world was. Yet his death was not in the crucifixion, of which was just a metaphor revealing the entire process. The crucifixion was the beginning of his regeneration or life eternal or death unto life. His death was in living in this world as it is for all of the true seeds that came forth from Christ. Christ had already died when he sacrificed all to enter death from before the foundations of this world. He gave up the divine nature, which is incorruption, to come into the death of corruption to produce fruit and bring forth many more seeds back home by giving them the same pattern to follow. He gave up everything to die among us all, to have us follow the same process so that we would all produce like he did, as is the process of the plants and their fruit. Now understand the mystery. Christ was the original plant that the Father and Mother created, as the Word that existed from before the foundations of this world. That is correct. It was not when he came into the flesh. This was just an allegory of events that took place before the world was. Before the world came into existence, Christ and his seeds also pre-existed. The original plant from the Father and Mother also developed seeds that could also be planted and bring forth fruit. Just like when we gather seeds from a plant that has already produced fruit in the gardens, those seeds can then be replanted to produce new growth and produce more fruit. However, the seed must pre-exist. It is not a new seed that is planted, but one that was already created long ago. Christ is the firstborn among many brethren, that is brothers and sisters. Christ is our older sibling in the family, as big brother. There is nothing less special about any one of us than Christ himself. All children are equal before the Father and Mother, they are all loved equally, yet nevertheless they all are unique in their own individualized personality. Therefore, it reveals we are Christ's brothers and sisters, not his servants and slaves. Christ revealed that he was providing a place in his kingdom to sit at his table for each of us. We are his equals, his siblings. Romans 8:17. And if children, then heirs, heirs of the Father and Mother, and joint heirs with Christ, if so be that we suffer, die in the process with him, that we may be also glorified or made alive together. Therefore, it states as speaking of heirs in this family lineage. We are heirs of the Father and Mother, and co-heirs of the Christ. How can this be? Because we are the offspring of the Father and Mother as they are the originators. Nevertheless, we are also joint heirs to the eldest sibling, the Christ, as we are the seeds from his fruit. Chapter 4, The Evil Seed Bearer. We were told that from the very beginning in this planting cycle that a false or evil seed bearer had planted his evil seeds among the good seeds. As spoken earlier, it states that the seed is the Word. As it states, another seed, Word, was planted by the enemy. Now Christ, as we know, became the living Word via the flesh of death. The Word of Christ is the voice of the Father and Mother. That Word is the light of all men, true seeds, or the DNA that was cultivated in each seed, seeded by the same Father and Mother, which then becomes the oral and written word coded within each of all the good seeds. I want that to sink in. The Word of Christ is the direct communication and connection from the Father and Mother to their offspring. It is not external, it is internal. When the Word is spoken, it is spoken into the heart/mind and soul of the children. It is not written on papyrus, stone, or rock per se. It is written in the testament of your soul, seed. Thus, the Word is coded within all true seeds. What this means is, The characteristics of the seed that was planted by the father and mother hold the true pattern of design, created by our divine parents. Within the design, they install the communication and connection stratagem that is direct from the father and mother through their son the Christ. The DNA/RNA of the seed is connected to the father and mother internally. The true seeds are part of their father and mother. Each true seed carries the codes and characteristics of our divine parents within our seed, soul, or the seat of our soul. Remember, this DNA is not of the flesh and blood, it is spirit and divine. So, within the coding of our DNA we are the father and mother, direct heirs of their heritage as an offspring. Therefore, I and my Father are one. Father and the Mother. Christ. The seeds, the children of the harvest. I really want you to grasp this. The true seeds are unique. Each of them have their own personalities, traits and characteristics. Yet all in their own way are deeply connected to all that the Father and Mother are and have always been. From this we know, we were formed after their spiritual likeness and image. Our true DNA is not of the flesh but of spirit. Our fleshly DNA is not of the Christ, but of the Antichrist. Flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom, only the true coded spirit within the seed can inherit what is rightfully theirs. The flesh, or human body, was made after the image of God, and it is not in the image of the father and mother, it is in the image of a false god, a usurper. Remember, this life is death, and death is the beginning of life as fruits are born. Therefore, in this world we have what is called a god representing death and rebirth, building and destruction, and laws and corruption, as a usurper of the father and mother. And in the spirit world, or what we might call heaven above earth, we have what is called the Father, Mother, and Son, which are life, regeneration and incorruption. Death represented by this earthly realm is not our true home, nor is it where we belong. Life represented by our heavenly realm is our true realm, and this is where we came from before the world was and where we truly belong, before we fell. The spirit does not need gimmicks and tricks. If the father and mother wants to speak to the seeds, they speak through their soul, because what is in the seed was theirs originally. We do not always need nor should we heavily rely on secondary information from anything external, because we are already the seed and direct heirs of the father and mother via their son. We are all directly connected to them as a conduit of their force and power and might from within. But what if you are not of the seed of the father and mother? You will then willfully reject the father and mother and follow another who brought in an artificial spirit along with the foreign seed. Simply saying, you will not care. Thus, the word was branded into our hearts and minds, until one came to steal away the word and pervert it. Today we believe the word is the Bible. This is not true, and that is part of the lie and the false encoding. The word is Christ, and it is direct from the father and mother. That same word is connected into us as part of our spiritual DNA/RNA. If we do not have that internal word, we are not of the father and mother and won't even recognize them if they spoke to us. Those not of the father and mother adhere to another force and will. They follow the god of this world. Now this is where it gets tricky, yet if you begin to understand this, then you shall be greatly rewarded. When the enemy came and planted his evil seed next to the good seed, he created confusion. He set himself up as the creator and God, and declared he was jealous, which is the sin of pride. He said, there were no other gods before him. Why was he declaring that there were no gods before him? Who was there that could possibly be prior to him? Or who was it that could possibly be a greater source? The one who claims to be God, rejected the father and mother and tried to usurp their glory by creating his own parallel kingdom, and then declaring he was the only God and there was none other. It is time that you finally grasp once and for all, that the name God does not represent the father and the mother in any sense or form of its meaning. The term God represents rebellion against the divine parents, as one trying to glorify and take all homage unto himself as a jealous entity. From the very beginning this false god declared and presented before humanity two trees, one that was the tree of life and the other the knowledge of both good and evil. In truth, he did not present anything to us but a lie. The tree of life is the true children's heritage. They are heirs of eternal life, because they are the true children of the Father and Mother. What this false god offered was a new kingdom, one that did not belong to the Father and Mother, one that was living within the existence of death eternally by what was called the knowledge of good and evil, the mixing of truth and error to create confusion. He then tricked the true seeds to follow the wrong way by using one of his own to become a serpent in disguise. More detail will be provided in Book 2 of this series. I want you to think about it for a second. The knowledge of good and evil. This should already be sounding familiar if you have been reading closely enough. There were two seeds planted, one was the good seed by the Father and Mother through the Christ. The other was an evil seed brought forth by the enemy adversary that contained both good and evil combined. It was a misrepresentation, a trick. This adversary was trying to usurp the loving connection of the Father and Mother and their children, to rule over both seeds by combining them together to seduce them through misperception. The problem is, God not the Father and Mother, as stated, in the beginning, He was the God of both good and evil. Notice Genesis 3:22 And the Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil, and now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. What happened in the garden is the true seeds were seduced, tricked and removed from their own divine heritage to follow a fallen God who planted his own word and children among the good seed to create an internal confusion. This was the God of good and evil, the God of confusion, the God of war, vindictiveness, vengeance, wrath and jealousy, none of which are characteristics or fruits of the divine parents. As Christ often stated, by their fruits you shall know them. When the enemy planted his evil seed, these could never produce good fruits, therefore, we have been given an identification marker as to who these deviants are. As Christ said, a good tree cannot produce bad fruit. So, if the tree is evil, so also will be the fruits. Remember, the fruit is the finale. It is what has been produced when all is said and done. Now we have a clearer understanding of the twofold method of this parable. The twofold method was that the seed is both the children of the Father and Mother as well as the children of God, that is Satan. Also, the seed is the mixture of the divine word mixed with a false word, creating confusion. Christ warned us, not only would there be false offspring growing up within the true offspring that appeared identical to us all, there would also be a blending of the true word with the false word that would appear identical. The Bible is not the word. It is Babel, a word representing confusion. The Bible is the blending of both truth and error together by its own admission as the beginning of good and evil. It is the family lineage or tree of the knowledge of good and evil. This is what we were tricked into accepting as the word in replacement for the Father and Mother that was encoded within the true seeds. Therefore, you cannot take the entire Bible as the word because it has been laced with poison at every angle. It is a mixture of both good and evil. If you drink it all you will perish, and not be able to access the tree of life. This was the trick. The Bible was created to trick you and to deceive you into following a false god under the guise of the true Father and the Mother. Thus, it stated, you must rightly divide the word of truth, as well as prove all things and hold fast to that which is good. It doesn't say accept it all. It reveals to us within that we must diligently seek the code using the key so that we can understand the mystery, which was given to make sure the evil ones did not understand. Though seeing they could not see, though hearing they could not hear. Jesus spoke to the followers of the God of the Old Testament. These were the temple priests, and these were the guardians of the law. These were the faithful followers of the old way, the way of bondage and confusion. But what did Christ tell them? John 8:40-45 But now ye seek to kill me, a man that hath told you the truth, which I have heard of the Father. ye do the deeds of your father. Then said they to him, We be not born of fornication, we have one Father, even God. Jesus said unto them, If your God was my Father, ye would love me, for I proceeded forth and came from the Father, neither came I of myself, but he sent me. Why do ye not understand my speech, even because ye cannot hear my word? This is because the false seeds are not encoded with the true spirit or communication cipher key. Ye are of your father the devil, and the lusts of your father you will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar, and the father of it. And because I tell you the truth, ye believe me not. Christ was not pulling any punches, he was telling them that the God that they have served was not the Father but was Satan. Can it be clearer? It is important to grasp the fact that Jesus was speaking to the high priests of his day, the religious power, and he revealed to them, as I am doing now, that his Father was not the God of these priests, of whom these priests followed, that in fact their God was Satan the devil. Can this be proven? Easily, just look at the fruits. Jesus said you shall know them by their fruits. It was stated that Satan was the god of munitions, the god of forces. Satan is the god of war. Satan is the god of wrath, jealousy and disharmony. These are the fruits of darkness. The God of the Old Testament proclaimed he was a jealous, wrathful, vindictive and avengeful God plotting against his enemies. These are not now nor have ever been the fruits of the Spirit. The father and mother have no need to be jealous. They do not seek our worship, they seek our love as being their children, not their serfs and peasants. They deeply love their own children. Only a foreign false entity would seek for worship and create slaves and bring men and women into bondage, as did the God of the Old Testament. You shall know them by their fruits. Now some will say that this God brought forth the commandments and he taught love and principles, and that was good, so how can you say he was a false God? Yes, there were good things that this God and his children brought forth, and Christ always established every good thing that was spoken must be adhered to, but every lie must be revealed and removed. Remember, a seed can grow into a magnificent tree, but if the tree is corrupt, so also is the seed. And the revelation of this seed revealed that this usurper is the God of both good and evil. The evil ones always use good as a trick to follow their evil, using confusion to mix up the soul, and it is still going on today. People have been long believed that Jesus Christ came here to save us, but they never ask, save us from what or whom? Why is there a need for a Savior? Who condemned us in the first place that we need to be saved? Would a father and mother of unconditional love ever condemn their own children? Remember, the hero comes to save us from the villain. This is what being saved or protected means. If the so-called hero is the one that we need to be saved from, then the hero is really the villain and is not a benevolent or good parent, but malevolent evil usurper. Based on many religious teachings, we broke God's law and then we were condemned to death, but for some reason he decided to send his only Son to give us a reprieve of a law that we contravened, wherewith he had condemned us. This is nothing but confusion. God here is acting as the villain and hero that we need to be saved from. The God of the Old Testament was not the father and mother, he was a false entity who came here to sow an evil seed among the good seed, including sowing himself within the seeds also as a false Christ and a false father and mother under the illusion of being an external God, not an internal parent. He brought forth his own children to live among the children of the father and mother, and they all appeared to be the same on the surface until their identity could be revealed. This God was seen continually talking with the people, living among the people, walking to and fro among the people. It even states that Moses was the greatest prophet that ever lived because he spoke to God face to face. Yet Jesus does not agree. He said no man has ever seen the Father, heard his voice or looked upon his shape. This was in direct refutation of the words we read in the Old Testament. We were told that the enemy would plant a false word right next to the true word. and it would be blended all together to create confusion as is both good and evil. And unless you were using the code key, you would not be able to decrypt the difference. The code key is the DNA/RNA connection to the father and mother, and it is within us. However, if we are looking externally, whether in a law, teaching or writing, or even to a false god, then we become disconnected, unless these things comply with what is encoded within us. It is just like if you are listening to a radio channel and then switch the channel, then your attention is on another frequency, and the original frequency is no longer connected to your awareness. Thus, you could be receiving the wrong frequency under the pretense of it being the correct signal. If the word can be both good and evil, so also can the seed of humanity which was initially planted also be both good and evil. This revelation is to help us understand that a false seed, or false children were planted among humanity as the tares among the wheat, just like the false word was planted next to the true oral writing inside the Bible to create confusion, Babel/Bible. Are you starting to get the message? Not everyone we see is of the father and mother, just like not everything in the Bible is the true word, it is mixed with the lie. And the same follows, that there are humans that belong to their seed-bearing parent known as Lucifer as well as Satan, the devil, or the archon of this cosmos. You shall know them by their fruits. There are humans walking amongst us right now that are not like the true seed. They are not from the father and mother, nor can they be. They do not have the same characteristics, same qualities, and same mind. They are the children of God/Satan. Now what happens when one does not remove the weeds in their garden, and they allow them to grow until the harvest? Well, any gardener understands that if you do not remove the weeds, they will take over the garden, and at the harvest you won't even be able to recognize the true plants. This is revealed in the parable of the fig tree. The figs are the true children, but the leaves covering the tree are Satan's children. When a fig tree is nearing the harvest, all that one can see are the leaves covering everything. You cannot even see the figs, and may even wonder if there are any figs there at all. Mark 13:28. Now learn a parable of the fig tree. When her branch is yet tender, and put forth leaves, ye know that summer is near. The branch represents a family lineage, the root of the family. When it reveals that it is yet tender, this represents the tree is full of sap, meaning it's bountiful, ready for amazing growth. When it speaks of putting forth leaves, this represents the tribe, kindred from the Greek source word phile, which becomes phylon, and it means the descendants of the lineage. Thus, the branch is the beginning of the true lineage that will produce the figs or fruit of the tree, but its leaves are the weeds mixed within that now cover over the fruit. This simple parable is referring to the children of Satan as his seeds, which are now seen as the leaves of the tree covering over the figs, or the children of the harvest. Remember, when weeds can grow, they will take over the entire garden. When it states, summer is near, this is referring to heat theros, representing the heat is being turned up. This is when things are ready to get very bad and ugly. This is revealing the time prior to the harvest, or the summer prior to the fall, when the children of Satan will saturate the entire world, governing over the true children of the father and mother, as they will scarcely be recognized. Now you know what Jesus meant when he told those people, they were not children of the father, they were children of Satan. This wasn't a metaphor. This did not represent, in type. It meant they were little children created and spawned by Satan, in some DNA creation, but intertwined within humanity using their same human DNA/RNA complex to breed among us all. They enter every race, creed and color. There is no specific group or people on this planet that represent who they are all side by side to each of us, appearing as we do, but their fruits are darkness, and the only way you will be able to tell the difference is you shall know them by their fruits. I don't mean when people slip up and make mistakes. I don't mean when people fall. I mean their entire package is laced with evil to the core. There is a great difference. And they can easily be spotted via the internal connection we have with the father and mother. The fruits of the Spirit are love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, faith, gentleness, meekness and temperance, which leads to life. The wicked ones do not show these fruits into their core being. They can produce a facade or fake it at times, but it will not come from their seed core being. Only the children of the Father, even in weakness and stumbling, can produce these fruits at the core of their being, their seat of the soul, their tree of life. Chapter 5, Unraveling the Enigma. This book may become the most important revelation you have ever read in your life, or it can become poison to the mind depending on your encoding. What is about to be unraveled inside your mind is without a doubt an astounding message of hope greater than you could have ever imagined, and yet great respect and diligence is required to make use of this knowledge. When we go back to the knowledge of the seed, we begin to unravel the ancient texts in such a way that will present a code, which will open your eyes to see and your ears to hear, a code that was implanted within our spiritual DNA. A code so marvelous, so wonderful, so fantastic that it will seem as obvious as the sun in the midday sky. The body itself is only a shell that is covering the truth about you and me. This covering or disguise, mask if you will, is altering our perception of what we really are at the most magnificent levels of creation, that has until now been hidden behind the veil. When we look at our bodies, most fail to realize that they are nothing but a cocoon that covers something within, that is hidden. Our human bodies are a shell or a cocoon for the soul, a temple. The term soul has a variety of meanings. However, the two most closely correct terms from the ancient Greek is suk and pneuma. Both terms represent the breath within as in type, air, which is in type, spirit. When we hear the term, Holy Spirit, it comes from the word, Hagian pneuma, or the divine wind or breath of the Father. From the ancient Hebrew, the term soul again has a variety of meanings. The two most closely related terms that reveal its intended message are nephesh and neshama. Nephesh represents a breathing apparatus or creature, such as an animal or human, and neshama represents the breath of life itself, or spirit, divine wind. As we begin to perceive, the terms from both the Greek and Hebrew are complementary. Both languages reveal the true meaning. The soul is the spirit within the creature as being identified as a breath of air. So, in a sense, the human body is of the dust or ground of the earth, and the soul is of the air, or heaven. We learned that Christ was and is the light of men, humanity, which are the true seeds of the sower, from the Father and Mother. It is important to understand, when we consider the night sky, we see billions upon billions of stars that light up and reveal their majesty and brightness. These stars are suns. Often Christ is revealed to be the Son of the Father. What we are witnessing is a parallel to what we are made of in the spirit level. We are in type suns. Suns are of extreme light. Therefore, the term sun can be transposed into the name soul or soul. There are two types of suns: the true Christ and his brothers and sisters, and the fallen Christ or Antichrist, and his children. Our physical local sun is the Antichrist. More on this later. And thus, we discover a hidden code within ourselves. The term soul is a vague reference to the term soul, which is Latin for the sun. Christ is known as the Son/Soul of righteousness, and we are the sibling son, souls of this same glory. Romans 8:18 For I reckon that the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared to the glory which shall be revealed in us. This is a dynamic truth. Our sufferings are an illumination that we are bound in death. The glory is the revelation that eternal life is already within us, extended from before the foundations of this world, but it must be exposed. That revelation comes via the fruits born in due season. Now going back to the seed, we begin to learn the mystery of who the children of the Father and Mother really are. They are the planted seed of the Father and Mother via the firstborn Christ, but the human body is simply a covering, a cocoon, a corrupt creation. This covering is what scientists may call the three-dimensional matter worlds. The body itself is not the light, it is what is encoded within the body, the light within, the mystery of life eternal. Inside the body is the light of the Father and Mother, its essence, its DNA, its glory. But it is at a very early stage of growth, somewhat akin to larvae, which is the newly hatched, wingless, often worm-like form of many insects prior to metamorphosis. Like when the cocoon dies and from within comes hatched, a beautiful butterfly. The true children are all going through what is called a metamorphosis, or change, where our outer shell is in the process of dying so that the inner can be formed and become the glorious being. In a sense, we are transforming from a human into a spirit that will have a personal identity separated from the other seeds, yet still part of the whole. It was revealed in the New Testament that the form we have called human of the third-dimensional realm was created via corruption, but that which is within was created via incorruption. What this means is, the outer is always in a state of decay or death, the inner is in a state of becoming, or realizing it is eternal. Therefore, the outer cocoon must die before the inner glory can increase and live on. Nevertheless, as a human, from the time we are born, we are dying, because the container surrounding us is death. This is a process towards our ultimate freedom and life eternal. The seed must first die before the spirit within can truly live. We all must go through this change, as in type a child which begins as a seed connected to an egg. It must form into a being. This being is the cocoon for something within that needs this process to rejuvenate life from death. When you begin to understand the mystery of the seed, you begin to understand the mystery of the seed bearers, the father and mother through their firstborn, the Word. Chapter 6. Our Divine Parents. We are the miracle progeny of the Creator, the Father and Mother. Therefore, Jesus identified this power as his Father. Lost texts reveal he also identified this power as his Mother. The term Father and Mother illuminate our association, to help us better identify our connection with them. 1 John 3:2 Behold, what manner of love the Father hath bestowed upon us, that we should be called the children of the Father. Therefore, the world knows us not, because it knew him not. Beloved, now are we the children of the Father, and it doth not yet appear what we shall be, but we know that, when Christ shall appear, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. We recognize above the transformation that we are going through now, yet we do not see who we truly are, and thus we are in the midst of changing, that is the metamorphosis. We do know, however, that when the light of Christ is revealed within us, we will become like Christ, for we are also the sons and daughters, joint heirs. And we shall see him as he really is, for we shall become like him. For we know now that the true seeds are from the seed-bearer, which is Christ, but once born into life, we then become adopted as the children of the Father and Mother, as co-heirs of Christ and heirs of his parents. And in turn the true seeds do not become the children of Christ as the seed-bearer, but transformed into his brothers and sisters. Thus, we are already the children of the Father and Mother once the metamorphosis has begun, if so be that the spirit seed of the Father and Mother dwells in us via the Christ. Remember, there were two seeds planted, one from the Father and Mother coming from the Christ, and one from the gods of good and evil. How can we tell the difference? How do we understand the contrast of the two? There is a key given to understand. Before we can understand who the true seeds are, we must first identify the Father and Mother. We have been lied to from the beginning of time. We have been told or instructed that the Father and Mother are a God that demands worship and obedience, that we are simply peasants and serfs in a kingdom where we give our worship and obeisance to this God. We have been told that this God is jealous, angry and filled with wrath. And at the same time, we have been instructed that he is also loving, merciful and a kind God. The problem is you cannot have two separate characteristics of life and death and combine them into one. The Father and Mother's flowing unconditional love cannot be compromised by wrath, jealousy and hatred. The gods of old revealed who they really were by their fruits. The Father cannot lie, the Father cannot be tempted by evil, nor will the Father ever use evil for any reason. If evil is not of the fruit of the Spirit of the Father and Mother, and it is part of the error, then how could the Father and Mother, which is not part of evil, use evil. It is not possible. Yet the God of the ancients revealed. Isaiah 45:7 I form the light, and create darkness, I make peace, and create evil, I the Lord do all these things. Well, obviously, the God of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil would become this dual nature. The true father and mother cannot be compromised with this diabolical, dual, twisted nature. It is not possible. When we begin to learn the truth about this divine connection, those of the father and mother begin to realize we are seeds, children that are being fed and nourished by our divine parents. This is our real connection. And once you comprehend this truth, you will forever understand the mystery of eternal life. The connection between the sower and the seed is one of unconditional love. As a gardener, we tend to the seeds and then to the plants as they mature so that they can produce fruit. We do not demand allegiance, nor wield power over these innocent offspring. We simply nurture and feed them while accepting the process. Our connection to the Father and Mother is one of absolute design. We are here to become like them. We are here to grow via a process called death and rebirth. Our connection to the Father and Mother is that we are their children, not their servants. Each and every one of us must pass through the trial of fire of the darkness of death to enter life. It is a process. The winds, rains and storms that we go through along with the parasites, bugs and other creatures are part of the process to strengthen us, to give us clarity and knowledge that leads to wisdom. The father and mother have a deep abiding love for each of their children. And this love is unconditional. When we tend to our plants, we follow certain protocols to give each of our plants the best chance for life. We do not demand worship of any kind. However, what we do desire is that the plant produces fruit as is its nature. If there is no fruit, the plant is then useless, but the spirit seed, soul is still eternal. All indications of worship written in the Bible were brought forth by the fallen ones who brought unto us the corrupted word, because they demand allegiance and worship as one filled with pride and ego. Normal loving good parents never demand worship from their children. They never threaten their children with horrendous acts of punishment to destroy their children, because their child failed to obey or follow correctly. These are the works of Satan, which means adversary to the light seeds of the father and mother. Teaching and correction is a valid course to help a loved one fulfill their responsibilities. But it is never through coercing, force or threat. Our divine parents can never be jealous, wrathful and vengeful. It is not part of their perfected character. There is nothing beyond, prior or above them greater than the Father. Before your plants produce fruit, do you hate them? Do you despise them? Do you demand worship from them? Of course not. You know it is a process that takes time. Yet you continue to feed them and nourish them no matter what happens. Because this is your dedicated responsibility as you allow for the process to unfold. This same truth goes forward unto how we handle our children. We have been seduced to believe the lie, and thus we struggle and fail continually, because we fail to understand the simple true compassionate love of the Father and Mother. They know what we need before we ask. They know what we need always, and they give it to us freely, if we allow. The problem is the wicked ones have been soiling the ground with poisons and deadly conditioners, and we are absorbing these things into our growth process, which is killing the plant and making them fruitless. And yet what is so amazing is that nothing the dark side ever does can ultimately destroy us. Remember, the seed must indeed first die, before it can live. If the seed does not produce fruit, then the cocoon or human apparatus will be toiled under the soil and then sent back to recreate the process. It must be born again and again in this human veil until it produces enough fruit to verify a change unto eternal life. Death may come 1,000 times before we produce fruit, but eventually our glory will be established. Because that which is in the body cannot die, it is eternal, it only lacks definition of identity established by the fruits. Each seed is given full potential, but it is also neutral at creation. By our experiences, tests and difficulties, We become, based on our uses of that potential, the spirit that we will finally change into as a child, heir of the Father and Mother and co-heir to Christ. I am sorry if I am repeating things, but this understanding is so lacking it will take some time before it permeates the consciousness. Remember, the glory shall be revealed in us. The Father and Mother will never forsake us, nor ever leave us. If it takes 1,000 lifetimes, we shall produce fruit, because it is a process of life coming out of death. So, as children of the Father and Mother, we can never truly die, meaning not exist, because our spirit divine nature of creation was and is eternal. When the Father and Mother created us as the light in the body, we were eternal, based on their own image and likeness. The Father cannot create anything other than life eternal. That which was created as flesh and blood is corruption. Nothing the Father and Mother creates is corrupt, nor can it be. Everything is like after like. Eternal spirit cannot create death, it can only create life eternal. Below you will see the difference between what the Father creates and what God has created, when speaking of the human body. I Corinthians 15:42 It is sown in corruption, it is raised in incorruption. It is sown in dishonor, it is raised in glory, it is sown in weakness, it is raised in power. It is sown a natural body, it is raised a spiritual body. There is a natural body, and there is a spiritual body. And so, it is written, the first man Adam was made a living soul, the last Adam was made a quickening spirit. This reveals that flesh and blood is not the creation of the Father and Mother. Based on the law of death in this world, our human form, as stated prior, is not in the image and likeness of our Father and Mother, but it is in the image and likeness of death, given to us by the false gods and their leader. The cocoon is not life eternal. It must die, because it is corrupt, meaning it does not have eternal life. Therefore, to the contrary, the body is always perishing. The question remains, then what is the dark seed container of the fallen ones? It is also the human body, the cocoon. The seed that was planted by the Father and Mother is the unfinished product of our developing soul. It was planted inside the human body of death, so the seed could be regenerated, which is one that is becoming spiritually reborn or renewed. Often it is spoken that one needs to be reborn. There are two types of rebirth, one in the flesh via duct reincarnation, and the other in the spirit via the regeneration or the resurrection from death or the awakening unto life. When Christ told Nicodemus about one needing to be reborn, there was a veiled reference to being reborn in the flesh. However, what Christ was referring to is being reborn in spirit. As a seed, we were neutral, not yet developed, likened as the seeded egg within the mother's womb. Therefore, as a true child of the regeneration, we are fully formed and have returned to the state of incorruption or spirit, that is being born again. The seed of light is our soul experiencing death through the creation of darkness, the human body. The soul which has the light of Christ within, was planted into the earth as being the human body of death. The outer is not reflective of the inner. The outer is a shell, a veil that is hiding that which is within. And only upon the production of fruits will it be visible to recognize what is truly within. What this means is, there are those that do not have the soul of the Father and Mother, they have the nature of their father, the adversary, which is darkness and evil, or the mixture of good and evil, as a combination that creates chaos and confusion. Tares are not a valid growth, they are a weed interacting in this realm. The tares and wheat may appear alike from the beginning and via the process. And thus, all humans appear as alike in the beginning. When a baby is born, they appear similar until the child grows up and exposes outwardly their true inner reflection. It is the ultimate growth that will eventually verify the fruits. The cocoons, that is humanity, are the mixture of the wheat and tares. That which is within them defines their true value. Thus, we have been taught that flesh and blood cannot please the Father, because it is death, not life. It is that which is within that will ultimately bear fruit. 1 Corinthians 15:50 Now this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God, neither doth corruption inherit incorruption. Romans 8:5 For they that are after the flesh do mind the things of the flesh, but they that are after the Spirit the things of the Spirit. So, then they that are in the flesh cannot please the Father. But ye are not in the flesh, but in the Spirit, if so be that the Spirit, seed of the Father, dwell in you. Now if any human does have not the Spirit, seed of Christ, he is none of his. If the father and mother created flesh and blood, it would be pleasing, but the father and mother did not create the human. However, when God created the human, this is what he had to say. Genesis 1:31 And God saw everything that he had made, and, behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. I Corinthians 15:42 So also is the resurrection of the dead. It is sown in corruption, it is raised in incorruption, it is sown in dishonor, it is raised in glory, it is sown in weakness, it is raised in power, it is sown a natural body, it is raised a spiritual body. There is a natural body, and there is a spiritual body. And so, it is written, the first man Adam was made a living soul, the last Adam was made a quickening spirit. The first man is of the earth, earthy, the second man is the Lord from heaven. As is the earthy, such are they also that are earthy, and as is the heavenly, such are they also that are heavenly. And as we have borne the image of the earthy, we shall also bear the image of the heavenly. Now this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of the Father, neither doth corruption inherit incorruption. Behold, I show you a mystery, we shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed, in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump, for the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. So, when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, Death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? We are now getting closer to the ultimate truth that will indeed awaken the true seeds. Chapter 7, The Enemy Within. I am sure in one sense it is shocking to realize that humanity is a mixture of good and evil seeds. And yet in another sense, it is quite believable since that seems to be the way things really are. Our world is a mixture of good and evil, truth and error, right and wrong. Everywhere we look the world is mixed with the opposite polarity. As I stated recently, Babel comes from the word meaning to mix, to create confusion. It is like with anything else, if you mix together a good with a bad, you dilute the original potency. We live in a world where everything is combined and it doesn't matter what it is that is mixed. When a distortion has been added into the formula, it will create a dilution or delusion. I am sure for most it might be a shock to learn that the Bible was mixed with a combination of truth and error, good and evil and right and wrong. It was done to throw you off the correct path. If everything you do is laden with a mixture of the opposite, nothing truly positive could ever be accomplished. And so, it was from the very beginning. The evil one, the adversary, or spirit of confusion entered our realm and mixed within it a combination of sorts to make sure we do not grasp the truth in general, that we constantly swing back and forth like a pendulum, never really ascertaining the correct knowledge. I am not saying to throw the Bible away, I am not saying that it would be better if you did not read it. I am saying that like with anything you must use your discernment, the keys within, to verify if what you are being revealed is accurate or a deception. And this goes for all things that we are connected to in life. We can never take anything for granted. To believe anything is sacred, undefiled and pure in this world leaves one vulnerable to suggestion. As Christ revealed, there is nothing good in this world. Like religions, political parties and anything that promotes one theory above another, it is always a potential danger when you are being led rather than being guided from within. Sure, in all things there are structures of thought, and some of these structures align to your inner belief. I understand that. Even in a political party, people are attracted to things that align with their personal feelings on certain ideological concepts. Of course, if one party or system of belief says something directly opposite of what you believe, and another is in sync with some of your personal views, obviously, you will be attracted to the party that most complies to your feelings. The problem is, most have never understood that all groups, parties, sects, religions and whatnot, all have the same thing in common: to attract, steer and then lead, and then to maneuver one into being totally controlled spiritually, physically, emotionally and mentally. The initial laying of this groundwork is an attraction as a common view, a feeling that is similar that garners your attention. Afterwards, when you have given your attention over to this compatible concept, then the initiator tries to steer you into more of their foundational principles. The objective is, once they have your attention, they want you to learn all about what it is they really desire for you to follow. All groups have an agenda, and all of them know and fully understand. Once they have attracted you on a similar point of interest or belief, they then add more content to the spectrum, because they now know they have garnered your attention. And there is one sad and dangerous fact about humanity, and that is, when one is lured in by a similar frame of mind, they are then open to almost any suggestion that follows. It is believed that if a certain party or group agrees on a similar point, then just maybe they are like you and have the same mindset, and agree on most all other points also. It is then that you begin to harbor the thought that there is a general commonality between you and them. And this is the initial and greatest mistake towards leading one into a full-blown deception. I mean, if two agree on one point, then why not all other points, correct? So, one sells their soul to the agenda, not realizing they are being deceived based on the initial point of agreement. What happens then is you are primed for any suggestion that is given afterwards. Even if a red flag pops up, you will ignore it because in your limited awareness, you are thinking to yourself, hey, if we agree on this topic, then we must agree on the other topics also. And even if one does not see eye to eye on other themes in general, they begin to integrate it into their thought process anyway. This is a simple form of mind control. Once they convince you that their agenda is what you desired and believed all along, based on a few similar points of connection, they will then set out to lead you, and then totally control you. And before you know it, suddenly you are selling your life over to a myriad of concepts that you never believed in before. This is how cults are created. It begins innocently enough, and then you are full-blown into a mind-controlled agenda and you have no control over your personal thoughts anymore. You've been had. My friends, this is what the Bible and other similar doctrinal works has done to all adherents of its teachings. The Bible was created with an agenda of total control over the reader, by mixing truth with error. It was designed to lure you in by certain common beliefs and then to completely take over your mind by adhering to a myriad of lies that were added. Therefore, people believe war is necessary, and vengeance is a good thing. How many people really and truly understand that in the Bible God was notorious for setting people up and then smashing them down? How many people realize that the God they worship and fully believe in has never had their best interest at heart? Read Book 2 in this continuation series for a detailed explanation. Now you must understand, yes, miracles may be occurring in your life, and yes, you may have used faith and it has been a helpmeet for you, and I will never take that away from you. Because the father and mother will still send their blessings even to those children who are being deceived. That is the nature of a true loving parent. However, many have switched protocols without even knowing it. This is because the code within them was set to be in alignment with the father and mother, but some have taken these keys to the codes and transmitted them unto a false god, false religions and a false belief system, which is the forming the Antichrist spirit. This false mindset has created the illusion that God was the true father and mother, and many now believe the entire package with a certain degree of commonality, even though there are characteristics that are neither divine nor are the true spirit dominated. This is the god of darkness, the god of fortresses and munitions. This is the god that rules this world, that which has deceived all of humanity. 2 Corinthians 4:4, in whom the god of this world hath blinded the minds of them which believe not, lest the light of the glorious news of Christ, who is of the image of the Father, should shine unto them. Do you understand what this is saying? The God of this world is not the Father, nor has ever been. Therefore, Jesus said repeatedly, "This world is not my world, nor is it the Father's world." So right off the bat we know that anyone claiming to be the God of this world, or aligning with anything of this world, is not of the Father and Mother, despite what most religions teach. Secondly, it states, the light of the glorious gospel of Christ, who is after the true image of the Father. Remember, Christ is the Word, the original seed. His light shines upon all seeds which are the children of the Father and Mother. It is the soul that is in the image of the Father and Mother. However, the human body made up of flesh and blood, which is death and corruption, is in the image of the God of this world. The world has been blinded, and lied to, and deceived by this false god, and therefore many have been disengaged from their true heritage and ancestry. The God of this world, like any other organization or group, set out to lure masses in by saying things that gives one a feeling of a common connection, that is feel-good protocols. And then when one gives their allegiance over to this God, hook, line and sinker, he then establishes new and dangerous protocols that may have continued to follow and believe, even when deep down they knew it did not comply with the fruits of the Spirit. This God set up laws, created covenants, statutes and rules of conduct based partly on what was true. And then humanity became transfixed on the lie that reckoned, since good proceeded out of this God, it must be the true God. For why would he have such order and rule of law? Most believe Satan would never set up rules, laws and covenants. That he is the author of chaos and war. Well, of course he is, but he also knows how to use law to create bondage, which leads to war. Satan is not divided against himself. He leads by law and regimentation. Satan has laws, rules, covenants, contracts and clauses. May have believed that this must be the true God, because of the protocols that seem good, yet we forget, this entity is the God of both good and evil. He uses good mixed with evil to set up his control over the mind to lead one into confusion. The fact is, Lucifer is the God of the rule of law, the law of bondage. The mystery is revealed here that having the fruits of the Spirit establishes there is no law. Law is used to identify sin and create law breakers, which leads us to understand the next mystery. The fruits of the Spirit are love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, faith, gentleness, meekness and temperance towards life. Against such there is no law. When one comes under law, then one comes under sin, and when one comes under sin, one is condemned by the very same law. The very body we wear is under the law of sin. It is condemned, and no shedding of blood can remove the law of death from the body. How do we know this? Because the body is in a state of decay, because it already has come under the law of death. If the body was not under the law, it would be eternal. Romans 6:6 and 8, knowing this, that our old man is crucified with him, that the body of sin might be destroyed, that henceforth we should not serve sin. And if Christ be in you, the body is dead because of sin, but the Spirit is life because of righteousness. When we sin, it is often due to the body of sin, which comes under the law. So, it is not you that sins, but the body of death is under the law of sin. And the body is dominated in sin because it has been condemned under the law of death. Romans 3:20 Therefore by the deeds of the law there shall no flesh be justified in his sight, for by the law is the knowledge of sin. When something is revealed about this God that makes absolutely no sense, and someone begins to question his authority or manner, they are often then restricted from proceeding with that thought. Many are told they have problems, because they are questioning God and his motives. How dare anyone have any disagreement with God? Many who do question are then set in their place and made to conform to the belief that they have no right to decipher the code using the internal keys. They have been denied use of their internal eternal key spirit DNA encoding. What just happened? Well, once upon a time, we had a common belief, and that is what led us into this new God-ordained connection, and now we have lost any control of our own awareness. Now someone else with another agenda is controlling us at all levels externally, and we are no longer allowed to go within to ferret out the truth. We are then blocked from access to the DNA code, because we were deceived. Therefore, it is important that you judge the fruits. I am not telling you to condemn someone, but we must judge all things so that we ourselves are not judged by our own false actions and false beliefs that has led us astray by deception. There are two types of judgment. One is condemnation, and we should never condemn anyone. The other word for judgment is decision, or determination via discernment. Example, we all know that rape is wrong, we all know that murder is wrong. It doesn't take a genius to understand that these are horrific crimes against one another, and they are evil. We must judge the action as evil based on the fruits of the Spirit that do not align with these actions. There is never a time when these evil atrocities can ever be deemed acceptable. If you can accept murder and rape, then you have been compromised by confusion, as is the spirit of Antichrist. Yet what happens when this God allows or even instructs there to be murder, pillaging and rape? How many realize that the God of the Old Testament instructed not only his own people to be part of this type of violence, but he also used foreigners to come in that used these violent acts against his own people because they either disobeyed or were deemed as heathen? He instructed that women be raped in front of their husbands, that the men be murdered and the children crushed and even the animals all wiped out, and all their possessions looted. And how do we respond? Well, that is God's prerogative. He can do whatever he wants to do. He is righteous, and when his laws are contravened, this is what happens. Are you kidding me? Can you say that with a straight face? Have you been that royally compromised? My friends, righteousness is based on the fruits of the Spirit. It is not based on an action because it supposedly comes from a godly decree. This mentality is a demonic intrusion which has created this change in the mind to allow evil, all because we were told God was behind it. How could we go from the fruits of the Spirit into a violent demonic mindset and then say this is God's prerogative, that God is simply using evil to teach us a lesson? Correction is a lesson. Destruction is emptiness. My friends, many have been lured into the lie of the demonic warlord called Satan, the adversary. This is his mindset, his ways, and his wicked fruits. Once we have been conditioned to believe evil is a necessary remedy for disobedience, we then become conditioned into accepting evil as part of the nature of the father and mother, and then we begin to accept it as part of our nature. And thus, the truth is, Satan is a nature spirit, a spirit of death and destruction, and it can be anywhere at any time and in anyone. Where do you think things like the Inquisition came from, and what inspired it? Why are many religious groups always involved in war and dark deeds? It is because they were subtly lured from the goodness of the Father and Mother into the demonic evil of a destructive force called God, and they learned to call this God both good and evil, as is his prerogative. They say, well, God is just punishing those who won't obey him, as is their response. And then this leads into the greatest error ever taught, the belief in a hell. A burning fire that torments and roasts the flesh off the body and continues to do so for all eternity for some mistakes made in a single lifetime. How did anyone come to this conclusion? How could anyone claim God is good, God is love, and then believe in this fiery retribution against disobedience? What sickness in the mind could ever convince one to allow such horrific evil in their hearts and then somehow be twisted enough to call it good? I mean, even with our limited awareness and love, when we see an animal suffer, we put them out of their misery. We do this in love so they won't suffer anymore. But we don't condemn them to an eternal fiery hell. As the old book and movie stated, they shoot horses, don't they? How could we ever have been deceived to believe that the father and mother could even conceive of such evil in their minds? Oh, you disobeyed me. Now I am going to make you suffer in pain for all eternity. And then you will know my wrath. There is only one way that we could have been lured into this deception, and that is we were compromised. What we allow for the acts of God we would never allow against our own children. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. The problem is we never separated the chaff from the wheat. We never separated the lie from the truth. We became compromised because we did not remove the deception, and we drank all of it and ate all of it without conscious remorse as to what we were truly doing. And let me be straightforward, whether you believe in a God or not, or even believe in the Bible, this same control is being governed over all people in all walks of life through a myriad of different protocols, religions and other control factors. So never think because you are not an adherent to any religious faith that this doesn't concern you. It concerns every living being on this planet. My friends, I am not here to destroy your faith, or remove the source power out of your life. I am here to restore the presence of the Father and Mother within you and restore correct principles and true faith and remove the lie and destruction. This way, whenever anyone tries to lure you into their web of deceit, you will fully understand where the separation lies and discontinue your reception of that evil and continue only with the good. My friends, the Father and Mother are love. Love is their nature, in ways we cannot even conceive. They are not seeking worship, as I have stated in this book. No loving human father and mother seeks worship from their children. This is a demented mindset. This is an alien agenda to garner our worship unto other false gods, as is the revelation of the enemy within. Chapter 8. The False Seed, an Alien Agenda. We learned from the very beginning in this book that the father and mother have allowed their children to be planted into this world to bear fruit as the true seeds of Christ, whom was the original seed or first begotten. We also learned another one planted his seed. He planted his children among humanity that looked every way alike as the rest of the seeds. We also learned that this mixing of the two races of humans was done to create confusion and bring an alliance and allegiance to a false god and his children, a god that demanded worship above all other gods, because this god was jealous and filled with wrath. We then learned that Christ said to allow the false seed, children, to remain until the harvest. Let them grow up together as one. And then at the harvest the separation will occur for those that are ready. I am sure all of this sounds extremely odd and weird to most people. Sadly, the inhabitants of Earth have an alien breed created by the Dark Lords to intermingle among the children of the Father. These beings are not the true seeds. They do not think the same, they do not react the same, they do not have compassion or remorse, and they do not have the fruits of the true Spirit encoded within them. However, we cannot condemn anyone. Understand the mystery, all have been compromised by this mixing. It is a fact of reality. Even the children of the Father and Mother have dangerously regressed due to this mixing. And they have fallen into the deception, and either they begin a rapid change before the harvest or they must be toiled back under. The fallen seed that has germinated into our world is also a spirit, a false spirit. A compromised spirit within that guides these fallen children to obey their master, which is the adversary to the Christ and his seed. They have what is called an artificial spirit. They were created by their father and his legion that had fallen away long ago, called their fallen angels. Some of these angels and their children live among the children of the Father and Mother, others are hiding in different places and dimensions. Just like our soul resides within the body, they have the spirit of their Father, which also is housed within the human body when they enter this realm. It is in their seed, their children, which is the spirit of darkness and rebellion. And this same spirit is in all the children of the Dark One. It is an adversarial spirit always trying to corrupt what is right and good. There are aliens among us. The term alien is a combination Sumerian name along with Hebrew and Aramaic, and it means Lord gods. These aliens are themselves gods and their children are children of God, but they are not of the Father and Mother. Jesus quoting from this verse in Psalms 82:6, where he said, "Are ye not all gods?" He was speaking to the rulers of his day, these were the children of the fallen ones. And the verse in Psalms revealed, "Ye are all gods, and all you are children of God." This psalm was revealing how these fallen gods were controlling the earth, and they were bringing darkness and wickedness upon this planet. Christ had told these people that they were the children of Satan. Now he is telling them, they were also the children of God. Again, it is important to separate the difference between God and the Father. So often when Christ was speaking to the other seed, he brought about a different discourse because he knew these people were not of the Father, his Father. They were of a foreign God. These rulers of his day, even as they are still the rulers of our day, were being reprimanded and revealed all at the same time. The verses in Psalms continues to reveal who they really were. How long will ye judge unjustly, and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless, do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy, rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness, all the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all you are children of God. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Not only are these dark seeds among us, they rule over us. These are the rulers of this three-dimensional universe. They sit in high positions and rule over the people unjustly. It is just like they did in the days of Christ when he was represented in the man Jesus. The same ones were ruling over the people. They are wicked. And like the true seeds, they are also reincarnated continuously to continue their rule over the planet. Their children, and children's children continue to be brought into places of control and domination over the rest of humanity. They won't defend the poor and fatherless, or do justly to the afflicted and needy, nor help them from the hand of the wicked ones. These walk in darkness from the very foundation of this world. They are the gods of this world and children of their seed-bearer Lucifer, Satan. Notice both seeds are referenced from the foundation of this world. Just like the seed of Christ was from the foundation planted here, so also were the false seeds planted whom existed from before the foundations of this world. And now all have grown together as one people, as we near another cyclical harvest. Chapter 9. Does evil have a purpose? The process from the very beginning reveals that the seed was sown in corruption, a word signifying decay unto death. And it rises or bears fruits under incorruption, a word representing regeneration or the awakening from the sleep of death. Darkness is used to germinate the seeds. Does this mean evil has value? Long ago, before the world came into existence, I spoke of the true seeds being within Christ. The true seeds existed prior to the existence of this universe. However, something else also happened long before the world was. Evil entered the scene and began to spread among angels. It was then that a plan was decided upon that would allow the true seeds to experience a world of darkness, a world that lacked perfection, so they would be able to witness the manifestation of darkness and what it does to the spirit. However, unlike what so many believe, evil wasn't created by the true source, Father and Mother. It simply was a fact that it now existed based on the fall of angels. It was then decided to allow a playground to be created that would allow for both good and evil, and then allow all the true seeds the opportunity to learn firsthand where evil and wickedness eventually lead by experiencing it without completely selling over one's soul over to this malignancy. This way the soul can experience darkness and yet not be permanently attached to it. It can in fact separate itself via the process known as transmigration of the soul. Darkness does not have any real inherent value other than it is pivotal in this process. Just like when we bury the seed into the ground, and we nurture it so that the result will be the seed becomes a plant to produce fruit. However, as we have learned, the seed must indeed experience death. This is part of the process of keeping the soul cleansed even while experiencing the temporary disassociation with the Father and Mother. The earth in a sense becomes the mother carrying the seed within until it can be born. And then the seed proceeds to bear fruit. If the seed does not bear fruit, the plant is unproductive and must be toiled back under the soil for new seeds to be planted at another time. This is how the soul returns to finish the job that it had failed to accomplish prior. The process allows the soul to shed its connection to darkness while being re-established back into the process of death and rebirth. The soul is thereby cleansed of all past errors and allowed to begin again, to finish the job, starting again, renewed. And this process will never end until the soul fulfills its responsibility. Thus, as it states, the father and mother, nor the son will ever forsake us or leave us. This is the true unconditional love of parents, not benefactors, not custodians, but real loving parents. Could you have ever believed otherwise? This process occurs time and time again. It is not a one-time activity that may have been seduced into believing. So now it is time that we begin transitioning this formula from a cryptic metaphoric message, into a down-to-earth process where we can ascertain how these terms really apply to us in our everyday life. We the soul are the planted seeds into the veil of a fleshly body, which is called the decaying avatar. The soul within is the seed of the father and mother planted into this human being having not yet been regenerated. There is also an evil seed. These are the children of the adversary, which are also planted inside the cocoon of the flesh and blood human avatar. Humanity is made up of either the seeds of the Father and Mother and the Christ, or the seeds of the fallen ones or the fabricated ones. Read the Time Loop Chronicles series for more information. The difference is, the dark seed establishes the cocoon as their true habitat. And the good seed must indeed learn that this cocoon must be shed through this process to become perfect again like their father and mother, through this lengthy transition, as the metamorphosis, which is unique for each soul. The seeds also represent the word or oral connection of the father and mother as it pertains to wisdom, instruction, guidance and knowledge. However, as we have learned, the word was never intended to be written down on some physical apparatus, because matter is in decay and it becomes perverted. Thus, the word is spirit and not matter-based. Therefore, Christ said, He was the Word, He was the bread of life. He that eats my flesh and drinks my blood hath eternal life abiding in them. Now let us begin to formulate this ancient wisdom into concrete knowledge where we can then use it to benefit us in our lives today, allowing for a better understanding. Chapter 10 The Word is to be consumed. When the Father speaks to us via the Son or the original firstborn among many, it is done in spirit, not in flesh. Understand, our connection to the Father and Mother is always via the Spirit. As the hidden word enters our minds, it is being consumed. Christ through the man Jesus represented this word in the flesh, so he rightfully stated, He that eats my flesh and drinks my blood hath eternal life. But this was only a metaphor, and that is what he revealed, and yet many did not understand. And even today Christians the world over do not understand what Christ exposed here. This is the most misunderstood gnosis in all religions. And it is the central core reason for all the confusion. First, as in type, when we go to school at whatever grade level we may be in, we are consuming the knowledge that is given to us by the teacher. We are in a sense, eating and drinking the knowledge. In the flesh this knowledge is dispensed via oral and written teachings, via the senses. This is how knowledge is disseminated via the flesh. The very word disseminated means, sowing the seed. Therefore, the seeds are implanted into the minds of the students, and then it finds root to grow within their understanding. If the knowledge does bear fruit, then one can be rewarded with more knowledge. If it fails to grow within, the student is held back to go over what was revealed prior, and this occurs many times until the student has finally passed to the next grade level. We see this is how it works in our everyday lives. Nevertheless, it is only symbolic in how it works in the spirit. When oral or written dissemination occurs, it is a physical process for the human mind to process new information. This process does not reveal the true word. It is not the Christ. The true word is brought into us via the spirit's senses, not the fleshly senses. Just like love, compassion, faith, mercy, and joy, these things come from within. One does not need physical knowledge to obtain these fruits of the Spirit. They feel them within the soul. When Christ said in the person of Jesus, Whosoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood in John 6, he was revealing the true way. He was not saying that people were to drink his blood and eat his flesh, physically. When the people of his day heard this mystery, they did not understand. So, he had to use a physical interpretation to help them understand the spiritual process. He then said, "I am the bread of life." Remember, he is the Word. The Word became flesh, which means the Spirit entered the human, or within the avatar. He was revealing that he is the bread of life, because what is in him also needs to be in the true seeds. He then realizing since most of the people he was speaking to were confused, he then stated, just as it was with Moses, he gave you manna to eat, and so it is with the Christ, he is the bread of life. Again, though the people had no clue what he was talking about, they argued and said, "Give us of this bread so that we may eat of it and live forever." They wanted something physical to eat because this is all they understood. Christ then came back and said, "I am the bread of life, he that eats my flesh and drinks my blood will live forever." Again, like before, they still did not understand. They did not understand that the words he was speaking were spiritual, to be interpreted by the spirit senses, not the flesh and blood senses. So, he said, "It is my words that are spirit, and they are eternal." And just as the true seed, which was the original word, was eternal, so also were the planted seeds via the father and mother's children, eternal. John 6:63, "It is the Spirit that quickens, brings to life, the flesh profits nothing. The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit, and they are life." The people then as today were so wrapped around the physical senses of eating or taking in something through physical means, they were totally muddled. They did not understand what he was trying to teach them. Why was it so confusing to them? It is interesting and yet very sad that during this meeting every one of the people that were there with him stopped following him except the first disciples, and this was mentioned in the key verse, John 6:66. But why did they stop following him? Because they were not able to internalize the word within themselves. They needed some sort of physical process or way to grasp what he was teaching them. Christ was trying to tell them that one cannot process these things via the normal physical way. It must be done via the Spirit. Learning 2 + 2 = 4 is fine, but it won't profit one spiritually. Learning love, mercy and compassion via the Spirit within reveals all things. The fleshly attributes of dispensing information profits little, and spiritually speaking is basically useless. He was revealing a code that was installed into all the true children of the Father and Mother. Today, people the world over are still unable to internalize the word within them. They need some physical apparatus or middleman to help them, as if they have no spirit to grasp or understand within themselves. Whether they seek a family member, peer, friend, priest or some association like a religion, this seems to be the only way they can process what should be natural within them. And often when you try to reveal the simplicity of love and the true merits of the process, many flee away, often angered, denying that which is so obvious, because they have been perverted by another way. They walk away from the Christ within to follow a secular and external Christ and God, because they fail to discern within themselves. They are led astray and often reject the true Christ for a false Christ. Therefore, the people abandoned Christ in the strangest of all times, coincidentally revealed in the verse, John 6:66. I believe it was to reveal what the spirit of Antichrist really is, which is leaving the bread of life within to partake of a false bread or false word externally. Many have taken the Bible, which is the corruptible physical manifestation of the Word, as being the true and undefiled Word, and may have begun, instead, to eat and drink of a corrupted Word, one not being sent by the Father and Mother, and thus they completely ignore the spirit senses as they pertain to the true Word coded within them. As an example, a father and mother would never abandon, destroy, and threaten to burn their children in a fiery hell and or demand worship from their children because of their lack or multiple errors. This should be encoded within all true seeds. This should not even be an acceptable belief with any true seed. And yet many allow themselves to be compromised, and instead of seeking the truth within, they begin to believe God does act in this manner. Many have allowed themselves to follow a new way, a new God, a new Christ, one whom did not follow these protocols, and they become corrupted. Christ was not and never has been the Bible. Christ is the Word, not the Bible, and the incorruptible Word of Christ is written within the soul, not on stone, papyrus or any other physical platform. Now learn a mystery. Christ is the spiritual conduit that extends between the father and mother and the children, or the many true seeds. One might say the pipeline. Just like a tree, the father and mother are the husbandmen, or farmers, as the sowers of the seed that plant the tree. The trunk or vine of the tree is Christ, the branches that extend from the trunk are the children of the father and mother, which came out of the Christ vine. These must produce fruit as the recipient of this energy process. It cannot manifest any other way. All of them are connected as one, but each play a pivotal role. When the father and mother sends its energy to us via the process, it must go through the main vine or trunk of the tree and then into the extensions, the branches. It is the same energy moving through the entire tree. Therefore, the energy is the life of the tree or the bread of life. Just as the original seed was the first begotten among many, so is the trunk the first of many branches. Everything extends from the trunk or main vine of the tree, everything. When a tree is watered, and receives sunshine, the nutrients come from the main vine and then into the branches. They do not come from any other source. There can be no other source to provide for the proper nourishment of the tree's branches. When the word is spoken via the father and mother, it is sent unto and through the entire tree via the vine or Christ, and the tree gets its power only from that source, not from anything external. The branch cannot look to another tree or source and say, "Feed me." Its life comes from within. Now understand another mystery. John 15:1-9 I am the true vine, and my Father is the husbandman. Every branch in me that bears not fruit he taketh away, and every branch that bears fruit, he purges it, that it may bring forth more fruit. The term taketh away means to remove something that is undesirable. Why is the Father removing something from the tree? Obviously, as we learned earlier, a good tree cannot produce bad fruit, neither can a bad tree produce good fruit. Therefore the mystery is unveiled. That which the Father must take away is that branch that is failing to produce fruit properly. Is that branch forever gone? Is that branch forever lost? Of course not. Nothing on the Father's tree is evil or bad, it cannot be. A good tree cannot produce bad fruit. However, a good tree can produce a branch that is not acting in order of the tree process, and thus that branch must need be removed. Then it states, that which does produce fruit must be purged so that it can produce more fruit. The term purge means eradicate, remove, liquidated, and expelled. Ask yourself a question. If you have produced fruit as a good seed, as one of the branches, then why is the Father removing you? And if you are part of the tree, where do you go so that you can produce more fruit, since you have been eradicated from the tree, which is Christ in us? The answer lies in the truth most of all Christianity and many other belief systems deny. It is called transmigration of the soul. The taking of the soul from one body and seeding it again in another. The branch that has yielded no growth, as well as the branch that did yield some fruit, can both be removed, and yet they are never destroyed. This is because the energy that brought forth your branch was forever your personal soul energy or seed that existed before the world was. Yet notice what it states, the Father purges it that it might bring forth more fruit. How is this even possible if one is only given a single lifetime, as many believe? Do you understand the beauty of this? The branch that is cut off is not eternally destroyed, it is simply removed until it can bring more fruit at another time, wherewith it becomes a new branch grafted into the same tree at another time. Again, under most belief systems today, how is this even possible? Now ye are clean through the word which I have spoken unto you. Abide in me, and I in you. As the branch cannot bear fruit of itself, except it abide in the vine, no more can ye, except ye abide in me. I am the vine, ye are the branches. He that abides in me, and I in him, the same brings forth much fruit, for without me ye can do nothing. If a man abides not in me, he is cast forth as a branch, and is withered, and men gather them, and cast them into the fire, and they are burned. If ye abide in me, and my words abide in you, ye shall ask what ye will, and it shall be done unto you. Herein is my Father and Mother glorified, that ye bear much fruit, so shall ye be my brothers and sisters. As the Father and Mother hath loved me, so have I loved you, continue ye in my love. This is the process of the regeneration. The children of the Father are the branches, and the glory of the branch is the fruits that the branch produces via the Christ. But the branch on its own cannot produce anything. It must rely on the energy sent from the Father and Mother into the vine. Nothing external can give anyone one iota of spiritual energy power that does not come from the main vine. This is the mystery of the Word. It is given to us from within the core of the tree, Christ, directly infused into all the branches. It is the code and the true Word. As stated above, the Bible is the dual seed of good and evil. It is the combination mixed with truth and error to create confusion. The Bible even interprets the word confusion. It is from the Hebrew word, Babel. The original root form to this word was Beryl. Vowels were added later. The key to understanding this is to understand the word Beryl means to mix together or confuse. Have you ever asked yourself about the origin of the word Bible and where it comes from? It came out of the 14th century AD. It came into the language as Biblion, as a papyrus roll or strip of papyrus that contained scriptures. It was the combination Old and New Testaments that were brought together by the Eastern and Western Roman emperors and the English kings and queens, which is extremely telling. Now ask yourself the question, what is the greatest confusion factor in this world today when speaking of the Bible? Many would say that both the Old and New Testaments are combined. Some believe they are the followers of the Old Testament, but not the New. Others believe they are the followers of the New Testament, not the Old. And some even believe they can somehow follow both, even though the one often contradicts the other. This is confusion, Beryl. The key is to understand that whatever it reveals, it shows a mixing that has occurred. A mixing of various books, songs, writings, prophets, kings, gods, Christs and many other attributes. And it is this mixing that has created all the confusion. And thus, the Bible is Babel. Remember, the Bible is not a fluent book of itself as an instruction booklet. It is a mixing of many books and writings from different time periods. The Bible is not a single story, it is a combination of writings from various people down through the ages, some inspired, some not. And then someone decided to take these writings and store them into a single book, or better known as biblos, meaning many books mixed together. And then they placed them all together as one. Therefore, we access the name, Biblion, Babylon. Yet these conspirators left out dozens if not hundreds of other writings so they could proffer this one single book per a set agenda, which amounted to 66 books in total. The Bible reveals the number of man is the number 6, based on his creation day, and here we have a chosen set of books all mingled or mixed together that created the number 66, and thus we have a symbol, or code. The Bible is linked to the number 666. Now we also learn that the Antichrist is the number 666. What is the Antichrist? It is a false Christ agenda and process, one that is opposite or against the true Christ, or better revealed anything that is outside the main tree, but is attempting to replace the true Christ with a false one. Remember, Christ is the Word, and all energy flows from the Father and Mother into the Christ. And then it flows into the branches, or children or offspring of the divine parents. It doesn't flow through the priests, ministers, bishops and rabbis and then unto the branches. It doesn't flow into your church and then into the branches. It flows directly from the main vine into the branches. Thus, Christ has personal control of every branch in him. Anything beyond that control is a false Christ. We also learned the barrel or Babel was the mixing or warping of the truth. This reveals another word has been added, a false word, to bring about confusion. So, the Antichrist is confusion, or a distortion of the true Christ/word. The Bible or Babel's origins are the tree of the mixing of the knowledge of good and evil, whereas the true Christ origins are the tree of life. It is now to be understood that the correct energy can only come from within. Any other source attempting to feed or nourish the branch can bring about death to the branches, and they will wither away and die, and then men will come and burn them. The books of the Bible, most of which are shreds of other older and more detailed works, are a mixing, and many of these works lack depth of knowledge. It is all surface knowledge to create confusion, which it has. The very fact that tens of thousands of religions were created from the same book whereas none of them agree with one another as to its content reveals utter confusion. However, the dark side uses this confusion to establish the idea that the reason the content is so misunderstood is only the true people can comprehend it, and although this is based in truth, it is being used to also create more division and confusion. What they don't tell you is that, yes, only the true children can understand as they are illuminated by the Christ. But, they also fail to reveal that the Bible is a mixture of both truth and error, therefore it is not wise to throw it all out because there is error, nor is it wise to accept it all because there is truth. Remember, until the time of the harvest, both seeds will dwell together in one field. If you attempt to rip out the false seeds, you might inadvertently toss away the good seeds. Therefore, it is not wise to reject the Bible in total, because it is some of the good seed that is within the true spirit. If you eliminate it all, you eliminate part of the truth, and therefore you could compromise the spirit energy within and forsake that spirit as it may reveal the same thing you just rejected. However, understand the key to the code. The word comes from within you. If what you are reading does not comply to that word, which is coming from within you, then you must not consume it, lest you die. If the word is coming from within you and it complies with the written or oral word, then the word is simply established and verified. You must use the keys to the code within yourself via the Spirit of Christ to separate the truth from the error and then hold fast to that which is good and refrain from the evil. What happens when a person tries to consume the entire Bible having this mixture? They become poisoned. They are not separating that which is error from the truth. They are accepting it all as truth even though it has been mixed. And what does this create? It is the inherent confusion within the soul, or the marker of the Antichrist, the one that has supplanted the father and mother and instead raised themselves up above all others to worship them. Therefore, consuming it, one may feel like it is sweet as honey to the lips, for the word appears to bring about eternal life. But when they swallow it makes their stomach sick, because the confusion is added and then the branch withers away and dies. As I have written for many years, if one takes a perfect clear glass of drinking water and adds only 5% arsenic into the water, it is still poison, and if you drink it even though it appears pristine on the surface, it will kill you. 2 Corinthians 3:3 For as much as ye are manifestly declared to be the epistle of Christ ministered by us, written not with ink, but with the Spirit of the living Father, not in tables of stone, but in fleshy tables of the heart. Do you see what this is saying? Those things coming from Christ are not written in ink. They are written within you. Now how does one communicate through the heart? It is via one's own thoughts as they are aligned in spirit with the main vine. As the seed, you are also the key to the code to the mystery. All true seeds have within them what they need to enable them to comprehend and receive the Spirit. Where is the key within? The Father and Mother through the first begotten Son live within each of the seeds as the spiritual DNA and RNA marker, and as the Word is Christ, that same Word exists within the true seeds. Colossians 1:27 To whom the Father would make known what is the riches of the glory of this mystery among the people, which is Christ in you, the hope of glory. And this is the ultimate mystery. The energy of Christ the Word is within you. The very original seed given by the father and mother is stored within your spiritual DNA/RNA. This is the mystery, this is the truth, and the word. Thus the code is within you, thus revealing Christ is living within you. It is not in some church, book or philosophy. Not that these things are bad, but if anything removes you from your personal connection to Christ and the Father and Mother in any way, it is a deception, a marker of the Antichrist, which is confusion. The true word is encoded within the true seeds. What I am sharing with you, you already have encoded within you, but many have tossed this message away because they have been led into error, via the mixture. And thus, they have lost or broken the connection that could set them free, and now must be purged to make them ready later. Christ said, I am the Word, he that eats my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life. Whoever is of the Father and Mother is a co-heir of Christ also. Whoever is co-heir to Christ has the same power within them as Jesus did, as the conduit of the Father and Mother. There is no other connection. As Jesus said, of myself I can do nothing except the Father in me doeth the good works. Why? Because you are co-heir, joint ownership. You are part owner of the glory and power that which is to be manifested within you via your inheritance. You at this level and stage of growth have become a conduit of this power and glory. You have consumed the flesh of the Word and drank the blood of the Christ, and now, it is in you as the bread of life. Chapter 11, Our Connection to the Invisible. The most difficult thing for any human to process is to believe in an invisible world that is directly linked to their consciousness, a world that cannot be seen or touched. As the seed is planted inside the earth, it is impossible to believe that above this limited world is another world where powers and glories exist, who care deeply about the growth of that simple tiny little seed. Of course, the seed cannot see this hidden domain until it begins to awaken from its limited portal. Once it extends above the ground, death, it can then perceive a magnificent world that is beyond anything it could have previously imagined. And yet it may still not comprehend the meaning of this new vista, this grand setting. It still lacks knowledge as to what it all represents. Little does this seedling recognize that it is connected to this hidden world in ways it could have never conceived. It is all a mystery to the seed at first, until it begins to realize its association to this invisible realm. This is the story of a hidden world that exists beyond our world. A world so magnificent few are even able to utter its grandeur. This is the story of our true home. This is where we came from, where we originally existed. This is where we belong. From the very beginning we were created out of the same spirit substance of our Father and Mother. We contain their resonance, their glory, their omniscience. But it is bundled inside a cocoon that is not yet ready to release its dynamic package of glory. Our Father and Mother love us as any parent would love their children. In fact, we have nothing comparable in this realm that typifies this love. The closest we can come to understanding such incomprehensive and unconditional love, is a mother's love for their child. The reason this bond is so strong is the mother carried her young for months, grafting this connection so deeply not only of the flesh but also of the soul. And even though the mother can release the child from her womb, the connection remains forever in some mystical sense. And yet this love cannot even compare to the love the father and mother have for each of their children. Sadly, there are those who pretend to carry the wisdom of the ages using their truth as a weapon of separation, and they greatly lack in the knowledge of how we are deeply connected to our divine ancestry. Instead they use tortuous methods of force and prodding that reveals their limited understanding of this magnificent love. And instead of teaching the truth that real genuine agape love covers all sin, they retrograde this important value to impart a lie, teaching that our lives are worthless when we slip up and fail, and that God is angry and will dismiss us without thought. The sad fact is, as a human with limited love, we understand that we can love our children no matter what they do. We are there when they fall. We are there when they make a mistake. We are there when they do wrong. As a parent with limited love, we even have a sense of unconditional love towards our children. This is not meant to say, We accept their faults, but it shows we will help them do better the next time, and never give up. Matthew 7:7 Ask and it will be given to you, seek and you will find, knock and the door will be opened to you. For everyone who asks receives, the one who seeks finds, and to the one who knocks, the door will be opened. Which of you, if your child asks for bread, will you give them a stone? Or if they ask for a fish, will you give them a serpent? If you, then, though you are evil, know how to give good gifts to your children, how much more will your Father in heaven give good gifts to those who ask him? So, in everything, do to others what you would have them do to you, for this sums up the law and the prophets. It is time to fully begin to understand that the love the Father and Mother has for us is deeper than any love we might be able to comprehend. If we can show a modicum of unconditional love in our state of awareness, then why do we suppress the same love coming from our divine parents? Why do we limit their love within human-ordained boundaries? Why is it that we could ever believe that the father and mother would destroy their own children because they failed? Why? Because we lacked the knowledge of the seed being the Word, and instead many have been trusting and following a false god, being compromised to reject the very inner sanctum of their own heart. My friends, it is time for all to comprehend that we the seed or children of the Father and Mother are a part of them as if it was their very own body. Like a toe, a finger, a leg, and even an arm. As a tree has many branches, all belong to the trunk of the tree. All of them are part of the same body. The tree is the body, and its extensions are also part of the whole. What happens when you prune or purge branches as stated before? The tree simply grows more branches. The body is life, and it continues to produce life. If part of the body is removed, the tree is still a living organism. That inherent substance inside the tree that produces branches is always there whether you cut or prune a branch because it is not performing as it needs to be. That energy that produced that branch is always within the tree, and in time will produce that branch again. Thus, as it was stated, you purge a branch to bring forth more fruit. It is not done to destroy, but to give life. Therefore, many have taken this knowledge to assume the branch that is cut off is forever lost because they misunderstand the power of the process. If you take a cup of water out of the ocean and throw it onto the beach, have you destroyed anything? Is that single cup of water forever lost now? Has it been relegated to a hell? Did the ocean lose part of itself? The same makeup, the same water, the same ocean is still there. The same qualities in the single cup never left the sea. Remember, the seeds of Christ are within him. That which is within him is never lost. Jesus spoke to the Father, and this is what he had to say in his final prayer. I have revealed you to those whom you gave me out of the world. They were yours, you gave them to me, and they have followed your word. Now they know that everything you have given me comes from you. For I gave them the words you gave me, and they accepted them. They knew with certainty that I came from you, and they believed that you sent me. I pray for them. I am not praying for the world, but only for those you have given me, for they are yours. All I have is yours, and all you have is mine. And glory has come to me through them. I will remain in the world no longer, but they are still in the world, and I am coming to you. Consecrated Father, protect them by the power of your name, the name you gave me, so that they may be one as we are one. While I was with them, I protected them and kept them safe by that name you gave me. None has been lost except the one doomed to destruction so that Scripture would be fulfilled. I am coming to you now, but I say these things while I am still in the world, so that they may have the full measure of my joy within them. I have given them your word, and the world has hated them, for they are not of the world any more than I am of the world. Christ prayed for all those that were given unto him from the Father, and it is in his name, further, that we are established as his own children. Those that belong to the Father were given to Christ as part of the process to continue to magnify this very precious family pedigree. Christ did not pray for the world or those who were not given to him. One must not pray for the wicked or those that are workers of iniquity, because they are not of the Father. The Father will not hear those prayers. Do you understand? This connection did not begin with the human life of Jesus the Christ. It had long been established before this world ever existed that there was an offspring of the father and mother that entered this world of death to follow the same process of their elder sibling brother. And when Jesus came, the Father began to restore unto him these fallen seeds who had left by entering darkness, that had sacrificed the light within all the true seeds. That light within those seeds that was sacrificed is the light of Christ. The internal seed of the Father and Mother is eternal. It is like the ocean. The only difference is, the seed before it morphs into its glory is the same exact composite as its parents, yet lacks definition of personal identity. If the seed is ever lost or cut off, nothing is ever lost, just like the cup of water removed from the ocean. The same exact properties that were in the cup is still very much in the ocean. Just like us, the same exact properties that are within us are within our divine parents. The code that makes you who you are is always within the divine parents, until it is finally released and it bears fruit to establish a singular identity of the whole, yet, still being part of the whole. As is stated, I and my Father are one. So why do we need to produce fruits? It is because our parents did not want us to remain as copies of them. What glory is there if a forest had nothing but the trunks of trees for as far as the eye could see, no fruit, no extensions of branches, nothing? It would be barren. The divine parents wanted uniqueness, and an individualized reality in all their children, something most religions refuse to honor and accept. Our parents want us to be like them but with our own unique qualities. This is no different than human parents. No one wants a bunch of robotic automatons as their children. We cherish the unique aspect of each child. Our divine parents expect or desire nothing less. We were led away to become this unique part of the body, as each branch is different in some way with the tree, so also are the children of the Father and Mother. The reason a branch is pruned and a fruitless seed is removed is because it doesn't carry the unique qualities that it needs to have. It is part of the tree via the energy that created it, but it is not unique, it is still barren. Secondly, if a branch or fruitless seed does not develop based on the glory of the Spirit that sent it, it cannot exist in the Father's realm. It will not have the qualities to remain in perfection until it matures using wisdom and knowledge through choice. But removing that element that failed to produce is not an extinction of life, because it never became that which it was supposed to be, it just simply was taken back into the fold until a time that it can be sent out again. That same seed is planted again that has the exact same potential as the original seed, and thus is the power of grace. We must begin to understand how deeply our divine parents love their children. When we begin to understand the power of grace, we then begin to understand the truth of reincarnation that the Western religious world has denied. The concept of reincarnation has left many stumbling in their understanding. When you think about it, what really is reincarnation? It is when a soul is replanted into this world but it has no awareness of its past. It doesn't realize who it was prior. And yet this soul existed, it existed within another time, another life, having different parents etc. It was a branch severed from the tree and then it grew back later unto another part of the same tree. And even though you do not realize who you are, you existed before. You are here before. Just like the leaf of an autumn tree or the blade of grass in the springtime, they were here before, that same exact energy, yet they know it not. All the false concepts of heaven and hell are lost to those who do not understand the mystery of grace. Grace does not give us the legal right to err and then be forgiven, it gives us another chance to produce fruits. Therefore, it stated, is it all right to sin because we are now under grace and not the law, which brings death? Absolutely not. Sin is a perversion of our true connection. However, the fruits of the Spirit eventually conquer all sin. We are granted many lifetimes until we have produced enough fruit to escape the law of death. And whether we know this or not or even believe it, it is happening to everyone that is divinely connected. Every time we enter what we call life, we are entering what is called death. We are buried inside the earth, metaphorically to die, to be in the transition of death, until we begin to live. And no matter how many times you or I have been here, it is still the spirit essence of you and me, hidden within the cocoon of this body. Even if we were pruned or weeded out or eliminated in a past growth cycle, we are back again to recover what we lost. And in each cycle, that which we do that is in harmony with the Divine Spirit, it is gathered and stored in a place that is being reserved for us when we finally break free. This place is also in the hidden world, the place where we cannot see. It reveals that we are rewarded according to our works, and that our good works are stored in heaven where moth and rust cannot corrupt. This is so pivotal, and in Book 4 I will explain this in more detail. Although we may see ourselves lacking, each of us have stored lifetimes of good works sealed for the day we can be reunited with this secret hidden world. And although a single lifetime might seem greatly lacking, many lifetimes have built a reservoir of good works, while the evil works are pruned and removed. The good works are saved eternally. And even though we have been pruned of our bad works, of our failings, of our faults, this does not destroy or ever remove the real value of who we are. The father and mother love their children, and they will allow for and do whatever it takes for their children to eventually succeed. Would you expect any less? And unlike so many of the shepherds, pastors, priests, bishops and rabbis who have long taught the lie that we are here to worship God and do as we are told or we will be destroyed, we are now being given the whole truth of the process that each soul must go through to finalize their glory from within. This perverted lie that the further demands worship and blind obedience is a satanic demonic falsification, all because these so-called teachers never understood the process wrought by loving parents as the father and mother, and instead they have bought into the falsehood of the enemy, who planted a false word and fabricated seeds. The plan of the father and mother cannot fail any more than eternity can cease to exist. The plan was revealed, as stated earlier. As in Adam's seed all die, as in Christ fruits all shall be made alive. The corruption must put on incorruption. This is the true divine axiomatic law of regeneration. There is no failure in the plan of the father and mother to produce children and offspring that are all unique and are all part of the divine incorruption. Now understand the mystery. If you take part of eternal life and send it out to produce fruit, then how can it ever become non-eternal, non-existent? Even if it does not produce fruit, the substance is still eternal. The father and mother cannot create corruption, death. For their very essence that they use to create is eternal, incorrupt. Therefore, the light within the seeds of the father and mother is eternal, everlasting, life. The male and female created in the likeness of a false god was from the very beginning corrupt, meaning it was death in the process, because the tree of life was hidden and disguised for another tree, a tree of corruption, a tree of death. This tree, this death, is being used to further the potential of the seed. Thus, the seed is buried into the earth, death, so that it may grow in heaven, life. This is because the likeness of the god of this world was the likeness of death, not life. The god of this world is the god of death, decay and destruction. And this same god has blinded the entire world by its lies. Because it has taught that death that we are living in called corruption is the only life. And the divine life in the hidden world is death. And from this point on we have been deceived into believing the cocoon is in the image of the father and mother and not realizing it has nothing to do with the father and mother, it is only that which is within the cocoon that belongs to them. It is not the outer that unites our connection, but the inner. Again, I repeat, flesh and blood cannot please the Father, it is not possible, because death is not of the Father. So obviously, our connection to our divine parents is not our human form, but what is inside the form. Our spiritual hidden essence exists in the same world we cannot see, touch, taste, hear or smell. The hidden world. And this is what pleases the Father and Mother via faith and trust. Chapter 12, Awareness versus the Awakening. At this point it is time to begin to unravel the mystery at our level of understanding. I want this to be as simple as can be. This book is going to be a revelation of a magnitude that is truly amazing, because I want the message to sink into the mind. And when one has too much information, all at once, it begins to dull the senses and the message becomes lost. It is all about the significance and quality of the content. I can't help but point out that as humans we are conscious beings. We can think and choose at many levels of awareness. I don't want you to get the impression that we are simply some lifeless seed that has no conscious awareness. These are simply analogies and metaphors to help ascertain the degree of our connection and/or separation to the Father and Mother. We live in a world where we must make choices all the time, and it seems rather odd that we are existing in a type of death when we seem to feel very much alive. There is a reason for this. The real characteristic for each soul is known as consciousness awareness. This awareness is in the soul, which is planted within the body avatar that we call human. The soul is very much alive and aware at certain level of degrees. However, the body it is wearing is in fact dying. It is true, with a certain amount of technology one could suspend death for hundreds of years. However, it doesn't change the fact that the body is in a state of corruption and decay. Matter is always in a state of corruption and decay. The body feels pain, it bleeds, and it can become infected with disease and other disorders. The body needs a specific type of air so it can breathe. It is susceptible to dangers of certain type foods because without the proper energy the body will fail to be nourished. However, these are simply delay tactics of what is transpiring at the inner core. We are experiencing death, as opposed to eternal life. The aging process is real and the body is constantly decaying. This is because the three-dimensional matter worlds are death. However, since we are seemingly aware and can use multiple senses, we believe we are very much alive. When we dream, often we can dream of worlds that we are living in. Some of them negative realms, others very positive realms, but when we awaken we realize it was all a dream in that we had been sleeping when we believed we were awake. What we fail to ascertain is the soul is what was dreaming, the body's brain is not registering the event, therefore, it is nearly impossible once awakened to retain what the soul experienced and bring it back into the constructs of the brain without practice. The body and brain sleep to regain energy to sustain itself for another day as it dies. We call the brain gray matter because it is in a state of death or decay. Whereas the soul is inherent life, the body is a machine and the soul is its occupant. If we fail to get proper sleep, death would rear its ugly head much faster. So, the first key into understanding the mystery of death is, what we call life is simply an energy that sustains a computerized biological machine. And the soul is connected using a mystical linking to this apparatus, as I will explain throughout my series of books. Something is giving us the illusion of life while the body is in the process of death. The ancients understood that the body is a parasitical worm-making machine. It is filled with worms as the body lives in decay. As disgusting as this may seem, it is a sound fact. The human body and its local realm, all of which we perceive as reality, is what is called an artificial spirit. Yes, you read that right. We are living in an artificial spirit realm, a fake realm, a realm that is not reality, no more than the strange mind event that you may have had last night that once awakened you realized it was just a dream. Jesus spoke to John about all this in the last Gospel of John. He explains it so well I wanted to share it here with my comments. I asked the Savior, Lord, will every soul be saved and enter the pure light? He replied, you are asking an important question, one that will be impossible to answer for anyone who is not a member of the unmoved race. Remember, not everyone is of the good seed, not everyone is of the father and mother. They are the people, true seeds, upon whom the Spirit of life will descend and the power will enable them to be saved and to become perfect and worthy of greatness. They expunge evil from themselves and they will care nothing for wickedness, wanting only that which is not corrupt. They will achieve freedom from rage, envy, jealousy, desire, or craving. These are the false fruits of death. the physical body will negatively affect them. For it is in a state of death, they wear it. Notice the body is something we wear. It is not who we are, as they look forward to the time when they will meet up with those who will remove it. This is when this process is finally ended and those who qualify will meet their true heritage and family and will then be released back home. Those people deserve indestructible eternal life. They endured everything, bearing up under everything that happened so that they can deserve the good and inherit life eternal. They use the fruits of the Spirit to conquer this world of death over a very long process of time. Then I asked him, Lord, what about the souls who didn't do these things even though the Spirit of life's power descended on them? These are souls that do not produce proper fruit even though they are the true seed. They must be purged. Their growth had been underdeveloped. He answered, if the Spirit descends to people they will be transformed and saved. The power descends on everyone and, without it, no one can even stand up. These are the children of the vine. Every one of the true seeds receive the Spirit of life from the Source Father and Mother, through Christ, and they will eventually all be saved. The Spirit only descends on those who were chosen from before the world was, that is the pre-existent unmoved race. After they are born, if the Spirit of life increases in them, power comes to them and their souls are strengthened. Nothing then can lead them astray unto wickedness. But if the artificial spirit comes into people, the false spirit of this world, it leads them astray. This is a false spirit or Antichrist deceiving even the very children of the Father and Mother. Then I said, Lord, when souls come out of the flesh, where do they go? This is speaking of the afterlife and the transmigration of the soul. He replied, smiling, if the soul is strong it has more of the true power than it has of the artificial spirit, and so it flees from wickedness. With the assistance of the incorruptible one, the power of Christ, that soul is saved and it attains eternal rest. This is when the soul has produced fruits and has used these fruits to overthrow the deception. It will then no longer have to return into this body of death, they can now rest from their toils. Revelation 3:12 reveals this hidden truth in a vague text. Notice him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my Father, and he shall go no more out. The term, going no more out, simply means not having to be reborn again into this world. I then asked him, Lord, what of the souls of the people who do not know whose people they are? Where do they go? These are they which have been confused by the spirit of Antichrist, which led them to partake of the artificial spirit of this world, looking to the external instead of the power of the Spirit, which resides internally. They are not aware of who they are. He responded, in those people the artificial spirit has grown strong and they have gone astray. Their souls are burdened, drawn to wickedness, and cast into forgetfulness. These are the children who have lost their way, and have fallen into the trap of the artificial false spirit. These will enter what is called the waters of forgetfulness and be reseeded. When they come forth from the body, such a soul is given over to the powers created by the rulers. The rulers are the archons, the false seed-bearers and sowers that rule over this entire cosmos and even into the fourth dimension, where those at death are carried, bound in chains. Chains represent the bondage of prison within the human body, and cast into prison again. This is the return trip to death in this realm via reincarnation. Around and around it goes until it manages to become free from forgetfulness through knowledge. And so, eventually, it becomes perfect and is saved. Cast into chains and bound, around and around is the effect known as reincarnation, where souls are not producing fruits, and thus are returned to death. Eventually the soul will learn the process and become free from this trap. Does this sound like something gained from a single lifetime? Of course, not. Then I asked, Lord, how does the soul shrink down so as to be able to enter its mother or a man? He was happy that I asked this and said, you are truly blessed because you have understood. The soul should be guided by another within whom is the spirit of life. It will be saved by that means and accordingly will not have to enter a body again. Important key. The soul is guided by another, meaning the father and mother through the Christ. This guidance leads to the proper production of fruits as the vine gives its energy to the branches, wherewith the soul does not have to enter death anymore. It is imperative to understand that Christ revealed about the artificial spirit, which is the three-dimensional realm or virtual reality world. Artificial means fake, a copy, something that appears real, but is not. This information was altered in the Bible because it was too damning to the false seed-bearers of the dark side. They do not want you to understand that the world we exist in at present is a fraud. It is Antichrist. The world we perceive as reality is nothing but a programmed dream to serve a fallen angel who rules this world in darkness. 2 Corinthians 4:4 In whom the archon of this cosmos hath blinded the minds of them which believe not, lest the light of the glorious gospel of Christ, who is in the image of the Father, should shine unto them. However, whether the dream or what we call life is real or not, we are aware at another level. Our soul consciousness is aware of what is going on, and it gives us an experience using a virtual reality or what is known as a simulation, without having to directly be grafted within. Simulations can feel as real as anything we might perceive. It can create a sense of reality or artificial reality which mimics spirit. And often all that matters are, as we experience it, it indeed appears very real to the experiencer. So, when we speak of a virtual reality or an artificial spirit, we are speaking of something that is simply not real, in the sense of life eternal. Death being revealed by this knowledge is truly a non-real force. There is no such thing as death to the divine seeds other than your experience of it. It is not real, by virtue that our soul is connected to life eternal. When we go into a theater and watch a movie, what we are witnessing is an experience, but what we are seeing is not real. It is a virtual reality projection, a simulation created to entertain us at another level of awareness. Therefore, this is what makes it all possible to be living in death while seemingly being alive. Death equals a virtual reality simulation. Life equals eternal reality. Death and life in this world is artificial, or a virtual reality experience. We as the soul consciousness are not dead, but our true consciousness is asleep and is not aware that we are not living in what we call reality. Most people are living inside a trance state illusion. They appear awake but they are being programmed in some other virtual mode of operation. It's stated that Christ came to awaken those who were asleep. And the term sleep is often parallel to death or the brother of death. Death in its literal terminology means one that is not fully awake or maybe completely asleep, yet one believes they are awake because they are aware. Just like what happens when we dream. While dreaming, unless one is lucid, which means you know you are dreaming while in the dream, chances are you have no clue that you are asleep at that very moment. Everything around you may seem real. In a dream, you can touch, hear, and even visualize and appear to use all your senses, and then like magic it is all swept away when the morning alarm blares. How is this possible? Because although one may be aware, most likely they are not awake. There is a huge difference. Being aware has little to do with being awake. Aware, having knowledge of something from having observed it or been told about it. Awake, fully conscious and not asleep, being alert and vigilant about all of what is going on around you. Thus, we sense this life is real to us. We believe through these sensations that we are actively part of something that is very real. Therefore, you are aware, but chances are, you are not awake. It is extremely important that just because we are consciousness awareness does not mean we are awake. And this is the separation between life and death. Therefore, Christ said, "Let the dead bury the dead." Although seemingly cruel, he was revealing the mystery of sleep. Just because people believe they are awake doesn't mean they are not sound asleep. Again, just like any dream, you may appear to be aware, but you are not awake. We are conscious beings, even though consciousness awareness doesn't mean we are awake. Death is an awareness, but it is not real. For when you exit the realm of death, then you become aware at another level. The mystery is realizing when one may have been asleep and then passed on to the other side. It doesn't mean they have awakened. It could be a dream within a dream. When our soul is sent to this realm of death buried in the earth, human body, we are sleeping at the soul level, and are aware of the process that is taking place while sleeping, yet knowing nothing of who we are or where we came from. Everything about us is lost, all past information is forgotten, for the most part. The soul is not awake. You can prove this by simply asking yourself, who are you? Where did you come from? Who were you in a past life? How many lives have you had? What were your names? Who are your families? Where did you originate from before the world's foundation was set? All this information that should be second-hand knowledge is hidden except to a fully awakened soul. But to a sleeping soul, it is not aware of anything unless it was given pieces and tidbits of this knowledge through some other level of awareness. Now that we have addressed this issue, one can now begin to understand or even slightly awaken to the fact that being aware does not mean being awake. And thus, everything we experience could be an illusion of the mind. If one is not fully awake, then one is being fooled by a false awareness, an artificial spirit, rather than awakened wisdom. And this is the beginning of the next mystery unraveled. The father and mother know and totally understand we are in this state of awareness even while being asleep. And as we move through the process, there are things we need in the illusory world: clothing, food, a place to dwell, etc. These things are to be given freely to those who place their entire trust and faith in the father and mother. This is lost knowledge. We are told the opposite from cradle to grave, because we do not exist in life but death. Our lives, in this death process, will be fully taken care of, and we will be without nothing that we need, and sometimes even what we desire or long for, if it doesn't impede the process. The father and mother will give us everything we need in this death process to move forward. However, those things we desire beyond what is necessary are often withheld unless we reject the father and mother and begin using the false spirit to access one's faulty desires. We can fully decide to separate our connection to the father and mother and decide to acquire whatever it is we want and choose, and often make it so. This direction will always lead us astray. Remember what Jesus said to John: in those people the artificial spirit has grown strong and they have gone astray. Their souls are burdened, drawn to wickedness, and cast into forgetfulness. This is not the direction we should be heading. Our responsibility is to produce fruits, so that we can arise to even greater glory in our Father and Mother's kingdom. Chapter 13, Faith, the True Divine Connection. What I am about to reveal can be the most rewarded and the most fantastic blessing that you might ever receive. The truth about faith is everlasting, rewarding, and yet it is mocked and scoffed by those that do not understand the most important connection we could ever obtain. The definition of faith within the Bible is, the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. The definition of faith from a secular point of view is, something that is believed especially with strong conviction, yet without having any factual evidence. I want you to take the time to understand these definitions. Faith is not some idle nonsense that people turn to because they are weak. Faith is a real power. Faith is the knowing that you have the supreme power of all universes guiding, directing and controlling your life from the invisible realm. And it will never fail. Although let me tell you what faith is not. Faith is not getting everything you humanly desire, it is in the knowing that you will receive everything that is important to the process. Have you ever noticed that your life goes in cycles? Sometimes you are standing tall and other times you feel like a worm. This is all part of the process that we must go through. When the cycles tend to stretch into the trials and difficulties longer than they do during the rejuvenation aspects, this may be telling you that you are fighting against the will of the father and mother, or simply you are not using faith to regulate your condition. When anything goes wrong in your life, this is natural for the process, but when things remain wrong for a long extended period, this means you are not returning your will unto the father and mother, but instead enforcing your own will. Let me explain. Each of us will go through elements in our life where it feels as though the father and mother turns their back on us. This is the most excruciating feeling one can have when fully placing your trust in the father and mother. There is no more empty feeling than this. As Christ stated, my Father, why have you forsaken me?" Each of us goes through this often in our life. And it does feel as though we have been forsaken. However, there is something very beautiful in this process. There is a reason the father and mother at times let go of the controls. Most of the time it occurs when it seems we are at the lowest point in our life, where we are struggling with problems, whether financially, health-wise, or even legal issues, and suddenly there is no help. So often when we want help from the father and mother at our greatest time of need, we feel emptiness, we feel as if there is no one there, that we are all alone now. We feel betrayed, we feel mocked, and we feel that maybe we are just not that important. I have experienced this hundreds of times in my life. There are times I feel so locked into the father and mother where I feel nothing could ever go wrong, everything is in good hands. Then there are other times that I feel like I was kicked in the gut and abandoned, left bloodied, when I needed them the most. Let me tell you a secret. When things are going well, we tend to feel secure. When things go awry, we feel trapped, filled with doubt, terror, dread and fear. Faith is a power to overcome all things. Faith is not getting what you want, but knowing you will be taken care of in a very crucial way. Faith is the secret trust that is childlike. Can you read that last sentence again and truly understand it? There is a reason the father and mother turn their back, so to speak, on us, especially when we need them the most. I am sure every one of you has read the poem, Footsteps in the Sand. This poem is partially correct, but there is a flaw within its perception. When we need the father and mother the most and we feel they left us, or abandoned us, unlike the poem states, this is when they really have let go, this is when we are left on our own to figure out how to get through the trial. However, do not confuse this with them leaving you or forsaking you. They have not forsaken us, they have not abandoned us, they simply let go to discover what we have learned via the process and what we are made of. When you take a child, and begin to teach them how to ride a bike, you walk alongside while holding the handlebar of the bike and slowly you guide them as they learn how the bike operates with balance, precision and speed. At this point you could say you are protecting and encouraging the child during their most difficult feat, as he or she must do something that is difficult and it requires strength, endurance and balance. It is usually frightening because the child has not yet mastered the maneuvering of the bike. However, with the parents there, they're completely in control, it makes the difficulty of the procedure so much more tolerable. If mom or dad is guiding and controlling the bike, everything is alright. It may seem scary, but heck, mom and dad are there, so there is nothing to really worry about. However, what occurs the moment mom or dad lets go of the handlebar and the child is now left all on their own to deal with this new enterprise? This is when stress rears its ugly head, fear begins to take over, suddenly you feel betrayed and the very people that you were counting on left you hanging there like some helpless animal lost in the woods. You might even begin to scream, or cry, or beg for help. Please mom and dad, help me. Yet the parents stand there with a loving laughter towards the child's grief, saying, "It is all right, you will be fine, there is nothing to fear or worry about, just do what we taught you to do and it will all work out." In this moment in time is when the child feels most helpless because they realize at that instant that they must regulate the dynamics of the ride on their own, and that is very frightening. The child may believe in their heart that this feat is too difficult and they will not be able to master it, and sooner or later they may even crash and possibly even be injured. At this point in time it will feel like mom and dad are more of your enemy than your friends. How many times have we had this occur when it comes to our divine parents? You might want to say things that are not pleasant, you might want to tell them what you really feel and you may even do so. But at the very moment they let go, one often becomes miserable and angry. This represents a lack of faith, And it's through this very process of difficulty we begin to build faith if we allow. It is by our sufferings that we learn. Now when we use this typical teaching method, we all understand that the reason we let go of the bike is we wanted our child to be able to ride the bike on their own without the need of help. This is easy to understand. We also realize the parents did not forsake their child nor leave them. They just simply allowed the child to learn how to ride a bike on their own. This same method is used with almost everything in life as a teaching method to help a child or even an adult learn. The same method is elevated when it comes to the divine world, where the rewards are so much greater. We are not learning how to ride a bike, of course, but we are learning to use faith to build character, stamina and durability via the fruits within. We can see the parallels in this world that help us better understand how the father and mother may handle us at times. They never forsake us or leave us, but they often let go of the handlebars of our life for short periods of time so that our branch may be able to produce fruit. Obviously, there is something much more significant that we are being taught. The bike in our life is called faith, one of the many virtues we call fruits. Faith is the catalyst that helps us move through the process of change. Without faith, we cannot do it, it is impossible. However, faith without works is dead. What do I mean by this? Many believe faith is some church they go to, or some belief system they have. Faith is a power that one connects to by hope and belief. It is not a belief system or church. When we plug in an appliance into a wall socket, it receives the power to engage the operation of the appliance to allow for it to work. Faith is the hidden unseen power flowing mysteriously through the circuits. There can be millions of different uses that can be used via this power, but it is all the same power that is being used for different uses. Faith is a power. It is not just a belief, or a teaching, or a concept. Faith is a living power, and when we plug into it, it works every single time. Just like the appliances, if you fail to plug it in, it isn't going to work no matter how much hope you have. The works of faith is the accessing or using the power of faith. There are works needed for faith, and there is a process that we must follow. As stated above, the child on the bike, when it was being guided by the father and mother, that was a form of faith, but it was not perfected. The parents had to let go, and then the child could learn to take control of the bike on its own. This is the beginning of the works of faith. Other scriptures speak of this in another way, as stated, when in time the people should be taking the meat, they still need the milk. It was revealed that the milk is likened unto what a mother feeds her babies. The usage of milk reveals that one needs someone else to take care of you, in type, like a nursing mother, as well as clean you, dress you, guide you and walk with you likened unto, holding the handlebars of your bike. It was revealed that there comes a time when an individual must begin taking of the meat. This is the spiritual counterpart to being able to discern on your own from right and wrong and being able to choose right. This is called spiritual maturity. Often people are told that a church is there to feed them, once again, as in type, like their mother. How many times have you heard the term, the church is your mother? The problem is, the church is to guide one to Christ, to enable one to put on the entire garment of Christ, to become like Christ. And to do this, one must break away from the mother and begin taking in spiritual food on their own. Sadly, this never happens for most churchgoers. They were never taught that they must be trained to break away on their own and begin a life where they must come into a personal relationship with Christ. Instead, they continue to receive the milk of their mother, and they never ever grow beyond a certain point. They remain babies, and this is exactly what was revealed. They are still babes in Christ, sold unto carnality. They believe they have everything they need. They feel they are rich and increased with goods on a physical level, and have no need for anything spiritual. They never grow to the next level. This horrible stagnation retards their growth, and they become followers of a belief system, having no internal connection, as co-heirs. Believing you can correctly ride the bike takes absolute faith by doing it. Faith must lead one to take the reins of the handlebars on their own and begin their personal journey with Christ. Just like the bike, we are on a spiritual ride, one that we must learn to master. No one said it was going to be easy. However, if fear and doubt crowd the mind, then faith is unplugged and the result is a potential crash. Often the parents are nearby to save the day, but the child never realizes that they could have done it on their own. So now let us learn the next mystery. Our job in this world is to produce fruits. The fruits of the Spirit are love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, faith, gentleness, meekness, temperance, which leads to life. These are our bicycles we need to learn to ride. These are the fruits of the Spirit that is directing us always. If at any time you access any of these attributes, there is no trial that can harm you. For everything we go through in life is all designed for us to use one of the above virtues to counteract any situation. Before I go further, it is important to understand that no one receives eternal life because they produce fruits. You cannot earn eternal life. It is and always has been a gift. Remember, the seed is always the whether there are fruits or not. It is seed that is eternal. When we were created in the image of our Father and Mother, we were created spirit, not flesh and blood. Therefore, Christ said, "Ye must be born again in spirit." Well, to be born again means you had to have existed in spirit prior. You were already born in spirit, but now we are on a course of developing, learning and growing while in the flesh so that it can be added unto our spirit as fruits of our growth. Thus, as it stated, we are rewarded based on our works. The reward is not eternal life, but what we shall receive while being eternal. The fruits we produce, which is unique from everyone else simply because each soul is producing their own individualized fruit, are the works that are being manifested towards our individualized glory that shall be revealed in us. They are stored up for a future use. Just like when you gather fruit from an apple tree, you store the apples where you can access them later. You do not store away the tree. The tree must continue to produce more and more fruit. No matter what the situation that arises in one's life, the answer to your dilemma is resolved by using the fruits of the Spirit. There, you just saved a boatload of money at the shrink's office. The reason the Father and Mother must let us go at times is because we must produce these fruits using the energy of faith. And sometimes, as hard as it may seem, they even must purge a branch so more fruit can be produced later. Nevertheless, they never forsake us or leave us. The Father and Mother is guiding us to the fruit well. It is then we must dip into it and access the fruits on our own. It is like the old saying, you can lead a horse to water but you cannot force them to drink. The Father and Mother gives us everything we need to combat any situation in life by simply using faith to acquire one or all the fruits of the Spirit. If we did this every time we had a problem, the problem would be short-lived. In fact, it would cease to exist almost immediately. The true issue is, we are like that little child who becomes frightened when the parents let go of the handlebar. We feel betrayed, we feel scared, fearful, and we often lose control, which could also be stymied by use of one of the fruits, that is self-control, as temperance. We often end up pulling away from our Father and Mother and decide we do not like doing it their way. And this is when we stumble and fall through life. Some do not always pull away, but they have no desire to ride the bike on their own, so they allow others to do it for them so they won't get injured. And this leads to drinking more milk instead of eating the meat. All answers to any dilemma is in one of fruits of the Spirit. There is no problem in life that cannot be quarantined by using these fruits. These fruits are problem eradicators. The fruits of the Spirit are love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, faith, gentleness, meekness, temperance and life. No matter what our situation is, nothing can stand against these eradicators. Our divine parents let go of our spiritual handlebars so that we can use any one of these fruits of the Spirit to stabilize a situation and often correct it completely, via faith. Fear, doubt, anger, wrath, jealousy, rage, war are all emotions that are contrary to the spirit of the father and mother. When a trial besets us, we often turn to the false seed fruits. This is because in this environment we are programmed to react based on negative emotions. However, if we simply took the time to stop and gather our thoughts, every problem can be solved with one of the above good fruits. Each of these fruits is a power that exists within the hidden realms. Faith is our link to these powers. Faith is also one of the powers. The fruits of the Spirit are love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, faith, gentleness, meekness, temperance and life. When we are feeling a disconnect from the Father and Mother, it is not they have forsaken us or left us alone, they are asking us to ride the bike on our own for just a little way to give us confidence, to learn we can control any situation we desire instead of getting all up in arms and filled with the wrong spirit of jealousy, wrath and anger. If you practiced this any time something negative enters your life, watch what happens to your spirit. It is like a hidden power is granted you as if you had a genie in a lamp, albeit a good genie. Trials occur only to help strengthen us to build fruits. We don't like them, often they are no fun. However, we have never been left alone. We are given a full assault team of fruits to defy any problem that exists. All we must do is take the reins of our spiritual bicycle and apply them to the situation. This is true faith. When we do this, we often feel this deep love coming from our divine parents as nothing we have ever felt before. In fact, we feel foolish to have ever doubted them in the first place. We feel humbled and filled with goodness and the mostly security. It is now that we realize the fruits are the qualities of our divine parents that they never let go of us. They wanted us to hold tighter onto them. For the fruits of the Spirit are internal and the eternal qualities of our Father and Mother. When we are engaged using these fruits, everything seems right at that very moment, everything seems perfect, like there was never anything to ever fear or ever worry about, which is true, until the next time when Mom and Dad decide to let you do it on your own. And then we are back to square one. This is done continually until we finally realize there is nothing that can harm us. We have total power on our side. If we allow trials to negatively affect us, our parents will let us go time and time again until we realize that we can do it by simply using the invisible power of the fruits. And then at that moment we know we are truly connected to our divine parents. They truly are powers. The fruits of the Spirit are love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, faith, gentleness, meekness, temperance and life. Every time we use these fruits to combat anything in life, it becomes our reward. It is never forgotten or ever lost. As we build these fruits, they continually build interest and eventually it establishes who we are becoming. Remember, the entire process we are going through is to build fruits. And this is how it is done. These fruits are our weapons of peace against all that is of violence. These fruits are eternal life against all that is death. And the more we use them, the more we become them. That is correct. We are becoming these fruits, and these are the fruits on our branch that is yielding growth. And it is by faith that connects us to these harmonious patterns, which we call hope. The substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Using these fruits, which are tantamount to spiritual attitudes, takes faith to believe that one can succeed in a three-dimensional matter universe where everything seems to be about the five senses. I assure you that these attributes work every time if you use them. The fruits of the Spirit are love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, faith, gentleness, meekness, temperance and life. If you are fearful and doubting, replace it with faith, trust. If you hate, replace it with love. If you're unhappy, replace it with joy. If you're agitated, replace it with peace. If you are intolerant, replace it with patience. If you feel betrayed, replace it with gentleness. If you feel used, replace it with kindness. If you feel proud and boastful, replace it with meekness. If you are tempted to do wrong, replace it with temperance. In all things replace that which is a hindrance against us with the use of the fruits of the Spirit. Using this formula will gain great successes and they will never be lost. Do you understand why I have so meticulously revealed the difference between the God of this world and the Father and Mother? When you read about the God of this world in the Bible, all you must do is align these fruits with the actions of this God. Do the fruits align with the actions, or are the fruits dark and illusory? The Father and Mother will never act or react opposite of these fruits. Why? Because they are the very fruits of their spirit. It is who they really are. These fruits are not just ideas, it is the very nature of our divine parents. As the beloved John said, therefore there is love. Any time you witness anything contrary to these fruits, then know that it does not come from the Father and Mother. It is impossible for our divine parents to go against their very own nature. Now granted, it is never easy in the beginning to produce these fruits. Just like riding the bike, it is difficult in the beginning, but after a while it all becomes second nature. For these fruits come from our divine parents' traits and character. If it does not fall into line with these fruits, it is not of the Father and the Mother. And remember, once you understand the fruits of the Spirit, you can see through all error and separate it from that which is good. Even when reading the Bible or any writing, if you use these fruits and come up upon something that is not of these fruits, then you know which seed has been planted. Often when reading the Bible or taking any information within that might goes against the fruits that are encoded into your spiritual DNA, we will instantly feel it as something is wrong, like a red flag. Sadly, though, when he questioned that which is contrary to that which is coming from within us, we often find ourselves in a battle of sorts. All my life I saw things in the Bible that made no sense to me. I mean, to the fact that I felt something was wrong deep down, the red flag alert. I saw certain aspects that were uplifting and that was good, and it helped me. I came across many things that were good for the soul. Yet when I ran across things that seemed wrong, and my soul was being negatively affected, whereas it didn't fit the picture, it seemed out of place. Then I knew where the error was. Yet when you are following someone else who demands that you take in the error with the good, you become confused, and there is the whole of the problem. Take this verse for example, supposedly spoken by Jesus, Luke 19:27, but those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither, and slay them before me. There are many scriptures in the Bible that do not align with the fruits of the Spirit. Some are entire verses, some are entire stories, others are a fragment or bits and pieces added to a verse or scripture. Nevertheless, our internal code will always catch them, but it is up to us to listen to that which is within and then act or respond accordingly. Now, what is wrong with the verse above? This is a violent mindset, an attitude of power and control, and death is in its vibration, just like the gods of old. What did Jesus say to his Father when he was being crucified concerning the onlookers? He said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." He did not say, "Kill them all for rejecting me." This is the mind of Christ, for it shows the fruits of patience, self-control, and love, etc. The mind above in this verse is not the mind of Christ. It reveals anger, pride, ego, jealousy and vengeance. So often these false seeds were added to portray Jesus or the Father and Mother negatively or more human, rather than spiritual. However, since the code is within us, we can see through every single implanted false seed error by simply using the keys, fruits within. You shall know them by their fruits. Chapter 14, Protection and Deliverance. Being one of the true seeds affords one complete protection and deliverance in any situation. Placing your trust in the Father and Mother is like having the best security system available. When we rely on this assistance, amazing miracles occur that cannot be readily comprehended by the five senses. I remember among a multitude of stories I have had happen in my life, when about 25 years ago, I had just dropped my wife off to work. We lived about 6 miles from her place of business, and most of the trip this one sunny day had us driving in extreme heat. By the time We had turned into the parking lot. I had noticed steam was pressured out from the hood of the car. I realized that the radiator must have overheated. My wife went inside to her job and I was left outside to discover the problem. And sure enough, when I lifted the car hood, the radiator was blowing its stack. Ironically, I had just read an article that stated, if you leave the engine running while removing the radiator cap, it will keep the heated water down inside in the engine, and not rapidly burst through the top. I had a gallon of water with me, so I left the engine running, as was stated, and proceeded to take the radiator cap off. Well, surprise, surprise, there is one valuable lesson in life, and that is not everything one is told can be trusted. The radiator exploded, sending super hot scalding water everywhere. And unlucky me, I was the beneficiary of most of that boiling H2O. I was covered from head to toe with water all over my body, and it appeared as if I had jumped into a swimming pool with my clothes on. I stood there in shock for what seemed like 30 seconds, waiting to feel the pain of the scorching hot liquid. As I stood there, I began to realize I was not feeling anything other than being extremely wet. I then began to touch my shirt where it was drenched, and my shirt was cold. I felt my face and other parts of the body, and they were also very cold. I did not feel any heat whatsoever. I then looked at the ground where there were puddles of the same water that had gathered, and I touched them and noticed immediately that the water was very hot. I touched other areas where the water landed and it was also extremely hot, but on my body, there was only a feeling of cold. This could have been a disaster that could have scarred me for life, yet it turned out to be an amazing miracle. Often in my life events like this have occurred, and I knew it was my trust in the Father and Mother that granted me these amazing protections. These are normal manifestations of what is to be expected when we place our full trust and faith in the Father and the Mother. Sadly, though many have forgotten this incredible feature of trust, and they have denied the very source that could have protected or saved them from harm's way. They instead center their attention on the world about them, seeking for deliverance the hard way, the costly way. Too many seek for protection upon themselves using human frail security systems and fail to realize they have the master key with them always. We have been deceived in this world that teaches us that we must do everything for ourselves, and we tend to deny any divine influence that could help us when needed. It reminds me of a verse in the Bible that states, "They have the appearance of godliness, yet they deny the power thereof." Often people turn to whom they believe is a god at the last moment when nothing they have done works, and usually it lacks deep substance and the rewards are few in coming. The Father and Mother should not be treated as the last resort, they should be the only alternative. Everything we do in life should be surrounded around bringing the Father and Mother into all that we take part in. No matter what we are involved with in our everyday normal lives, we should include them in every activity. The more we do this, the more the power is generated where we recognize the heavy influence of our divine parents in our life. As you live your life, remember you are their offspring, their seed that is securely part of their deep concern. They want to be included in our life. They want us to look to them for every single decision that we make. As we include them in our lives, we begin to see patterns develop that will prove a powerful hidden hand is operating inside the confines of our personal world, and then amazing things begin to happen. This is the secret. My friends, this is the secret. This is the power that we must seek after. Not after our will, but our divine parents' will. In this 21st century, this sounds like middle-aged religious rhetoric and hogwash to most people, but I assure you it is the real formula for true deliverance and protection. The more we seek for help via our divine parents, the more incredible interactions unveil themselves. Doors open and doors shut, and new doors open when needed. And thus, we appear to have great power, yet it is not our power but the internal power of the Father and Mother living within us. Sadly, though, when we stop including them, this is when everything starts to go haywire. Understand the mystery. Things do not go haywire because our divine parents gave up on us. It is because they must let you make your decisions so as to produce fruit. But not all fruit produced is good fruit, and there lies the enigma. If you decide not to use their services, they will continue to help you, but you will not recognize their hand in your life. And before too long, the more you ignore their active presence, the less they will be part of your life, until finally you won't see them anywhere. You will have completely eradicated their presence from your consciousness awareness. Even though they have never left you or abandoned you, you have forgotten them, and whatever it is they may attempt to do within you and for you, all of it will be ignored as you attempt to defend your own choices. You see, the greatest mystery of all is that faith is in knowing that they are the greatest part of our life. Knowing this establishes their power into your consciousness awareness, which allows one to see their personal interaction. Not recognizing this denies our potential and comprehension of their intervention, even when they do intercede. The one thing about the father and mother that should be plain by now is they won't force us to do anything we do not want. Only the dark side forces people into compliance. Our world is proof that the father and mother do not force their way upon anyone. It is also proof that a dark power does indeed force their presence upon as many that it will allow. Our divine parents are not limited to human protocols, meaning they can see deep into the future, as in concerning our lives and many lives to come. Remember, 1,000,000 years is but a breath of time to our divine parents. We are not lost in one world, or even a myriad of lives. We are simply within a process unfolding that is always connected to this benevolent force, even when we are not aware. And as sure as it is important for them to see us produce fruits of the Spirit, they are long-suffering, forbearing and patient to wait us out. Just like our human parents can wait through the rebellious stage of their children, how much more can our divine parents wait for our rebellious stage to come to fruition, to where we eventually overcome those childish ways. Whereas we might have to wait for 5-10 years or more, our divine parents are not on a timetable. They are forever, eternally patient with us, and nothing we do can pervert this process. However, for the dark side, they demand obedience and worship, and to even wait a moment is beyond their allowance cycle, and the result is often ominous consequences. Remember, the God of the Bible is the one that proclaimed that one sin, one mistake could eternally disconnect us from Him. This is not the mind of a loving, patient parent. This is the mind of absolute total control, tyranny, and even insanity. This is the mind of a dictatorial leader. If you want more spiritual, dynamic, active control over your life, then you need to bring in your divine parents into every decision and choice you make, always allowing for their attention on your direction, even allowing modifications if needed. More on this later. If you are truly trusting in them, then you will also recognize the modifications as being something beneficial and needed, as well as always being aware and alert to the alarms that signal any needed change. If changes are needed, and we accept the path the father and mother set for us, then we will be able to accept their modification for our best interest. Chapter 15, Prayer, Sending and Receiving. I began to realize when I write about faith, many are lost at times because they wonder what to have faith in. Where do they begin? How can someone have faith and not know exactly what to trust in? I take a lot of things for granted because it has always been part of my life, but sometimes you must break things down even more to understand the simplicity of it all. Today I want to talk about prayer and what it really is, and what it is not. I do not and have not spoken that much about prayer because it has been so misidentified. Few understand its true application. Some believe prayer is when we tell a God how sorry we are, as in a sense of confession. Others believe it is to ask God for what you want or desire. Still others believe prayer is a form of knowing that we don't really ask for anything, we just manifest our desires in a sense of knowing, and voila, like a miracle we create the result. The fact is, prayer is so much more than all the above. The last idea that we use prayer to manifest our desires, that is partially true, in that when we already believe in the result, so often it does manifest. But there is a problem with this idea also. It can often eliminate the need for the father and mother, and it attempts to take back all power and control unto us, which again is what leads to our separation. There is a key aspect to the last part and I will address this later. Now getting to the part that we confess to the Father and Mother our shortcomings. Again, this is not only what prayer is about, but it is included. The more we admit we fall short, the more we humble ourselves, realizing that we do need help. We do need special interest and treatment. There is nothing wrong admitting to this. We should admit our faults. We should be poor in spirit, meaning humbling ourselves before the ultimate source power, not worshipping, but in service to. When we do this, we remove self-righteousness and we also remove any thought that we are already perfected. That it is a process and that we need to understand a process takes time, and development is a progression. The Father and Mother would rather you admit your sins, than for to believe you do not have sins, or you decide what is sin and what isn't. Sin is a natural violation of spiritual laws of love, as well as a violation of the human temple, and yes, sin is programmed within the DNA/RNA of the human body. The New Age philosophy teaches we are already perfect. My friends, we are not perfect, do not be deceived. We come from perfection, but we have been soiled, so to speak. We are learning to become perfect, even our Father and Mother are perfect. Also, many believe prayer is a last-ditch effort to get the source to give us what we think we need. Usually it is a last call upon the source, having not done so prior. And usually it is in a bribe mentality, as such, I will do whatever I must do if you will only do this or that for me. Our divine parents are not good fellows working for the mob, they are not thugs that we need to coerce. If we had been in normal contact prior, we would not need to resort to such low standards. Again, most believe that prayer is asking the source for things and maybe, hopefully, the source will come through for our request. However, this leads one into not being sure, one may not be certain what the source's will may be, and thus we really do not have that much confidence that anything is going to materialize from the request. Therefore, we must acknowledge the true name of the source's Father and the Mother. This allows us to break through the restrictions one may place on themselves if they believe that the source is impersonal. Knowing that the source is our true Father and Mother, it unites us to them as a family, as their children, and not serfs, slaves and bonded servants. It is because of this lack of knowledge about who the source really is that produces doubt in our prayers, because most are simply unsure where they stand as a recipient of blessings. And of course, once doubt enters, faith is eliminated, and the results remain hidden. Again, there is nothing wrong with asking the Father and Mother for what it is that you desire, as being no different than asking your human parents what it is that you may want. Now some believe we should not ask, we should just set it on the table of our desires and manifest it. Again, it is true, the more confidence we have, the more it becomes fact that the item desired will often be obtained. If there is real faith, there shouldn't be any disappointed. Ask and you shall receive. However, there is a problem with this ideology. We must never remove the Father and Mother from the equation. Once we remove them and believe we are the ones accomplishing the feat, or we at this level are the ones causing things to manifest, then we will lose in the big picture in this very dicey game. You see, when we fully trust in the Father and the Mother, we fully trust they are going to grant us what is best for us. Just as a child must rely totally on their parents that they will do what is best for them. Nevertheless, this does not mean that little Johnny and Mary can have whatever they want. Sure, a kid might want to have a year's supply of cookies so they can hide it under their bed and eat them whenever they want, but this is not good for them, nor is it expedient. We must learn to realize that our desires are often not in our own best interest. We must place our trust in the Father and Mother that our desire will be met with modifications if need be. Now some may contend, and rightfully so, how can we trust implicitly for something without doubting if we are not sure that our intended goal is within the framework of a proper direction for our lives? Wouldn't this create doubt? Yes, it does, unless you view it from a more spiritual direction. Always know that every prayer will be answered affirmative with modifications. Let me explain. What exactly is prayer? Prayer in its most simplistic basics is communication with the Father and Mother. I want you to think about that. When we communicate with anyone, it is always give and take. This is where religion has flown the coop and has completely lost the identity of prayer. Often religion teaches us that we talk to an impersonal God and then we sit back hoping God cared enough to hear us as we go on with our lives without any real sense of knowing anything. And some believe that when we read the Bible, that is when our answers are revealed through this method, as some sort of wholesaler that works to deliver the gifts from another. Well, if the Bible had all the answers, then why would we ever need to pray? Just look it up and voila, you got your answer. But it is not that simple, is it? Religious dogma often teaches that God hears us, but God doesn't really speak to us. In fact, they are so flawed in their theory of prayer, that prayer of itself is a vehicle of doubt, never knowing anything, confusion, Babel. The very basis of prayer in many beliefs systems leads one to always doubt, which is contrary to faith. It eliminates our connection to the Father and Mother. Their theory is a recipe for disaster. So, what do religions teach? The Bible gives you the answers you need, or your church gives you the answers you need, because the church is there as a substitute for God and Christ not being here, according to them. That is the greatest flaw in understanding this powerful gnosis. To even believe that the Father and Mother or even Christ is not here is totally absurd. They live within you. These groups or people want us to believe that the church then becomes the Father, Mother, Christ, teacher, etc., based on their doctrines and beliefs. And they completely remove direct contact to the Father and Mother from the individual and replace it with false link, causing one to look to an external source rather than looking inward. This is what has caused all the grief, deception and lies to occur in the religious world, teaching people they do not have direct contact with the Father and Mother. Wow, what a sad revelation that is. Can you imagine living in a house where you have access to your parents, but they never respond to your questions, and you must get the answers from something or someone else? If you want to know what they desire, then you must go to some in-between source to find out how your dad and mom feels about this or that, as if you go to a neighbor's house and discover through them what your parents are thinking. How empty, how lonely, how unsatisfying, and how disturbing. The first key to prayer is the absolute knowing that the Father and Mother always listens and responds directly within you. Let me repeat this, the first key to prayer is the absolute knowing that the Father and Mother always listens and responds directly within you. Prayer is a communication vehicle between you and the Father and Mother. The only difference is, you cannot see or hear the Father and Mother using our limited senses. We hear them via other means. They exist in the invisible realm as a power source and energy, and this realm exists within you, not externally but internally. Remember, as was revealed, the body is of earth as the soul is of heaven. The realm the soul exists in, even when it appears to be inside the body, is within the realm of heaven or another dimension. Our soul is directly and always connected to the Father and Mother. Therefore, our soul exists in heaven as our body exists on earth. Our divine parents are always within us. As our soul is within the body, our Father and Mother are within our soul. So therefore, we must have total faith that when interacting with the Father and Mother, it is as normal as interacting with anyone in the visible world. This is our direct connection from the invisible world. Getting back into the actions of communication, often our divine parents can respond directly within your thoughts if you know how to listen. Try to look at it this way: the Father and Mother are not separated from you, they are you at another level of awareness. I and my Father are one. Has it ever occurred to you that when you desire to talk to the Father and Mother and ask questions, that they had already worked those questions into your thoughts so that you would request an answer that was already prepared for you? They already knew the answer to your enigma and desired that you would seek the response as a personal interaction. There is a key reason why we are led to ask or even desire for certain things. When we have our attention on something, we look for it to appear. If, to the contrary, we do not have our attention on something, even if it happens we will not respond to the apparent connection. Our focus determines what we can grasp. Without the use of the five senses we are left to rely on our key to translate the codes. As an example, if you do not ask for something but a gift is granted unto you, it will have no real personal connection. Alternatively, if we do request for something and it is made available, we then recognize the answer to the request and we feel the connection. It is a beautiful thing when we have this type of communication. However, we need to use it all the time, this way we stay in the loop. The more we see our manifestation developing, the more we draw closer to our divine parents. You see, when we communicate with the Father and Mother we do so in full belief that we are talking and they are responding. When you become proficient at this, you will listen to the response within your thoughts and you can communicate like you do with any human at this level, except time may change. Now it may not be perfect at first, it will get better as time goes on when we can separate our lower thoughts, earthly thoughts and desires, from the higher thoughts. The response from the Father and Mother always works within you as if it is you giving yourself the answers. However, be not deceived, the Father and Mother is not the only connection that we will receive in our thoughts, so we must learn to feel and know the true fruits of the Spirit. Secondly, when we communicate with them we can do so at any time or place, location doesn't matter. It is like accessing a phone to make a call, and at any time you can talk. Once you become proficient at that, then it becomes second-hand. You do not even need to think about it, you just start talking and then you wait patiently for the reply. Now some believe they talk continually and never get an answer. This is because they are either not hearing or the answer is not what they want to hear. Or their connection is so muttered with static they do not know what it is they are being revealed. Sometimes to get the answer the Father and Mother requests that we do something, often though it is rejected for a myriad of reasons. And then the thought comes into the mind that it was just the imagination, and then nothing ever seems to materialize and disappointment sets in. This is what happened to me many years ago, when the Father and Mother wanted me to make a change when I asked for help in my life. The answer I received was I had to make a major change and then I would see the blessings. If I would have rejected that knowledge because either I was afraid, or I didn't want to make that change, then I would have missed out on so many amazing and spectacular events in my life. Now here is the problem. Too many times people become impatient and they think the Father and Mother is not responding, and then they give up and wonder if they even care or are even listening. This is when we have created a ball of doubt. And once that happens the connection is broken on our end, not theirs, and then confusion enters and you feel left alone. Like with anything it takes practice, but let me assure you, the prayer connection of asking and listening is what you need to be practicing all the time. There is nothing more important on this planet except to reconnect to the Father and Mother. This is the missing link between the chosen seeds and their parents. Where is the Father and Mother? They are within your soul spirit, connected to your very thoughts. Some even call them the higher self. The Father and Mother live within you, and if you open your soul's door to them they will always respond. Remember, Jesus even stated, because his connection with the Father and Mother was so strong, he knew to say, I and my Father are one. Are you beginning to understand the code? I and my Father are one. Say it, feel it. This was done to reveal to us that our connection is equally the same as was Christ. If we allow the Father and Mother to live and direct our lives, they become one with us. It is like anything else, if you close the door which doubt and fear usually contributes toward, it is then that you will lock the Father and Mother out. How do you lock them out? You stop communicating, which means, you also stop listening. The truth is, you need to make the Father and Mother your best friends, and I assure you there is no friend greater than them. When you really get to know the Father and Mother you will feel compassion, mercy, love, kindness, hope, desire, concern, gentleness and goodness. You will not feel the rule of the law of bondage and death, which is a deception to make one doubt where they stand with their own divine parents. These wonderful emotions that you will feel from this connection deep into your soul will begin to separate the wheat, the true word, from the tares, which is the false word via false thoughts. You will never feel fear, judgment, punishment, contradiction, spite or any of these things unless you are tapping into the wrong signal. Or you are living a life that is filled with spiritual negative traits and you are not attempting to change. This is where we must admit our flaws and not try to hide them or block them, or worse, you accept them as something beneficial. This will always cause serious problems. The father and mother will always back and support you and love you, and always forgive your faults as you address them as such, but they cannot be coerced into allowing sin as if it is something good. If you do receive any other answer that is not of the fruits of the Spirit, it means your communication is being interfered with. Simply understand, and begin to remove the doubt from your mind, knowing doubt alone is the faulty connection. And you must understand, in this invisible realm also exists the darkest demonic adversaries anywhere, and they always attempt to interfere to create confusion, deception, lies, fear and doubt. Now our job is to understand when any of these things manifest in our minds via our thoughts and or actions, we must understand where it is coming from. Be not deceived. If the father and mother can communicate in secret within the invisible realm, so can demonic entities. They can also throw thoughts into your mind to confuse you and try to get you to give up on the source, the father and mother. They can also throw thoughts into other people's minds to attack you. It doesn't matter where it comes from, you always have the code and the keys within you, just use them. Remember the story of the sowing of the seed revealed about the mixing, which creates confusion. The seed is the planted word of the father and mother, and the false seed is the word of the fallen ones. Obviously both seeds will be in your thoughts. Your job and mission is to divide and separate the two correctly. Both have power to access our thoughts. However, we have the master key to decode them, the fruits of the Spirit. This is the secret of the ages. The demonic powers have only one goal, and that is to separate our connection with the father and mother, because they know that it is a power they cannot penetrate. And guess what? Look around the world, a large percentage of all people everywhere do not even know about the father and mother. Do you think maybe these demonic entities are succeeding? Just having the knowledge of Jesus Christ while ignoring his very message about the identity of the father and mother is not good enough, no matter what you have been taught. Remember what Jesus said, Matthew 7:21, "Not everyone that says unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the will of my Father which is in heaven." And yet the father and mother never give up on us. We are all as close as our very own thoughts, but will you seek and then listen? The simple remedy for this is to never forget which thoughts belong to whom. If the thought is deep loving concern, then you have contacted the father and mother. If a thought is doubt and despair, then someone is interfering. Just like any radio signal, if someone bounces on top of your frequency, you will receive static and overplay. And it will leave you confused as to what you are listening to. And what do we normally do when we reach static on the radio when trying to listen to our favorite station? We often just tune it out or turn it off completely. And this is what we need to do with the dark side, change the channel, and turn them off as soon as we receive the signal. Do not listen, do not believe, and return to the father and mother. Therefore, the dark side tries to influence us. They don't really care if you follow them or their ways or not, but what they do care is trying to get you to tune out the father and mother. We can never allow, no matter how devious their attacks are, their dark information to penetrate our minds. Rest assured, if you are in contact with the father and mother, the other side will always try to interfere in one form or the other to cause you to doubt. We must discern and learn the signs. We must not allow the enemy to distract us. But if the enemy does succeed in distracting us, we simply must never lose the truth that it is the enemy. That is all you must know. You see, once the enemy is revealed, then 90% of the problem is removed. and the more you continue the practice of knowing, the faster the enemy will leave and the attacks will fall back. James 4:7 Resist the devil and he will flee from you. Nevertheless, never be deceived, they will never stop. They will always return with new tricks and tactics and a new game plan, but the more you work on this, the less their power will have any effect upon you. Their efforts won't have as much power as they once did. It is important to communicate all the time with the father and mother to enable you to recognize the true signal, allowing you to dissolve the false frequency. Talk to them as if you were confiding with your best friend. Don't leave anything out. Say what is on your mind. Reveal your innermost fears and weaknesses. You do not have to act as if you are some divine being that has no flaws, as if you are trying to fool them. They already know everything about you. Just be yourself, and let them in. We might not be perfect yet, but they will love us and accept that we have flaws just like any loving parent would towards their human children. Unlike the God of this world teaches that there is no acceptance. It is the rule of law where every flaw is judged unto ultimate death according to that law. Our heavenly parents do not think like this at all, because they understand the process. If you have a problem and a weakness, tell them about it. Don't be ashamed, talk to them about anything. Leave nothing out. Remember, there are no secrets with the father and mother. Once you do this all the time, then you will soon realize they are your best friends. Even in our most troubling weaknesses, they understand. And then go about to make the changes they reveal until you, even if they are short baby steps of change. As the conversations become more real to you, because they will eventually become more real than any conversation that you might have with other humans, you will feel energized and always desiring to talk to them. And in time you will then hear the father and mother return the conversation back to you from your own thoughts, as clear as the light from within. Chapter 16, Modification in Prayer. Now this is where we get into modification in prayer. There are some things we want and desire and it is important to us, but the fact of the matter is, it may not be the right direction in one's life. Revealing your desires is always vital, but the main question I always get is, if I am requesting for something and I am not sure whether the father and mother feels it is necessary, then how is it possible to have perfect faith when being unsure is already a form of doubt? Know this, the father and mother always want the very best for us in the process of producing fruits. Again, go back to what I said earlier, no prayer is ever unanswered. All communication dealing with whatever it is you care to delve into is always answered, sometimes instantly, sometimes years down the line. Yet understand, we as humans are stubborn, we want what we want and we want it now. And when that doesn't happen, we think, what is the use, no one cares. The truth is simple if you care to understand, the message is in having a proper mental framework. Often, we desire things of the flesh that the father and mother have no real concern about, not that the father and mother do not care about our needs and wants in this fallen world, but so often we seek for temporary flings that amount to nothing, and often we usually realize this after the fact. And then when we are done experimenting with it, we toss it away as being worthless or of no profit to us. The way we can go into any communication with the father and mother and never doubt, is to understand that what we request may need to be modified for our success and hope. I want you to think about this. I cannot express this any more seriously than what I am revealing here. It is that important, and in time you will understand why. When you allow them to finalize all decisions, always understand that they never say no. The father and mother always work out the situation even if it must be modified. Where we must hope, and believe and never lose trust, is we must understand our exact request may need to be tweaked. Secondly, when something is modified, it is often more beneficial than what you originally desired anyway. If it isn't, then something else may be trying to interfere. Please read that again. When the father and mother modifies anything, it is usually more advantageous than you originally desired. It brings me to a story of something that occurred in my youth that I have never forgotten. I wanted a race car set. I knew my dad had limited funds and I realized what I desired may not be possible. I came from a time where even the kids understood the limitation of the family finances and kids cared about that also. We did not get whatever we wanted. We had to be patient and often take what was given to us. I continued to ask my dad until one day, he said, "Giovanni, this is my Italian name." I responded, "Yes, Dad." He said, "Let's go to the store together." Obviously, this was a strange request. Usually my mom did the shopping. Not knowing exactly what the deal was, I went along. When we were at the store, my dad looked at me and said, "Hey, didn't you want a race car set?" Wow, I was humbled and replied, "You mean you really are going to buy that for me?" He responded, "Go pick out the race car set that you want and let me see it." Well, I was in a state of shock, yet I still knew that my dad did not have a lot of money. I didn't want to burden him. That may sound strange concerning how most children are today. However, I made my trek to the aisles and began my search when directly above my head, setting with great poise, like a star-struck model, on top of a center rack was the race car set of my dreams. Oh, that would have been so amazing to be able to have this once-in-a-lifetime gift. A desire beyond anything I could imagine in being able to really own this amazing race car set. However, I knew my dad wouldn't be able to afford that one, so I sadly sought out for something less expensive. How many times when we pray to request for something do we barter it down because we do not believe our real desire could ever be accomplished? I found this cheap race car set figuring this would be all my dad could afford. And I picked it up and brought it over to him. I tried to be excited, because at least I was getting something that I did not have previously. I walked over to my dad and handed it to him. The box was small. He said, "Is this what you want?" I said, "Sure, Dad." He responded, "Well, if this is what you want, we will get it." And then he turned around and looked up at the tall rack with this giant box glaring upon us like an ancient mythical hero, revealing this amazing race car set that I had sadly rejected. My dad then slowly turned to look at me and began to voice his concern. "You know, if it was me, I would think that race car set," as he pointed upwards, "would be the one I would want to have." Well, of course, by now not only am I stumbling over my words and thoughts, really questioning what is happening, I belted out some vocal response that said in effect, "Well, yay, Dad, any kid would want that, but that one is too expensive." My dad looked at me and said, "Well, Giovanni, which one do you really want?" I stood there shocked, examining whether this was a test. In my mind, I was still struggling with the issue of whether I could get the race car set of my dreams, because I was still concerned about the price. So, I cautiously let the words slip out of my mouth in a very low tone and said, "Dad, that race car set up there would be the greatest gift I could ever receive, but it costs too much money." And then my dad reacted, "Let me decide if I can afford this or not. You do not have to worry. Which one do you want?" Here I was, stunned beyond my tiny little mental framework. I said, "I want that one," pointing up while looking skyward. And he smiled and replied, "Okay then, that is the one we will get." We got some help from one of the store workers to get the box down for us, and as he handed it to me, here I was holding this humongous box that was basically bigger than I was, but it was not even close to the size of my smile of the gratitude I had towards my dad. Until this day, I have no clue whatever happened to that race car set. I don't even remember playing with it, but I never forgot what my dad did for me. Remember, if our parents being of this lower world of corruption know how to give good gifts unto their children that ask, how much more will your heavenly parents give to their children that ask? Next, whatever it is that you are seeking or requesting, always let the father and mother modify it. This removes all forms of doubt that what you seek might not occur as originally desired. However, if what you seek is a realization that you will receive something more specifically attuned to your needs, and yes, often it is even better than you had requested, then this begins to remove all doubt and restore confidence, which in turn builds stronger faith and removes doubt. So therefore, never dictate to the father and mother what, when, where or even how the item of desire is to manifest, but always realize it will manifest along with possible modifications. This is the most important aspect of prayer that there ever was. And this is where 99.9% of everyone usually fails and falls into a trap of doubt. There is never ever any time where we should lose hope or doubt in any request we make of the father and mother. In fact, it needs to be the opposite. It needs to be understood that no matter what it is that is requested, you can absolutely know it will happen, even if it must be modified for your success. Modification is not doubt. It is a way to allow our Divine Parent to interact in our lives, and build on hope for something greater than you requested in the first place, and that is more designed for one's true needs. I cannot tell you how many times the father and mother modified something I requested and it was so much better than I could have ever created for my own self, just like what happened to me with my dad and the race car set. And that is the last part of the equation. This idea that we manifest everything from our own power is completely absurd, even though there is truth in part of it. Yes, our faith and belief can manifest many things. The very act of belief energizes the spiritual nature of things and creates what we seek for. However, and read this closely, sometimes what we desire is very bad for us. Do you understand? If you do not use the father and mother as your central connection, then someone else is going to play God with you? And anyone who believes they have the power to manifest what they want separated from the father and mother is going to have a very rough road ahead of them. And here is why. As I stated earlier, why does the father and mother modify our requests? Because the father and mother can see things we cannot possibly visualize or know about ourselves or the world around us, as well as peering into the future. As an example, let's say you request for a job, and you really want this job. However, the father and mother modify it to give you a different job of equal or greater value. The problem is, you are dead set on the job you wanted. Our Divine Parents know why they modified this for you. What if they looked down the road into the immediate future and they saw that this business was going under, or maybe a disaster occurred, where the establishment burned to the ground? You can't possibly know this is going to befall you at your level of awareness, but our Divine Parents can. This has also happened in my life often. Many times, the father and mother will tailor-make something expressly for our needs, even if you do not understand what that is. And so often it happens that it is so much better than you ever requested. One other point here, often we make requests based on our lack of faith, meaning we do not think high enough. We limit our request due to what we think is possible for us. Oh boy, how I know this to be true. We may not be honest about this, but it is a fact that we so often limit our desires based on what we determine is feasible or even possible, even when the father and mother has something much more grandiose in mind for us, but we can't even fathom it yet. When we are continually communicating with them, they long that we are filled to the brim with our desires if it is not harmful to us. Now it may not happen overnight, but it will happen. And the more we react accordingly, these amazing events occur more rapidly. Getting back to using the formula of manifesting your desire. I remember one time when my wife and I moved into an area where good jobs were plentiful. The problem was, it was a tourist town and we could not find a place to live due to the exorbitant prices. We had to move outside of town, which meant a long drive every day. Each day we took this drive we would pass through the last town, which was only 3.5 miles outside of the small city we were working at. I put it into my mind that I wanted to manifest a better situation, of course with my Divine Parents' help. Each day we passed through the last town, we noticed this piece of land off to the left and on it were 2 trailers. I used to jokingly make the comment every single day as we passed these 2 trailers, that nobody needs 2 trailers, that one of those trailers are ours. It belongs to us. This happened every day and my wife would just laugh and then even get in on it by commenting, "Yes, they have our home, and we want it back." Now understand, we didn't know who owned the property, We didn't even know if it was available. We basically knew nothing about it except the fact it was so much closer to the town we worked in and it would have saved a lot of time and money. This continued for 1 month after we both got jobs in this tourist town. Then one day a man walked into the establishment where my wife was working. He looked for the manager and asked her, "Is there anyone who works for you that may need a place to live, because I am renting a place on my property?" The manager thought about it for a while and said, "Yes, I think we do have someone that works here that is looking for a place closer to work." And sure enough, she called over to my wife to talk to this man, and he explained to my wife he had property in this town a few miles back, and asked if we would like to come and see it that evening. We were both excited because it was the same town we kept mentioning we would love to get a place to live. So, that night after work we drove into the next town, having the address in hand, wondering where this property was. Unbelievably, to our amazement we turned into the drive where we had the address for, and there it was, the very same property with 2 trailers, and the man was renting one of them out, as him and his wife were living in the other trailer. We moved into the trailer and spent 4 years there, becoming very close friends with the owner and his wife. And our trek to work was modified greatly for our benefit. It was truly a great blessing. So here is the problem: when we leave the father and mother out of the equation, yes, we can still manifest what we desire, and there are entities on the other side that are all too happy to often grant us our desires without modification. However, if we use the manifestation and always seek the father and mother in our use of it, they will be happy to help you access your desire, if it is beneficial. We must understand, there are demons of darkness that would love to take us off our true path and swindle us into believing a lie or follow a distraction. They are tricksters. And yes, they are very real. Never leave the father and mother out of your life's trek. Often what we want is given to us, but it also comes with the tricks and the traps. The dark ones see that it will harm us and they are more than happy to comply. Do not be deceived. Yes, we can manifest things ourselves, but sometimes it is at the aid of a demonic being that is more than happy to comply so they can run afoul against us. And when we disconnect from the father and mother due to our false manifestations, they are unable to modify our request for our happiness, and often we become trapped in our own muck and mire. Now we know why many wealthy people are some of the most spiteful, hateful birds in the world. It is because they were never modified. They received their every desire and now they are wholly in tune with the demonic world and its natures. This is because they did not place their trust in the divine parents, they rejected them to do it themselves. So, getting what you think you want is often not what you need, and then it leads you into a miserable life of negative experiences. However, if you continue to keep our divine parents in your quest, then you can manifest your own desires. Remember, ask and it shall be given, and seek and you shall find. As stated, it is easier for a camel to go through an eye of a needle than a rich person to enter the realm of our father and mother. Once you realize the father and mother can modify all choices and desires, always know it is for your best interest, but more than that, you will also agree with it more than anything you could have desired or imagined for yourself anyway. The time that my wife and I manifested our request and it happened exactly as we desired. Some may say, then you did manifest what you wanted, how do you know it was not a trick? We knew because we never left the father and mother out, we had been asking them daily to give us a place to live that was closer to work. And secondly, I have no doubt that the father and mother put those thoughts into our minds to manifest the very thing they were designing for us. So, in truth it was all them anyway. However, the ironic thing was, even though it was all a blessing, it all changed because the father and mother were leading us to go somewhere even better, to grant us our dreams as we had desired, for many years. This occurred by having our place taken away due to problems with the land. We could have become angered and tried our best to stay, but we both knew the father and mother were changing our situation even though we had no idea what that meant. It all turned out even greater. In this world, we often look for money to solve our problems, but it is not money that you really want. It is what money can buy. And that is what the father and mother can offer us. They can modify the request for money and change it to the actual desire you wanted to use the money for. You see, the love of money is a root of all evil. Yes, it is nice to have, but when we start trusting in money we have lost our way. Money is a tool, no different than a hammer and nails. If you want to build a house you will need the tools, of course we all know that. But the father and mother often can grant us with the house without the tools. Do you understand what I am saying? The father and mother want us to trust in them fully as any parent would. They do not want us to place them as second fiddle behind the almighty dollar, because they know we will be tricked and lost. If at times we need the money, it will be that if we have trust and are relying on the father and mother. But sometimes there will be no money, yet we still can obtain our desire. Again, I know this to be very true. The father and mother can create anything in our lives. And there is no greater blessing than to truly trust in their power over everything, knowing we will never be let down. Chapter 17, Mystery Chapter: The Plan. You might be asking yourself, how does this book affect you from a personal point of view? The fact is, everything I have written in this series of books is a code, and this code should begin to open the cobwebs around your spirit DNA that lie dormant within your soul. I am not here to answer all your questions, I may not even have everything 100% accurate, but I do hold the key to the code. And this is what I am giving back to your awareness. For you have always had this key if you are one of the true seeds. Listen, I know that using the Bible and revealing that some of the content is invalid is a touchy point with many. I also know the Bible says things that readily contradict some of what I have revealed. It is not easy to separate the chaff from the wheat, and sometimes you may remove some of the truth instead of the error. All of this is possible, however, having the key to the code. The fact is, we are part of a learning process and there is no harm in learning from one's mistakes. You will never be fooled if you realize the fruits of the Spirit are decipher keys in all things, even if you are in slight error in your perception. Eventually it will all iron out. If something lacks the fruit of the Spirit it is faulty. A good tree cannot produce bad fruit. The true children that were led here were forced to go through an extreme process of heat to fashion the clay of their soul. As with pottery, one places the clay into the kiln and then through a process of high temperatures the clay can be set permanently. We are all like moldable clay that is being fashioned by our divine parents. Just like the process of carbon being formed into diamonds. Read this description below of how this occurs, and then ask yourself if you see something similar as to the process being revealed in this book. The transformation of carbon to diamond is a process that takes millions of years to complete. This takes place 90 to 100 miles below the Earth's surface when carbon, probably pure graphite, is exposed to temperatures exceeding 2000 degrees Fahrenheit and pressure that is 50 times greater than the pressure that exists on the surface of the Earth. As you can readily see that the process is very lengthy and it is done under the Earth's surface. Just like the seeds are buried in the earth for long periods of time, as a metaphor of being upon the earth and going through extreme pressures and trials to become more change into something very special. We were sent here having intellect and awareness. We are the progeny of omniscient and omnipresent power. We are the true children of the Creator of eternity. Yet we have not yet established workable character, like clay being set into a mold. This takes time. And this means mistakes will always be made while moving towards perfection. Our lives are a hodgepodge of events via awareness that takes us through many different conditions as we transform from a neutral spirit energy into a being of love, as is the way of our father and mother. We cannot be partial, we cannot be halfway. We must become like our father and mother in heaven but with our own character and personality. Another important key to all of this is, do not be afraid to make mistakes, because it is by our mistakes that we learn. People are frightened to question who they may believe is their God or question the validity of the Bible because they are afraid and wonder, what if I am wrong? What happens when people make mistakes? Well, so often, based on the Bible, mistakes are forbidden, and doing so could land someone into a hell of great proportions. But does this sound like the mind of a loving father or mother dealing with their flawed children? If we perceived the father and mother in these extremes, we could never develop true character. We would always be afraid of pushing the boundary. People who are afraid to seek for greater truth are like the one who buried their talent for fear that God will punish them. We have been given the ability to think and reason. We have been given amazing qualities from divine powers, and yet what do we do with them? We bury them because we are afraid to pursue something that might be perceived as out of bounds. The mind of the God of the Bible is all about absolute obedience without thought or reason. Many are afraid to challenge what they read or hear because they have no confidence in their life's direction. More importantly, many do not realize we are the offspring of Spirit's creation. The father and mother's desire for us is to reason things through, because how else can we build character in knowing what is right from wrong and then choosing? Just because someone else might tell us something is correct or even faulty doesn't mean it is so. It is better to learn through experience of mistakes than to blindly follow something that you are never sure about and then falsely accepting the idea that you are not responsible for your own beliefs. Let me tell you a little story of what the father and mother revealed to me. Many years ago, I was raised in a strict Christian religious environment. I lived my life believing with all my heart that God was about to bring punishment upon mankind for their sins in the form of what we have been told is called the Great Tribulation. I spent years of my life believing this and even teaching this. I firmly believed God was going to punish humanity for their terrible sins. I could visualize this punishment. I could see it with my mind's eye. I believed it would happen, I knew it would happen, and I awaited the day it all began. Amazingly, the father and mother began to work into me a spirit of compassion. I realized that for so long not only did I believe these terrible things would occur, I wanted them to occur. I didn't realize I was sinking into the mindset of vengeance, jealousy, hatred and all other forms of evil, all because I believed this is what God was going to do to humanity. Something began to change in my heart. Something amazing began to occur. I began to have the Spirit as Christ did, when he said, "Father, please forgive them, for they know not what they do." You see, I began to realize what I was believing in was not the spirit of love, mercy and forgiveness. I understood that most people do not even know what is happening in this world, and yet they are going to have to suffer the vengeance of a God, because he is ferocious and angry due to their sins of ignorance. I began to change my thought on the whole subject. I began to ask, why would a loving deity do this to humanity? I knew God's ways were higher than our ways, as I was always taught, but I couldn't conceive of why he would be willing to deal out so much retribution when he never seemed to be hands-on in the first place. None of us as humans have ever seen the Father. We have never met him from a personal human standpoint. We live our lives without the Father ever being there in person, but for some reason he will be there to punish anyone who does wrong for laws that most are not even aware that they are violating because of all the confusion in this world. I wasn't trying to question him or disagree with him, but I began to ask serious questions. And it was then I began to feel mercy upon humanity. Humans have been led into confusion not just by philosophical processes but also by religions as well as the Bible and its many manifestations, like the Quran, Torah, the Talmud etc. Everyone believes they understand these religious works, and they all use it as their weapon of choice to bring harm to those they believe do not agree with them. People use these books and God as their personal weapon against what they perceive is in error, all because they believe they understand, and everyone else has it wrong. It is the same spirit as elitism and privileged classes. The problem is, the Father and Christ have taught us to forgive and be merciful and not be judgmental and damning. We might be aware of the error, but our job is to forgive and be merciful, no matter what sin it may be. for all have sinned and come short of the glory of the Father and Mother. So just who is it that has the right to cast that first stone? I decided to pray. I decided to ask God for forgiveness. The reason I am using the term God here is because back in my early life I didn't realize the separation between the Father and God. The truth is, I began asking God for forgiveness upon the people because of their ignorance. I would say, they simply do not know that they are being lied to and led against the truth. Please have mercy upon them for their ignorance. I prayed daily and often begging God to let go of his anger upon the people and have mercy on them instead. I felt I had a job to be a middleman for the people, to ask for his forgiveness instead of his wrath. It didn't occur to me at the time what it was I was really perceiving about this God. That he has deep dark attributes that are not of the fruits of the Spirit, like wrath and vengeance, which are all spirits of darkness. However, like so many others, I was compromised and believed the Father had these attitudes also. This would go on for months and months until even my spirit began to change. I began to realize that I was part of the darkness that desired this to occur upon people all because I thought I was right and they were wrong. Until I realized it is not about being right or wrong, it is about acknowledging a plan is being worked out here. I began to understand the gravity of what it was I was accepting. I realized that what was going to happen to people was horrible, and I could not take it anymore. So, I begged God often to forgive. One day after many months that I had been praying and asking God to forego his wrath on the people, suddenly, the Father and Mother answered me, but with a tone that was unique. It was compassionate, more than I had ever realized before. This is when I first began to realize that God and the Father and Mother are not one and the same. I could not only hear the non-audible words in my thoughts, I could feel the empathy behind them, and it changed my life forever. The Father and Mother responded unto me in my thoughts. My son, how could you have conceived that I could have been behind violence of this magnitude? How could you have allowed your heart to lead into perceiving that I could ever bring about this evil upon this world? My son, I am not behind such orchestrated evil, for this world is not my world nor are the things in this world belong to me. My spirit is one of love and mercy, and not vengeance and wrath. I said, Father, the Bible instructs us that it is your will. The reply was, John, it is not my will, I have nothing to do with what is being planned. The wicked ones have brought this upon humanity and continue to do so, I have not. This is neither the fruits of my spirit nor its divine wisdom and character. I could not even conceive of such things. How is it that you could believe I would be behind this action of darkness? My friends, I was saddened and confused because I had been following the wrong spirit all those years. Yet, even in my ignorance, I could feel the emotion coming from this spirit connection. I could feel the love, I could feel the personal connection with the Father and Mother, unlike I had ever felt before. I could feel they were my parents and not my lords. I could feel they cared about me much more deeply than anyone might ever comprehend. And I felt extremely humbled that I could have ever blamed them for these evil atrocities that were being planned to unfold upon this world by the wicked ones, the false seeds. How did all this come about? Why are we having to go through this process that seems like a never-ending story, a process that deals with multiple lives, living in multiple dimensions as well as multiple worlds? The truth is, this was not the way it all began. Before time itself, something occurred that changed everything. In the beginning, the Father and Mother created what were called angels. These beings were given gratis power, glory and wisdom. Some were given more than others. The Father and Mother created these amazing beings. They wanted to share their glory with others, so they divested themselves of the magnificence that made up their energy makeup and shared it with their creation freely. And these creations were called seraphim and cherubim, and they were perfect in every way except for one thing. The Father and Mother did not create robots. They did not want some machine to go around mimicking them as if having no mind of their own. So, the Father and Mother did something magical. Even though they were created in perfection, They wanted their creation to have free choice, to make decisions, to decide things for themselves and to act accordingly. This was logical and had perfect wisdom. Obviously, the divine creator wanted their creation to be self-aware and have self-choice. They wanted them to make decisions, to look over a situation and rightly devise the correct way as they saw it. They did not want a Borg mentality, as revealed in the show, Star Trek. However, there was a risk in doing this, but it was a risk that had to be taken. The divine creator would never force their will upon anything or anyone. It desires uniqueness and individuality, yet always hoping that they would remain within the boundary of love. They also could not create imperfection. What the father and mother would not do was create character. This was one aspect of their glory and power that they would not design. You cannot instantly create character. Character is formed, just like the diamond and clay above. Character is forged through decisions and making choices. The angels were created in perfection, but could not be given character. They must forge that on their own by using free will choice. Training a child is done to help form concepts and traditions, however, the child must use these trainings to build upon while making future choices for themselves. The last thing you want to do is force someone to comply, or else you are stealing the greatest aspect of their individuality. When the father and mother created the angels in the beginning, they did so to give them glory, and yet at the same time they desired for them to make choices based on what they had learned of the divine will. The fact was, they took a chance. Giving this kind of individualized power of choice and freedom also brought with it the possibility of complete and utter rejection. What if the angels decided they had another way, that they wanted to do things differently, that they did not like the direction that the father and mother were hoping for them? This was a possibility from the very beginning. Even though they were created in perfection, and had wondrous abilities and glories and even wisdom. When offering anyone free choice, there exists the potential of skullduggery. Solomon had more wisdom than anyone else, as the Bible proclaims, but he used his wisdom often for nefarious deeds and evil works. The name Solomon means sun god. He represented Lucifer as the light bearer, both having great wisdom. More on this later. In the father and mother's kingdom there was never any sin, or law breaking. In fact, there were never any laws beyond the law of love, because everyone acted in the supreme interest of all others within that realm. Yet something went awry. One of the angels took another direction and moved directly opposite of the Creator's will. One of the angels chose to rebel against the perfection and decided to go against protocols that had up until this time always been adhered to. One of the angels did not agree with the process that the divine creator had set in motion. Something happened, something went terribly wrong. It was a shock heard in all dimensions. The sad thing was, this wasn't any angel, and this angel wasn't the bottom of the totem pole. This angel was the greatest creation the father and mother could have ever designed, with absolute perfection, glory and beauty. And even more than that, this angel had the sum total of all wisdom. If any of the angels were to reject the former way, this one would have been the last one on anyone's mind to fail. The problem is, this angel did not believe in the concept of all for one and one for all, sort of in vogue likened unto the musketeers. This angel did not believe in the concept that all were equal, and that all served one another. This angel did not like the fact that he had so much power, glory, wisdom and beauty, and yet he was just an equal to all the rest of the angels. However, something else was really digging at this angel's spirit. This angel failed to understand that the glory, power and beauty were simply gifts that were given so they could be used to benefit one another. This angel began to believe he was greater than all the rest of the angels, and that the wisdom, might, power, glory and beauty was a sign of his magnificence. With his pride, he believed that order should be brought in via rank and file. He became a military general to force his new will upon others. He believed in the rule of law. He became God. This angel began to maneuver other lower angels, and a rebellion began among them, and many began to abort their creative process as good stewards. Now imagine that you were a lower angel and you witnessed the glory of this great angel and realized the power and wisdom this being had, and you did not have these amazing traits and abilities. It only stands to reason that the other angels would also begin to follow what they might now conclude was their leader. The problem is, we do not know how long this process took. It might have been millions and billions of years as we know and understand time. And this rebellion may have been forming for a very long time and many angels fell in the process. We now know who this angel was. His name was Lucifer. Lucifer was the greatest creation that the Father and Mother ever designed by fiat, but Lucifer did not earn wisdom. It was freely given to him, so he used his wisdom to form a malevolent character. Regardless of the perfection, glory, power and awesome beauty, Lucifer did not have the character of his creator. Lucifer began to develop a faulty character. His carbon and his clay were molded into something drastically different than what the creation was designed for. Lucifer began to form attitudes that were never known in the world of the glories of the Father and Mother. Attitudes such as hatred, jealousy, pride, and power over others. This angel began to formulate dissension, anger, and then positioned in his mind to lead a possible overthrow of the Creator by designing and creating his own universe. Lucifer formed an army. He led and sucked into his authority and power many other angels that the Creator had made. This was a megalithic coup d'état. Think about that. Many other angels sided with Lucifer, and decided to go on a war march to overthrow the powers and glories of the Father and Mother to take within their order an evil ruling nature of total control. Now think very long and hard about this. We are not talking about a general that lacked knowledge and was ignorant. This general was fashioned with the totality of all known wisdom. This being would have been considered the wisest of all angels anywhere. Who could know or even suggest to this powerful angel that he didn't know what he was doing? That very accusation would have been an insult to the Father and Mother. Because of this wisdom, he mastered the ability to control anyone in the most nefarious ways. He figured out that he could lure other unsuspecting angels by speaking good words but having wrong intentions. He decided to create a new law based on both good and evil. And then he created the military construct of rank, power and authority as a god ruling over others. Obviously, the Father and Mother were deeply saddened that their creation was failing, and that it was moving into the wrong direction where eventually a false character may be set like diamonds, but this time it would be molded into a mixture of both good and evil. Verifiably, this was always a possibility based on free will choice. As more and more angels began to fall for the trick and began to be lured in by this heinous deception, many were becoming the epitome of a spirit gone dark. And some were completely changing into what would later be called demonic beings. These beings took on forms of what we have now realized are monsters and aliens. The strangest thing was and always has been, none of this took the Father and Mother by surprise. They knew from the very beginning what the potential was when giving absolute free choice to their creation, but there was no alternative. It had to be done this way to fulfill the plan. They did not want robots. They wanted free-willed thinkers but always remaining within the dynamic boundary of service to others instead of service to self. And this was always the key. The divine parents did not rule their creation. They gave them equal opportunity to serve others as themselves. This was the true path to freedom and glory. Now we have a problem. The Father and Mother called upon the other angels that have remained in the service to others mode, and told them, we must force a limit upon this action. Even though they gave them free right to choose, it did not mean they had free right to force others to change. However, this was done to establish even a greater plan. The ironic thing in all of this is the very fact Lucifer was given free will was also the very thing he wanted to change in others. It was then realized, hey, if one can rebel against the Creator, one can also rebel against the leader of the rebellion. And Lucifer didn't want any part of that. He was very jealous. Lucifer began to set up a military machine to force others to comply. He demanded allegiance to him, that he was the only God and no one else was before him. Of course, The angels always knew of the father and mother. No longer was free will choice an option. You are given an order and you must comply. Obedience and worship became the law of the land in a military ritual, and then Lucifer created his own domain. He had rage in his heart. He became very angry and extremely filled with wrath. He was upset how any angel could turn against him as he had the full sum of wisdom. He became very resentful, and this was the beginning of his first sin, which created the first murder, whether light was sacrificed by darkness, or reality was sacrificed by a virtual reality or artificial spirit of evil blending with good. More on this below. Why was Lucifer jealous? Why would Lucifer become so filled with wrath, anger and animosity? What was happening in the heavens that were making him feel that he was losing something? The truth is, Lucifer was told the plan. He found out what was being devised. It was a shout that rang through all the heavens. It was literally the shot heard around the multi-dimensional universes. Lucifer discovered that everything that he was and all that he became, and all his wisdom, power and glory would never match or even become close to those that the father and mother were setting up in the plan. Lucifer learned that he was the creation of love, but neither Lucifer nor any of the angels that were ever created were the very children of the father and mother. The angels were servants in the household of the father and mother. They were like sons and daughters and were loved as such, but they were never born of the father and mother as their offspring. This takes the metamorphosis and change. This did not mean the father and mother did not love their creation. It did not mean that these angels were some failed creation or scapegoats to fulfill another plan. By this time, the father and mother had created many types of beings, such as we would call animals and spirit natures. Yet only the children were part of the actual family. The rest were part of a creation to support, beautify and become companions to the family. Everything having great importance, but only the children would become sons and daughters of the Creator. Even as such, what we call animals in all their various forms were the creation of the father and mother. We witness animals also existing in our realm of death. Many of them are group souls seeking for an attachment to their beloved caretakers. Animals live a different existence than humans, often a very cruel existence. This is their trial by fire, so to speak. But most animals are group souls, meaning they have no individuality. And thus, they act out of instinct more than internal awareness, unless a change occurs or the animal is being used for special purposes. When an entity like this becomes linked to a child of the father and mother, this entity is being trained to be released from the group soul and it is becoming one with its owner. If the relationship is one of love and caring, these animals will then attach themselves to the owner's soul forever. These animals will serve the owner in the kingdom as friends and companions for all eternity and will retain their own soul separated from the group soul. From the beginning, all animals and other creatures belong in a group soul. Yes, they are spirit natures, and indeed return to the heavens where they were sent from, and yes, they all have souls in degrees, but the soul is connected to a group soul with other creatures that are alike in their specific DNA kingdom. These are lower spirits that the father and mother also created along with the angels. Some of these creatures are angels in disguise while living in this world, who have chosen to come and assist humanity using these various forms. Understand, everything in this world that was tied to spirit eternity began as a creation of the father and mother, which has morphed into something else while going through this process. Everything here originated from the father and mother in spirit, all the way down to the plant kingdom and mineral kingdom, except for the programmed ones. More on this later. Everything we have here is a spirit nature inside matter. Some good, some evil, but mostly mixed due to the compromise. Everything is after a divine plan or pattern, or what is called pater or father, and it is all placed within matter, or mater or mother to become revitalized to be born again. Yet nevertheless, all creatures in their variety of species come from a group soul, and some are given the opportunity to create a tie with a child or an earthly family of the father and mother. These amazing souls are also our brothers and sisters in type. They are striving to become part of the spiritual family as companions. So be good to your beloved friends, whether they walk on 4 legs or fly, these are amazing souls. As Gandhi said, the morality of a nation is often realized by how it treats its animals. Beware. Remember, Lucifer was given all that could possibly be given to anyone. Lucifer was always created to be a servant to the household of the father and mother so that they could watch and take care of the offspring of the divine parents. The angels were simply guardians, messengers, protectors and defenders of the family. They were extremely important, and would always have a powerful role in the kingdom. The funny thing was, Lucifer was not upset that he was not an actual child. He was angered when it was discovered he had to serve these children, that these children were the true princes and princesses in the kingdom, and the angels were their servants. Now it is time that you begin to understand the origin of the tree of life versus the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. The tree of life is the family tree where the offspring of the Creator are the direct descendants of their kingdom. However, Lucifer, who by this time was relegated to the adversary, where he is often noted as Satan the devil, he began to operate and rule within another kingdom, another family tree. Lucifer was the head of a family tree of followers, and his followers all became a mixture of Lucifer of the light and Satan of the dark, but all are of his family tree. The name God and devil were born out of this collection of good and evil. My friends, this is the true meaning of the 2 trees. One of them was the family tree of the father and mother of service to others, and the other was the family tree of the fallen angel Lucifer and his followers of the mixture of good and evil. The angels that fell and were deceived by Lucifer became his children, not real children but conformed children. Notice how Christ revealed this order to be in error and not to follow these ways. Christ was revealing that the true children were always to remain in service to one another and even to others outside their clan. It was because this is the true nature of the father and mother, serving one another. However, the ways of darkness led by Lucifer, Satan changed service into a dirty word, and via jealousy he demanded worship and bondage. Luke 23:24 And there was also a strife among the disciples, which of them should be accounted the greatest. And he said unto them, The kings of the unbelievers exercise lordship over them, and they that exercise authority upon them are called benefactors. But ye shall not be so, for he that is greatest among you, let him be as the younger, and he that is chief, as he that doth serve. For what is greater, he that sits at meat, or he that serves? Is not he that sits at meat? But I am among you as he that serves. Ye are they which have continued with me in my temptations, the process of death and life. And I appoint unto you, children of the father and mother, a kingdom, as is the rightful inheritance, as my Father hath appointed unto me, that ye may eat and drink at my table in my kingdom. Equals, a family sitting at the same table. The other tree operated under the illusion of good and evil. They would take parts of what they learned from the Creator and mix it with deadly poison of error. And this became the deadly cocktail of confusion that was used to sway and overthrow angelic powers. This is the true spirit of Antichrist. Now it is time for the plan to be revealed. From the very beginning the father and mother knew that their creation called the angels might choose to go into a different deadlier direction, and that they might choose to follow something that was not part of the Creator's kingdom. This was always known as a possibility. In fact, everything was figured into this potential. This was all planned. Therefore, there was the possibility that if you give the angels free choice that eventually one or more of them will rebel. It was decided to take that chance and give them free will choice, but the father and mother was not going to make it easy. They did not want the angels to rebel, it was not in their desire, and so they gave them a choice. Yet with this choice they gave the top angel full wisdom, power, glory and beauty. I mean, talk about having it all. Lucifer was given keys to the kingdom, but as a servant, not a child. This was the option. You can serve the family in the tree of life, or you can serve another way. This is your choice. The 2 trees are set before you this day. Do you understand? The two trees option was given to Lucifer in the beginning of time. The Creator knew that if Lucifer or any of the angels would rebel, it would design a unique and different mode of operation for the true children. Lucifer, represented by one of his followers called God, as Jehovah Yhvh, decided to give humanity that same choice he and all the angels had, but he made it so the humans could not resist the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which he later proclaimed was his identification marker, as he and his followers claimed to be the gods of knowing both good and evil. This God left the two humans of Adam and Eve with another who also was directly connected to Lucifer. This other became known as the serpent, representing the polarity spirit as the adversary. The serpent was the one setting up a trap to play the role of evil or devil in the good and evil game. If God did not want the children to take of the wrong tree, why leave it within their midst and then allow another fallen angel to trick them into taking it? This is exactly what happened to the fallen angels. The only difference was, they knew exactly what was happening and why, because they were given the full knowledge of the truth of the kingdom. However, through manipulation, they were tricked by Lucifer to follow another way. Remember, angels who were given supreme authority, power, glory, knowledge and even wisdom, and yet they could not withstand the tricks of Lucifer. So how was mere man who was not given this supreme intellect because they were created neutral? How were they going to withstand this demonic power of deception? Now the Bible says, Adam wasn't deceived but Eve was. However, Eve was used to sway Adam just as the angels were not deceived but were used by Lucifer and swayed by his tricks. Yet has it ever occurred to you that the message was always framed right before us but we never noticed it before? Could it be that Christ or the Spirit of the first begotten entered Adam first? I want you to think about that. Christ in the man Jesus told us to follow him, that we would have to embark on a mission of death and then through many lives we would build fruits to become one with the Father and Mother again. Christ said he was the way, and to follow him. He did not say he did it all for us. He wanted us to follow him. Do what he did, become like he became and be led back to the Father and Mother. Wouldn't it make sense that Christ fulfilled this same pattern also the same way, via many lives, in that the process would be fulfilled through him? The Bible revealed that Christ was tempted in all points as we are. How is this possible via only one life, one time and one body? Wouldn't Christ, to have become the teacher, master, guide, and elder sibling have experienced what we also experienced to have been tempted in all points? Why does it say, as in Adam all die and as in Christ all shall be made alive? Why position these two together? Are they one and the same? Does this show the process? We all begin as Adam in type, and then we move through cycles to become like Christ. The question is, was Christ in Adam as the forerunner of humanity that would seed many children? Well, doesn't the metaphor and analogy of Adam and Eve reveal they are the father and mother of all children upon this world as being the first two humans? Whether Adam and Eve were the first two humans, the design via the story was set for us to believe they are the father and mother of all humanity. So, the principle of thought is there. Because somewhere back in time it had to begin with two originators, male and female. If all seeds came out of Christ as the first begotten, wouldn't it make sense that the parallel would reveal Christ was indeed Adam, and all of Adam's seed also came from the first two humans, as the father and mother? Understand the mystery. Those who are written in the book of life are those of the family tree of life who are seeded by the Father through Christ. The crucifixion was not, I repeat, was not the death of Christ. That was only a symbol of what had already happened long ago, which predated this world. His death came about by willingly sacrificing his life to come to this world from before the world was ever created. In fact, all of us were slain from before the foundations of this world by coming here. And we have been here ever since. And Christ through Adam and Eve showed us the way back as he also returned to glory that we must follow the same way and path. Therefore, the message is, Adam was never deceived. He willfully sacrificed everything to become the forerunner of all the seeds to develop fruits via the process of death that Lucifer created. Christ of the light was the first sacrifice of Lucifer, who became darkness, and Lucifer, Satan, was the first murderer, and this was represented in the Cain and Abel story as well. Then Adam, now belonging under death via the process of multiple lives, existed in different bodies, different plants, until he lived as Jesus, who then became the embodiment of the resurrection of death back until life, or darkness returning unto the light. This set the way back unto our very origins, and one by one we have been following this process all along, as the seeds being buried into the earth through the death process that Lucifer created by his rebellion, so that we could overcome this process and move back into life. Therefore, we now understand the truth. As in Christ, Adam, all die. As in Christ, Jesus, all shall be made alive. Well, of course, my friends, that was the plan. Adam and Eve were not supposed to remain steadfast. They were supposed to follow the deception so they could then be relegated under the rule of Lucifer/God/Jehovah as slaves and bondmen and women, as was Lucifer's plan all along. This would take them through the process of death, which in a strange twist of fate was the father and mother's plan all along, after Lucifer rebelled. It is imperative that you now understand. The true children of the father and mother were created out of their very essence as neutral. None of them were given the full sum of wisdom, or full power or full glory. They were spirits that were completely neutral in the beginning and then had to go through the process. This was done on purpose, so the children could learn through a process of life and death, thereby never truly rejecting their father and mother. The angel's job was to protect these children, guide them along and nurture them in their quest for divine character. The true children were babes in Christ. They would frolic, dance with joy, love the creation, and yet still be nothing more than children on the path to becoming. We existed on many worlds, lived in many dimensions, all the while we were subjected to the environment around us to learn and grow and use our freedom of choice. We were called children of perfection, but after the fall into death we had to learn to become perfect in character, and this could take 1,000 or more lifetimes of building fruit and casting away error. However, when Lucifer rebelled, and began to create dissent and caused some of the other angels to follow, the plan was changed. In fact, one might say there was always a plan B, the plan of benevolence. When it was discovered what happened with the angels, it was then realized that this could happen to the children also. And that was never going to be allowed to occur. So, the father and mother decided to allow their children by choice to enter a training program that was by fire. In that the children could keep their right of free choice, and continue to gain wisdom, power and glory through difficult trials and tribulations. However, the most crucial key was they must build character, fruits via suffering/death/sleep. They must be able to choose between good and evil, right and wrong, and learn to choose correctly from the wrong choices made. And lifetime after lifetime this would continue, until they gathered enough fruits to exit Lucifer's prison. Chapter 18. Mystery of the Two Trees. The fruits of the Spirit are love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, faith, gentleness, meekness and temperance, and life. Against such things there is no law. Repeatedly I have spoken of the fruits of the Spirit of the Father and Mother as the key to everything. However, I woke up very early this morning realizing a central truth that is paramount. For some reason, I never realized one key point before, that the fruits of the Spirit are all self-contained and self-controlled. What do I mean by this? These are not just the fruits, but the direct connections of each other. We have been long believed that the opposite of love is hate. Obviously, this is true, therefore, the polarity of love is hate. In the good and evil game, love connects to hate as a polarity. However, what I am realizing is that the father and mother do not connect love to hate. Love creates its own connector as hate creates its own connector. For love to equate hate as a connector, it would mean love and hate are connected as equals. This is not possible. This is what Lucifer wants us to believe. Lucifer desires for us to believe that good and evil work together as one team, therefore when we see evil, we are to believe it has merit because it is all part of the good and evil logic. Love can never produce hatred no more than hatred can produce love. Polar opposites are the negative and positive ends linked together. This is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, that is positive equals negative. This is the mind of Lucifer. Therefore, we live in a world no matter what happens we are always connected to its extreme opposite, or negative pole, but it is not supposed to be this way. Lucifer, God, is connected to Satan, devil. Supposedly two opposite spirits, yet connected. Light and dark, good and evil and God and devil. Everything in this cosmos works based on opposites. However, the Father's world is not based on opposites. Each side always brings a similar like state, both being compatible. Love doesn't produce hate, it produces joy, thus the second fruit of the Spirit. Love equals joy. When one is joyful it leads to peace, peace of mind, peace in spirit, overall peace and tranquility. When one is in peace from the act of love and joy, they then become long-suffering. They are patient. They are merciful and forgiving. Thus, leading to the next connector fruits, peace and patience. Love equals joy equals peace equals patience. When one is forgiving, merciful, patient, and long-suffering, it leads into kindness. They are more open to be kind, and charitable, and easily entreated. A spirit of kindness is revealed when one is hospitable. They serve one another, they do things to reassure and give hope. Thus, it leads to the next fruit of a spirit of goodness. Love equals joy equals peace equals patience equals kindness equals goodness. Goodness leads to faith, which is our mutual trust in the Father and the Mother to provide all things we need or lack. It is our divine family connection that guides and leads us from within. Faith is the key. When we are fully guarded and protected both in the flesh and in spirit of mind, it then brings us into a mind of gentleness. This mindset leads to a spirit of an overall carefree spirit like a lamb. Gentleness is a peaceful spirit. It is calming, caring, but most of all it does not have a care in the world. It is as a child being fully protected and guided, nourished and fed, bringing no reason to be afraid or doubt, or worry. And all this leads into our spirit creating fulfillment, which guides one to establish the attribute of all fruits. Love equals joy equals peace equals patience equals kindness equals goodness equals faith equals gentleness. When one is gentle they reveal a spirit of meekness. They are free of ego, haughtiness and jealousy. They have nothing to prove and they are not resentful or filled with pride. Thus, leading to temperance. When a person is temperate they are not led into temptation to do wrong. They have self-restraint. They do the will of the Father and Mother and can break free from death and finally enter life eternal. Love equals joy equals peace, patience equals kindness equals goodness equals faith equals gentleness equals temperance, life eternal. The fruits of the Spirit are all self-contained. They never lead to anything of darkness, never needing to follow wrath, rage, jealousy or any other disorder. However, when we enter the other side, the side that Lucifer has given us, we see something very interesting. The first thing Lucifer gave us was laws and statutes. He did not give us the spirit of love, but the spirit of law. And what is the connector to law? It is sin. Even the Bible reveals law is what identifies sin. Without law, sin cannot be imputed. Romans 3:20 Therefore by the deeds of the law there shall no flesh be justified in his sight, for by the law is the knowledge of sin. What we realize here is due of the law, no one can be justified, for the law reveals sin and when sin is imputed, the penalty is death. Romans 3:28 Therefore we conclude that a person is justified by faith without the deeds of the law. It takes one of the fruits of the Spirit to be justified against what is called law, as one of the fruits of death. Does this mean there is no sin in the world without the law? No, of course not. Sin is always in the world, but without law sinners are justified by faith. With law, sinners are condemned and there is no justification. Romans 5:13, for until the law sin was in the world, but sin is not imputed when there is no law. Thus, we realize the central truth of Lucifer's laws. They were designed to impute sin, which ultimately will condemn one to death, which is his overall testament and covenant. Law is the connector of sin. And thus, we see the first two fruits of the spirit of Lucifer. Law equals sin. The next thing he introduced was ordinances. These are public awareness tentacles to keep people forced into walking the straight line. This creates judgment, hate, and ultimate condemnation. The ordinances were created to resist sin, but in truth it leads to another type of sin, another failure in spirit. It leads to judgment and condemnation. So now we have law equals sin equals ordinances equals judgment. When judgment occurs, we find the next traits of the connector point, which is wrath. Wrath is the direct result of judgment. Wrath is anger, it is hatred. When wrath becomes part of the mindset, it leads to all things such as envy, greed and jealousy, and thus we see the next fruit of Lucifer. He said, I am a jealous God. As the list continues we begin to see the fruits of Lucifer building to an integral end. Law equals sin equals ordinances equals judgment equals wrath equals jealousy. Once jealousy forms where one demands allegiance, this leads into rulers who become wardens over the people, and thus Lucifer introduced kings, queens, royalty, princes, presidents, mayors, governors and guards, all of which has led to control. This by no means is self-control, but outer control. Lucifer wants total control over each of us, because he is jealous. Remember Christ said, do not as the heathen do, where one rules over another. Law equals sin equals ordinances equals judgment equals wrath equals jealousy equals rulers equals controllers. And ultimately all of this leads to one thing, mutually assured destruction, or MAD. These fruits of Lucifer are designed to make sure we fail. The real connector ends are more added conditions of the very nature of this design. You cannot have good and evil connecting, they are opposites. And all of this leads to pride and arrogance, which was the original sin of Lucifer that created the fall unto his demise, which honors the law of domination and the fruit of lust. And once this occurs it brings about death. Death is the absolute eventual policy of these control factors. We are even told in prophetic warning that death is the result of these attributes. Death is the prophetic foretelling of law. Thus, we now know the fruits of the spirit of Lucifer. Fruits of Lucifer, the tree of good and evil. Law equals sin equals ordinances equals judgment equals wrath equals jealousy equals rulers equals controllers equals pride equals death. Versus fruits of the father and mother, the tree of life. Love equals joy equals peace equals patience equals kindness equals goodness equals faith equals gentleness equals temperance equals life. Against such there is no law, no sin, no ordinances, no judgment, no wrath, no jealousy, no rulers, no controllers and no arrogance, which leads to death. So, which one should we be following and adhering to, the fruits of Lucifer under law, which leads to death? Or the fruits of the spirit of the father and mother under love, which leads to everlasting life eternal? Chapter 19, The Garden of Eden. In the beginning a garden was created and then seeded to allow for a variety of plants to produce fruits. The readers of this book now know what this garden is, and who the seeds were. And we also know that the seeds are extremely different in their spiritual DNA/RNA. Some may ask me at this point, how can I possibly know this? Well, the answer is simple. The key to these codes were implanted within me just like they are within you. All the true children know this in various degrees, but few have gone within to access the keys to the code because we all became compromised by a false spirit. The father and mother decided to allow the fallen angels, due to their fall, to be the instruments of friction that would produce fruits leading to absolute solidified character in their children. The true Garden of Eden was never on this planet, nor in this realm or dimension. The true garden was in the heavens where the children began, and it represents the place in the spirit mother's womb of gestation. The children, upon determining via free choice, left the garden and entered another realm that was being controlled by Lucifer and his followers. In fact, not only being controlled, Lucifer created it. Believe it or not, even the Bible reveals these fallen ones by the same name that was used in the Nag Hammadi library that was discovered in Egypt in 1947. These entities are called archons, rulers of the universe. Let me show you some proof. Ephesians 2:12, wherein in time past ye walked according to the course of this world, according to the prince of the power of the air, the spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience. Notice the key words I emboldened. The first word is world. It comes from the Greek word, cosmos, just like we use the term for our universe as cosmos. Secondly, we see the term prince. In the original translation, the term in the Greek was archon. It means chief, magistrate, prince and ruler. Now as we return to another verse, notice the emphasis of these rulers and who they are. Ephesians 6:12, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. This is revealing that the world is being controlled by dark powers from above, that is the lower heavens. Again, the term for principalities is Arsha. This term is spelled differently because it has a unique and inherent meaning representing the origin or first ruler. This is referring directly to whom we would call Lucifer. Now notice how it reveals the powers that rule this earth in the usage of rulers, but this term is not archon like earlier. This word represents where they rule and who they are. It comes from the original Greek word, cosmokrator, to represent the original creator of this cosmos. This new universe and these gods led to the fall of the perfect humanity, that is the chosen seeds, as it was prior with the fall of the angels, but there was one supreme difference. The three-dimensional realm where we are located and Earth exists along with the universe above is all the result of a simulated, artificial spirit. Are you ready? It is all fake. The world we live in is not real. It is a simulation that is being used to corrupt and imprison the true seeds under the power of the first archon. The reason the father and mother allowed for this faulty choice was due to the fact it had to be done once the angels had fallen. And although Lucifer had plans to keep all seeds imprisoned eternally, the father and mother had other plans. They were going to allow all their seeds by their own faulty choice to be kidnapped by a god, one who created this fallen fraudulent fake universe, to take the children captive so that they could be tested and tried to bring forth fruits within the children, as a training program. And although we made the choice, it was an offer we would not be able to refuse. Thus, we witness the story in the Garden of Eden. Book 2 in the Divine Secret Garden series will reveal how the good seeds had fallen into this realm, being deceived by the cunning art and ruse by the gods of the garden. Our universe that we witness all around us is an illusion, it is a virtual reality. Have you ever used a flight simulator? Pilots often cut their teeth on simulators to learn how to fly jets. None of what they are doing is real, but the experience teaches them how to fly a jet, and after enough hours in simulation, then the pilot will qualify to fly real aircraft. The children of the father and mother are learning to perfect character, that which the fallen angels failed to do, by using a simulation that is not real to create an experience that can change the inward being of the child without destroying them. This is the key to all things. In a real sense, our world is a virtual holodeck. It gives us pretty much everything we need to build character. You can fail in a simulation and it will never create drastic effects on who you really are, because the failure was done in a simulation, and then once removed it is just a horrible test gone wrong. Just like if a pilot crashed a jet in simulation and everyone on board dies. Once the pilot is removed, it is understood that no one really died, but the pilot for obvious reasons needs more time to perfect his art. The pilot is sent back to the simulation until right choices are made. All the mistakes disappear once the pilot aces his test. Therefore, the good works stay with the pilot forever as the direct source of the internal training. And the slip-ups and failures and bad works are simply thrown into the fire of trial and error, and they are no longer needed. Succeeding in a simulation can change the innermost part of your being, especially when the good you produce is never lost. It is held in a place where moth and rust cannot corrupt. I want that to sink into your mind. Matthew 6:20 But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. As an example, you use a simulation to get a job flying jets, but you fail in the simulation. What's going to happen to you? Well, you won't get the job. But it doesn't change who you really are, but it also doesn't allow you to experience greater vistas. What if you pass the test in the simulation? Then you will get the job and go on to learn from even greater opportunities, which could add so much more to your awareness. The key to this is to understand, if we pass the tests of our simulation, then we can go on to fly jets, which is parallel to changing into the butterfly via the metamorphosis. But if we do not pass the tests, we must come back and do it repeatedly, until we do pass the tests. It is that simple. Instead, a great God destroying whatever fails, we have a loving Father that continues to allow our failures to be changed into successes. Life teaches this all the time, but for some reason people have been compromised to believe differently about a ruling deity. Some will chime in and say, "Yea, but God has given all of us plenty of time, hundreds and even thousands of years, and He has been merciful long enough, but time is up." My response to that is, based on previous ideologies, most people believe no matter when you were born, your allotted time is only from birth to death. Whatever happened in the past or will happen in the future cannot affect one unless they have experienced it. Therefore, the argument is moot. No matter how long God has given anyone time to change, everyone has been condemned by His law, and that condemnation is death. Therefore, the ritual of returning to the law of death will remain forever unless one is awakened and changes. Humanity still has only a small portion of time, which proves that mercy and compassion is not one of the gifts of this God. Some also try to say, well, the world today is plain evil, worse than it has ever been before, God must destroy it. First, the world's is not more evil, it has always been evil. However, the time and age we are now living in reveals a pattern that occurs continuously as cycles. Christ even said, "So as the days of Noah, so shall it be for this time also." He is revealing that the pattern of wickedness is being reduplicated. Then those same people cry out, "Yea, and what happened during Noah's time? The people were all wiped out," seemingly proving their point. But there is a problem with your theory, Manami. The world continued to go on just as I have said. The people were planted again and the world continued like it always has since its creation. I am not saying the world won't be destroyed, I am saying no matter what happens, the seeds will be replanted again and will be given a new chance. This is the reality about this world and always has been. Each time a chosen seed fails, it also learns some things, and the seeds hold those keys permanently in their psyche or subconscious soul level. Each time we take the test, we build on that which we have gained, which are past fruits. The fruits born never leave us, only the failure leaves us. As we build on those fruits, eventually we will pass the test and failure will never again be an option. In the beginning, humanity as the children of the father and mother were seeded in the real Garden of Eden. However, Lucifer tricked humanity into chasing after the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. As soon as they bought into it, humanity was sent out of the spiritual garden and into the simulated world, so that their wrong choice did not become solidified as a faulty character. And they were made to wear fig leaves, which is a metaphor for the human body covering the soul while sleeping, but being aware. Humanity was given avatars to play with called the human body, and they were sent here without recollection, memory or knowledge of who they are or ever were. Purposefully, they were sent into a virtual artificial reality that Lucifer created. This way the father and mother were never compromised by evil to use evil to train their children. They simply allowed Lucifer's rebellion to become the tool to forge perfect character in their children by having them experience the error of fallen angels while never having this error retained into their soul. It is a win-win reality, even though it is dismal at best when you recognize the depth of darkness that is in this entire universe. The physical Garden of Eden and the events that were portrayed were simply a metaphor and allegory of what happened before the world had been created. An allegory defined is a work in which the characters and events are to be understood as representing other things and symbolically expressing a deeper, often spiritual or moral story. Once the spirit child came here, it was decided to allow Lucifer and his followers to become custodians and gatekeepers of their creation and keep the true seeds imprisoned in their own minds until the day the soul can awaken. We learned from the ancient epoch that the angels were forced into this realm by what we have been told was their war in heaven. More on this in my new book called The Legacy of the Gods. They were sent to the artificial three-dimensional worlds that Lucifer and his minions created. This is where we get the slogan, "You make your bed, you should have to lie in it." Lucifer created his own abode separated from the father and mother. His angels, who are often seen as the rulers as well as aliens, are roaming all around as watchers and controllers. The fact is there was more than one war in the heavens. This will all be explained in the Legacy of the Gods. Therefore, Lucifer created a universe in another dimension separated from the father and mother, so he could rule without interference. The second war was when Lucifer conquered his own worlds. This was due to inherent rebellion of his own followers. This was the war between the gods as well as the good seeds that were stuck in the middle. Here we get the analogy brought to us by the Star Wars stories. This was a lower war in this galactic realm. And this war Lucifer won and took back the planets in our solar system to re-establish his authority. Lucifer still had access to the higher realms, and it was decided that had to stop, that now he was to be separated from all other true angels, and sent to the fake worlds he created. After the Father's children were seeded into this virtual world via the deception and fall, Lucifer had no other choice than to seed his children, or his followers here also. Some took on the form of humans, others took on forms of aliens from other worlds, greys, reptilians etc. from their origins. Yes, aliens are real. However, the alien beings mostly remain in the dark. It was too obvious that they were unique and not of this world. Some have asked, were all aliens evil or of the dark? I have thought about this question for a very long time and my answer is, no. Just like humanity is not all evil and filled with wickedness even though all have fallen, some still retain the goodness of their divine creator the Father and Mother. I am sure there are aliens that before the last war in heaven have remained true to their will and live a completely different life than even those of this world. But they are not true angels, nor are they to be worshipped. They are simply another creation formed after the fall which may have been billions of years in time. Many of them exist in the fourth dimension and still roam the worlds that they hail from. The dark aliens do their dirty work under the cover of darkness and in hiding, and many of them live inside the earth. Although they do make appearances ever so often, they no longer come from other worlds outside our solar system within the third dimension. Why is this? Well, hold onto your hats. There is nothing beyond our solar system, it is all a two-dimensional copy, nothing more than a massive planetarium. All dark aliens serve their master Lucifer or Satan. They are not here for the benefit of mankind, they are here to keep mankind prisoners. Now one of the key verses in the Bible which was correct is when it spoke of how these alien demonic beings can come across as angels of light and ministers of righteousness. They can use the truth to lead people into the lie. And it is no marvel they can appear as beings of righteousness when in fact they are filled with darkness. Sadly, They have fooled and are still fooling many people today that believe these beings are there to administer some sort of benevolent help to mankind when in truth it is completely malevolent. Lucifer can remain hidden in plain sight under the guise of the light bringer, aka the sun. It is my belief that the fallen angel Lucifer lives within the sun in the fourth dimension, as the god of this fallen projection. He along with 12 solar gods of his supreme followers also live there as his servants to worship and obey him day and night. There may even be 12 for the day and 12 for the night, as is represented by the constellations around the sun. They then rule over 30 lords positioned on the moon. These are the lunar gods and these have great powers over the earth representing the original 30-day months. This is the reason the sun has the encoded number 666. Our physical sun is in fact Lucifer's creation to set up a virtual reality or the artificial spirit as Christ called it. The sun is not a real star. The sun is in fact the symbol of the Antichrist. Lucifer is a copy of Christ, but a false Christ assimilated Christ. Thus, the Antichrist is the number of man, or 3 sixes, 666, which is referring to the false Christ or the Son, whereas the true Christ is the spiritual Son, but it is within the children of the Father, not externally. So, everything external in the realm of death is a fake, fraud, assimilation. Our sun, our earth, even our human bodies are nothing but an elaborate holographic hoax put together by the magic of matter using atoms. Notice how the false Christ intruded inside the Bible to get others to follow and obey him. He wants us to believe Lucifer is the Christ. Revelation 22:16 I Jesus have sent mine angel to testify unto you these things in the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David, and the bright and morning star. Lucifer's name literally means bright and morning star, and he is posing as Jesus here. Stars represent angels, Jesus was never an angel. Our sun is really a holographic projector that is creating the illusion of stars, moons and planets. Our sun is the false sun or false Christ giving a false light. What we are witnessing when we look out into space is a holographic illusion based on what Lucifer recalled when he was part of the Father's realm. This recreation or copy is the illusion of night and day, light and dark, good and evil. Whereas the true Christ is spiritual sunshine all the time, never any darkness. Our universe is a copy, albeit a bad copy, of what the Creator designed in the light. But the copy, as in all things, is decaying because it is not real or eternal, it is in fact death. Our stars that we see with our eyes, although copies of the real thing in the night sky, are nothing but a huge holographic planetarium that is completely fake. Our sun is the projector, and our eyes are the mirror lens that is creating the visual that is coming from within us via the brain, not outside of us. I realize most will never believe this, but then again truth in this world is revolutionary, it is simply not accepted in Lucifer's realm. The body avatar is a biological machine akin to a computer, to spawn the deception of reality when it is artificial. Our sun does not give off heat, therefore, the higher you rise into the air the colder one gets. And when in space it is freezing. The sun is a projector that comes from the fourth dimension and it is creating the illusion of three-dimensional matter worlds, and our eyes are the mirror fulfilling the holographic visual. Heat comes from the actual holograph itself as it forms into an artificial realm using radiation within a sphere that surrounds the Earth. The radiation coming from the projector is coming from the fourth dimension and it is being used to create worlds that are nothing more than smoke and mirrors. This is and always has been Lucifer's world and his own creation. He is the creator of the heavens and the earth as we know it, he is not the creator of the true realm. He created this realm to be his kingdom to deceive his followers eternally. What Lucifer never understood is that evil always runs its course and at the end always fades away, because evil will eventually destroy itself. Evil is an aberration to reality, which simply means, it is not real. The Father could not create evil, nor does he allow evil in his creation. Therefore, Lucifer had to be removed. This illusion created by Lucifer is why he created these simulated worlds so that evil could appear real by experience even though it was not real. Lucifer had to create a simulated universe so that evil could appear legitimate. In the beginning, Lucifer's children were forced to live in the realm Lucifer created, and they have never had access back to eternity ever again. They have never had access back to the tree of life. Lucifer decided to set up a system that he wanted from the very beginning, a military system of rule of law. He then set rulers of this world based on his most faithful followers in rank and authority, and he and his children have been ruling this cosmos and that which is connected to this simulation ever since. This is where the children of the Father and Mother have been sent to manifest fruits. And this is the next key. The difference between the children of the Father and Mother and Lucifer and his children is some of them rebelled openly in full knowledge. The children of the Father and Mother had all knowledge and memory removed so they could not rebel openly. Therefore, all acts against the divine parents and the seed's own souls are considered ignorance and sin of the flesh, which is the body of death. Some have asked me what about the unpardonable sin? A true seed cannot commit the unpardonable sin unless they are in full knowledge of all things. And we know no one here has that knowledge. This sin was committed by some of the angels, therefore they may now be set in stone and are unable to change. And all sin or contravention of law, whether spiritually or physically, is aligned to the body of death, which will eventually be destroyed and retuned back into the earth. However, the soul continues and remains. It states the body can be destroyed but the soul can be saved. I wanted to add another area where the chaff was added to the wheat in a verse in the Bible. Read this closely and tell me if you can find the error by simply using the fruits. Matthew 10:28-26. So do not be afraid of them, for there is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known. What I tell you in the dark, speak in the daylight, what is whispered in your ear, proclaim from the roofs. Do not be afraid of those who kill the body but cannot kill the soul. Rather, be afraid of the one who can destroy both soul and body in hell. Are not 2 sparrows sold for a penny? Yet not one of them will fall to the ground outside your Father's care. And even the very hairs of your head are all numbered. So, don't be afraid, you are worth more than many sparrows. As you read this, you can tell how the Spirit of the Father and Mother is merciful and loving and kind and caring. But notice above, as it tried to reveal this powerful love the Father and Mother has for their children, what is out of place here in context? This verse is out of place. Do not be afraid of those who kill the body but cannot kill the soul. This is the truth. Rather, be afraid of the one who can destroy both soul and body in hell. This is the lie. Do you recognize it? Here this whole subject is about the mercy of the Father and Mother, and yet notice how this verse is inserted that shows another spirit here joining in. We are being told not to fear the Father and Mother due to their great love they have for us. And then, without thought or reason, this portion of the verse is added to where it speaks of fear of the Father as well as fear of going to hell and losing your soul. Lucifer is always adding his confusion to thought to scramble the truth and make us unsure about anything. But when you use the fruits of the Spirit, you can walk right through these traps. So, in true context, this verse most likely read, do not be afraid of those who kill the body but cannot kill the soul. Rather, have faith and trust in the one who can restore both body and soul at any time. Now doesn't this fit more perfect in the context of this chapter? The fruits we build lifetime after lifetime are set eternally, but the acts and deeds of unrighteousness are blotted out and return to the soil of death, as in all cycles, so they can never be imprinted on the soul. How do we know this? Because when you are born again here, you have no recollection of any past deeds or acts that you have committed prior. You are always starting renewed so that you have every ample opportunity to create character by every choice made. We were sent into the waters of forgetfulness. These waters are the human body that has its own mechanism of artificial life. It has its own senses, brain, and even artificial awareness, so that one can begin all over again to create fruits and not be slowed down by past negative results. What I am trying to relay is there is no possibility of ultimate failure. As in Adam, all die, as in Christ all shall be made alive. Not part, not some, not a few, but all true seeds. Yet, everyone in their own order. Each one develops at their own pace and order, there is not one set time for everyone, all develop based on their own skills and choices. Each lifetime is a virtual simulation to test and train the participants. It is being accomplished to allow the dark forces of Lucifer, along with his polar opposite Satan, to act as a forging tool to make us aware of the evil that is not part of the father and mother's realm. And being that it is just a simulation, nothing we do can ever become part of our real character and design if it is evil, only if it is good. The evil is stored in the body, the good is stored in the soul spirit. The good is all that can be restored back to eternal life, the evil is always blotted out with the demise of the body. This is what Lucifer does not nor has ever understood. He truly believes he is in a battle to overthrow the father and mother by stealing their children and winning their souls, and yet the only children he will ever overthrow his own followers. Remember, Lucifer rebelled knowing full well in the full sum of wisdom what he was doing. The children of the father and mother do not even have a modicum of knowledge of who they are or when they rebelled, which created their fall in the first place. All that humanity knows and understands is what is derived from this simulation of death unless they are awakened. Sin is mostly weakness of the flesh, which is the body of death. I will describe this even more for the advanced learner in Book 4 of this series. The human body is not now nor has ever been the children of the father and mother. It is a machine and cannot be called upon to serve any eternal operation. My friends, this belief that we are being judged and will possibly lose our eternal life and we can be removed from the family was all created by Lucifer, Satan. This was his wish all along, this was his idea from the very beginning, not knowing he was being used to create perfection. He thought he would be able to destroy us. His ultimate wisdom backfired because he never understood true character. The reason the angels could fail was because the parents wanted to produce self-aware beings that had absolute free choice. However, along the way or through the process they wanted their children to partake of this angelic fall to teach them, and in time use wisdom to build character so that they will know eternally never to repeat this error and become perfected. The angels became the advance units to decide if it was even possible to fall away, given free choice, because if it was, then the father and mother would use this to foster change in their children and yet always allowing them free choice in the process, but never allowing them to fail. The problem was that all the scriptures that dealt with judging, and condemnation and being thrown away and tossed into the fire were all misunderstood. It was the fallen angels that were judged and being judged, not the true children. It was the fallen angels that failed, not the true children. But these same angels have tried to pass their fate unto the children of the father and mother, and it is not possible. The true children are asleep until the process is fulfilled, and then they will begin to awaken. My friends, if you are part of the tree of life, you cannot fail, it is impossible. If you are the child of good and evil, you already failed long before you were sentenced to this earth, because you rebelled in full awareness of what you were doing, all because of jealousy, pride and anger, and now are awaiting their judgment. Now only speculation may reveal that even some of the fallen angels will be able to be restored after the plan to manifest the children has been completed. For the father and mother are ever merciful. We are now coming to the harvest of the cycle of cycles. Many will be taken into the barn and never have to taste death again. Others will be toiled back under and continue until they have produced the fruits necessary. The only difference is the harvest only occurs at the very end of days. However, one can break free at any time. It is just harder due to environmental settings and lack of knowledge. This is the time to become free. If one does not become free of this world, they must start again at the beginning of the planting season. It is high time now, that if at all possible to awaken, because the seeds of the fallen ones are proving by their fruits what plant they really reign from, and they are beginning to come out of the woodwork everywhere proving their fruits are invalid. And soon they will be bundled and burned as is the process, but you do not want to be there with them. Or else the cycles must be renewed again from the beginning to the end. Read my fiction books called The Time Loop Chronicles. It is at the harvest where the greatest potential is there to break free from this world of bondage and enter back into life. Once you fail in the harvest, the access point is very difficult until the next harvest, or many more lives. So, do not be left behind. Chapter 20, The Holographic Creation Week. The following was written in my book called The Time Loop Chronicles. Here is an excerpt from this book. In the beginning the gods created the heavens and the earth. The earth was unformed and moved into the void, darkness was on the face of the deep, and the spirit of the gods, the programmers, hovered over the surface of the water. Then the gods said, "Let there be light," and there was light. What you just read is a pre-holographic world before the third-dimensional heavens and the earth came into being. This is when there was nothing. And what is the first thing that must be done to create a holograph? You need a light source, thus, let there be light. There had to be a light source to project the object in question, which were the heavens and the earth, to enable it to become, and then removed from the void. Suddenly, the gods just became computer nerds. What is interesting here is that everyone assumes the light here is the sun. It is the light of the pre-sun. It is the light of the projector before the sun could even be witnessed. Let me explain. The source of light comes out of the invisible world or fourth dimension, or from the invisible world before material creation, that is third dimension. This was the initial light that had to be used to project a third-dimensional realm. There had to be a source coming from another dimension to create the initial step for this holograph. Before this had been done, the original heavens and earth were just photographs, pictures, maybe even motion pictures, but they were in the void, that is higher dimensional, unseen worlds beyond time and space. No one could behold them yet in this realm. They were still in the production stage. As an example, take a picture with a camera. The picture that was taken is right now in the void because it cannot be seen, it is inside the camera. Once you remove the film, you can then produce the picture that was in the void. It is obvious our universe is a copy of something that exists in pure energy form. However, what we are witnessing is simply a projection, with interactive holodeck principles. Now stay with me. A source of inner light had to be created to begin the projection sequence. Then the idea of space was designed so that the heavens and earth could be projected onto it, like a green screen that many movie makers use. Thus the second and third day was all about the firmament of the heavens and the waters. Water makes a great reflection tool, thus, water was the tool for reflection, but it was not actually water per se. It was an energy waveform which appeared like rippling flowing water. Basically, what this was is energy waves being projected on the green screen called spacetime, which then became the firmament of the heavens. Now what exactly is a firmament? A firmament in its basic definition is a large surface that is positioned as an expanse of what we may call space. Something was being set up as a flat or round reflection surface at 360 in all directions to reflect a light source image. In this case, it is likened unto being inside a ball, and all the insides of the ball are the firmament of the heavens. We may call it in type a movie screen. Set designers for movies create images and place them on a green screen so they can project anything upon it, giving it the appearance of a three-dimensional realm without ever seeing the actual green screen. Now that there is a foundation for the projection, called a firmament, including a, let there be, light source from within, to project on this massive green screen canvas that is space, as the waters of the firmament, where these projected objects are placed upon. Then the next 2 days they had to create a source for the reflection on the green screen canvas to project our Earth and all the planets and external bodies in the solar system as holographic frames. This is where the projection of Earth first began and the dome was created called the atmosphere, and the seeds of all plants were planted and grew. This is your picture moving into the production stage before the projection. Yet none of this could be viewed yet from the projection source. It was just the planning stage for the green screen. How do we know this? Because without the sun nothing can grow, no plants would yield any measure of growth. The Earth would still be barren. Why? Because it needs the projection source to make appear what is not yet there. So, all growth and yield of seed prior to them appearing were all pre-green screen productions, meaning they were the source that was being used to project from, but they had not yet been projected. It was not until the fourth day they could reveal the sun, moon and stars as holographic projections. But notice, why put the sun, moon and stars together? What about the many orbital bodies in our solar system? How does the moon rank above great planets like Jupiter? As we have already learned, the moon is being used for a special purpose to control the functions of Earth. Therefore, it gets the same notoriety or billing as does the sun. There is a duality in these first verses when it spoke of Earth having been created and then it went into the void. What happened was, before the wars in our local universe took place, Earth was somewhere else in the holographic realm. But due to the wars and violence it was knocked out of its orbit as we have learned, and then it was restored. The holograph had to be changed to recreate Earth in another place. Thus, it went back into the void, meaning it went back into the production stage. Earth didn't move into another part of the solar system, it was simply removed from projection and replaced via the new projection, where it is now. This is understood when it said, Earth became without form and moved into the void. This is a second occurrence. The words, became without form, reveals it was already created and then something tragic happened. And then it was recreated, and this is where we are being brought up to the point in time when all things were restored. And then the fifth day, the sea and land and bird creatures can now come into view because the holograph is now working. Before the actual sun was placed into the sky, all there was is a green screen canvas called the firmament. Thus, all creation does not come externally, it is coming from internal awareness that is being projected from within the biological computerized brain. Hold on for a second, if the light is internal, then how can the sun be the projector? The internal light, as it is turned on, will also project itself as the source externally. Humans would need to be built into the system as avatar programs as the mirrors, so they can finalize the result of the light from within them, which when projected they would see it as the sun externally. But it is the sunlight shining internally that is now being seen externally via the projection through the eyes. So, on the sixth day a computer program was made to benefit from all this creation. It was called the human. Now the mirror within the eyes were now set where these things could be experienced, so it would appear that it was external. The mirror itself or the eyes must not look at the projection source, that is sun. If both the source and the projection meet, the mirror is damaged, and poof, it all vanishes. This means don't stare at the sun. And the seventh day revealed it all. Saturnalia or Sabbath day was the worship of the moon as Diabolus, or also known as Satan. And the moon was always called the god, sin from the past. And what really is sin? Simulation Interactive Network. The artificial reality. Everything in the solar system is a three-dimensional holographic projection made visible by the eyes. Beyond the solar system, it becomes a two-dimensional screen like a movie screen. It is no different than being in a 360 planetarium watching a movie. Therefore, the sun is a holographic projector creating the illusion of matter in space as the heavens and the earth, via the green screen templates. The human body is part of the program as also being a holograph, so it can interact within this strange holodeck. Everything that is within our solar system is a holographic portrayal of what the fallen angels want us to see and believe, the ones that created this whole operation. If you attempt to travel through the entire solar system, you would come to its edge and simply hit a corridor or wall, and would be unable to move forward. You would in fact hit the void, where the three-dimensional projection ends and the two-dimensional begins. You would run into the green screen. And that is the story of the holographic sun projector. Chapter 21, The Harvest of the Wheat. We have come to the point where the harvest begins. The world in which we live in is not our world, however, the world is being used to transform souls into spirits of glory. The world will continue as it moves back into the cycle where all cycles begin, the planting season. I have often spoken about the toiling under that occurs at the end of the final cycles and the reasons these things must take place. Our world now is completely taken over by the tares. The children of the fallen ones now control this world and everything in it. The wheat is buried and scarcely can one even locate the true seed amongst the tares. This is what happens when tares can grow unchecked. They take over the entire garden. As I explained the parable of the fig tree as a metaphor, how the leaves represent the children of Satan, Lucifer, and the figs hidden behind the leaves are the children of the father and mother. Therefore, a purging must occur, but how does this purging work? How can the world continue if there is a purging of fire? The simulation program is a program, it just keeps running and running like the famed Energizer Bunny. We speak of a world collapsing, and world-ending events. Yet this world is not the same. This a program, although designed to deceive, the truth is, eventually evil will fail. It cannot sustain itself. In every age, every cycle, evil nations have always fallen and better nations rose. We might call this in type, rising from the ashes like the famed phoenix bird. Try to wrap your mind around the program. The program is designed for both good and evil to occupy the same space. This is being allowed to give us choices. When we make the right choices, it is added to our character of fruits. When we make the wrong choices, it is removed from us and purged, and we must live to choose another day. If the choice is not there, then the program will cease to function properly. And this is the key I have saved to the very end. The father and mother did not create the program or this world, but they had a hand as to how this program was going to operate. There are certain laws the evil ones must follow, and these laws are immutable. And part of the laws that are regulating this program is, good and evil must be allowed to remain together to allow for choices. The second law is all people must be revealed the truth on the requirements of this world so they can have a choice in the matter. Therefore, the dark side shadow lords always tell us beforehand what is going to occur if you are watching close enough. The problem is, they mix it with the lie to make sure one is confused. Your choice is still there, but due to confusion many often make the wrong choices. It is also extremely important that you understand, when we make choices to follow the dark side, we begin to lose comprehension of what is right or wrong. It is like a cancer setting in and it attacks all the good cells of the body. Once the good cells are destroyed, one is then stuck in a pattern of making wrong choices. This is based on the law of momentum. When we do good, good things follow. When we do evil things, then evil begins to cling to us, and further evil is added. When we get off the correct path, often the only chance we have is a massive cleansing. If the cancer is that embedded within our cells, it will take a purging of fire to destroy the body, but save the soul. I Corinthians 5:5 to deliver such a one unto Satan for the destruction of the flesh that the spirit may be saved. What we are witnessing here is the cleansing and purging that is required to save the soul while the flesh is destroyed. Obviously, this is not the optimum level of awareness. It would be much better if the soul would begin their transformation. Sometimes it takes drastic life changes, and other times it takes simply shifting one's awareness away from that which is dragging them into the flux of darkness. But one way or the other, once we enter the harvest, everyone will answer for the good or evil that has been committed. This is how you must look at what is happening. It is a cancer. Evil is a disease of the body and mind. Fortunately, like all diseases, cancer can either be healed now, or the body can be destroyed so the soul can be free of the illness. The world today is being guided mostly by darkness, and sadly if you do not see this, then this same cancer is already invading your body and mind. This world is not in harmony and balance. In fact, it is so out of balance that something drastic is going to occur. What happens when the earth is out of balance? Often terrible and tragic events like earthquakes, volcanoes, tsunamis, and floods occur that reset the program. I wonder if you had ever reasoned it like this before. These tragic and alarming events are simply resetting the program back to where it needs to be. It is basically called a do-over. Many have spoken of a time where a place called Atlantis existed and other strange unfamiliar worlds. Yes, indeed they did exist, and there are great cities lying underneath the ocean current below the current of these great seas to prove there was once thriving communities. These cities are buried, these lands are lost and mostly forgotten. Places like Lemuria, which was mostly in the Pacific as well as part of Antarctica. Places like Troy and Phoenicia. Long-lost lands that once existed that no longer exist. What happened to these ancient lands? They once existed in the beginning of the planting season, in the beginning of the ages. They are gone now, leaving only small signposts and memories via leftover artifacts, lost to the changes of the planet. These were once great nations that occupied this planet but are now relegated as resets. This is when past resets occurred and the program changed. Many lost their lives, millions died and suffered a massive purging. We see this all the time in our world but never understand that it is a program being reset. There is nothing new under the sun, it is all the same events that have happened before and continue to happen nearly the same exact way every age. Most do not understand that the program is like a record of events. Once it comes to the end of the ages, then it is stopped, rewound, and starts all over again. Ice ages, horrible weather events, like cyclones, tornadoes, hurricanes, tsunamis, were all reset events. Even massive diseases like plagues are used to reset the program when it is totally out of balance. Now granted, most of the time they are localized so we do not see it all at one time. Many ignore the seriousness and the truth of it all. However, there are times when these events occur in such a massive way, the planet literally shifts on its axis and the poles reverse. While most people are in a state of denial, actively succumbing to the evil of this world, they do not even realize that our magnetic poles are already changing. We are entering the reset followed by the mass purging. I remember when Mount St. Helens erupted back many years past. This area in Washington state is one of the most pristine areas filled with beauty beyond any normal description. In one terrible moment in time, the land surrounding this awesome beauty was turned to toast. Everything died. People, trees and even the land was purged. It is a most common event. It happens all over the world at any time and in any place. Now most people who lived in these areas of purging would conceive of this as being the end, the finale. The utter and total hell description likened unto prophetic events portrayed in the Bible. And yet not that many years later, that area has come back and become one of the most beautiful terrains on the planet again. It didn't end in its fiery hell. It wasn't the end at all, but just a new beginning. Because the program is designed to reset and rebuild in intervals. My friends, the Earth is not going to end as we might perceive, as being the end of all things, but the Earth program is going to be reset. The world will continue for as long as it takes for the children of the wheat to change. The heavens and the earth will not completely pass, until all souls are re-established back with their father and mother. Yet everything does enter a reset. This is the meaning of what Christ taught long ago in Matthew 5:18. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, not one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law, till all be fulfilled. And what is the law? It is the law of death created by this fallen cosmos. The program will continue till all is fulfilled. And what is the fulfillment? As in Adam, all die, as in Christ all shall be made alive. The problem with the time we are now living in, is that there is more darkness than light, more evil than good, and when this ensues the system is out of balance. And just like the planet along with its weather system and nature itself, a purging will occur via the resetting of the program. However, this reset is dramatically different than what we have been told about from ancient lore. A very long time ago the world was covered in a flood, the global flood where most everyone perished. This occurs when one age enters the next. Lucifer decided after he deluged this earth underwater, he promised he would never allow this to happen again. The world would never again be destroyed by water, and he then left a sign accordingly, called the rainbow. He wasn't doing anyone any favors. What angered him was his program was taking too long and much control was being lost. Each age lasts for about 2,160 years, for a grand total of 25,920 years. Each time the world would leave Pisces and then enter Aquarius, it was flooded and then restarted. He decided not to allow this to happen in this way again. He then brought in a game changer. The decision was made to end the program and begin again not in what we call the future, but what we call the past. The world, instead of moving forward to start all over again via Aquarius, it instead went backwards, returning to Pisces again. This author believes our world is not moving in a 25,920-year loop anymore, that it changed to a little over 1,000 years. We are being looped in a perpetual kingdom set up by Lucifer that lasts for about 1,000 years and then starts over again. This is my theory and it does have some substantiated facts to support it, but this book is not for that lesson now. Even Solomon understood the time loop. Notice, Ecclesiastes 1:9-11 The thing that hath been, it is that which shall be, and that which is done is that which shall be done, and there is no new thing under the sun. Is there anything whereof it may be said, see, this is new? It already happened in the olden days, which was before us. There is no remembrance of former things, neither shall there be any remembrance of things that are to come with those that shall come after. Solomon was telling us that we are stuck inside a program that reveals everything in the past and future is a repeat of the same basic things. Even when people try to say, wait, this is new, look at our technology, and look at the difference of people today, he said, sorry it all happened before. It says no one will remember the past. This is because all memory was removed from us. We do not recall we existed even back in the olden times. He also goes on to say, no one will remember the future. Once again, the memories are removed, but it is proof that we have also lived in the future and we simply do not remember, except for tiny fragments and bits and pieces of memory, which return called déjà vu. What you need to understand is the harvest time is the greatest feast of all. It is the time when more of the wheat, the true children, will be changed back into their glory, being established by the many fruits they built during their many lives. These will change in a twinkling of an eye, their souls will simply cease to exist in this realm anymore. However, many will not change. Remember, from the very beginning I said that the road to eternal life, only a few find it and the majority enter destruction. This does not mean that those are left behind will be spiritually destroyed, they will simply go through the reset. It is important to understand that most souls, good and evil, find their way into the world prior to the harvest. This is why we have upwards to 8 billion people here at this time. Sadly though, a great majority of them are Satan's offspring. The true children have reincarnated during this final age because the soul knows the potential is massive even if the body-mind is not be aware. However, the destructiveness is also massive, and it is a time for souls to be tried. This trial is by fire, when the heavens and the earth will burn with a deluge of melting heat. All the heavens and the earth will be consumed. Nothing will remain. And then in a blink of an eye, the world will exist again, albeit back in time where the souls who remain will go through the process again. We are entering a time where evil and wickedness will consume the world. And it must be removed and then restored again. This is the only reason the father and mother allow this program to exist, because it is for the children of the harvest, the forbidden knowledge. Our world is coming to an end. It is going to go through a time of great suffering, but it will not be allowed to last long. The world is going to change before our very eyes, and a new world is going to mysteriously come up from the ashes of the old world. Notice what Peter had to say, 2 Peter 3:10. But the day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night, in the which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. The earth also and the works that are therein shall be burned up. This is the toiling under after the harvest is complete. But it is not the end. It is only the reset installed to begin again. The harvest is not the end of the world, but a new beginning, and then the world will follow its ancient path and go through the cycles of life and death until it is done. Those who are ready must be prepared to leave this realm and enter their glory. Those who are not yet ready must be prepared to be cleansed via the purging, where they begin again in the new cycle. Remember, these things are possible because this realm is not real. It is a virtual reality simulation, and we are programmed inside of the system. Either way, the world is going to change and the heavens and the earth will be reset back in time, and life after the cleansing will be much more towards the good than evil, as it always is. But eventually evil will return, and the world will follow the same path as it has done many times before, until the next harvest and the cleansing. Are you ready? Chapter 22, The Forbidden Knowledge Unveiled. This work has evolved over many lifetimes of experiences. I have tried to condense this gnosis into one short, easy-to-understand revelation that is so simple a child could understand. This book of itself is not the answer to all your questions. It is, however, the key to the code which will unlock everything you ever wanted to know. For my yoke is easy, and my burden is light, and the truth shall set you free as Christ has revealed. As you continue to read this content repeatedly, something is going to change within you. The real secret will return unto you, and begin to appear as if coming from the midst of a cloud covering. A seed of light will shine unto your outer awareness, from the seat of your soul, beginning the process of awakening you from the sleep of death. You will begin to feel the cocoon of your covering loosen its bondage and control over your present awareness in the twinkling of an eye, and then a light will begin to unfold within you as your transformation begins, where death is then replaced by life, revealing your true divine connection. You are about to realize the forbidden knowledge unveiled, revealing the good news is, I am the hidden seed, the child of the Divine Father and Mother, waiting patiently for the harvest, which is to occur again in this final generation. Sula. Disclaimer. Please be advised. This series of books is for information purposes only. All of which is a philosophical, theological, and metaphysical view presented in a candid manner to create insight and thought. No professional advice is ever given. This work deals with a myriad of subjects to enlighten and inform the reader, and may have an uplifting effect upon those who grasp the keys to the code. The author is gathering no following, nor is he starting any organization. He is just simply imparting a message of hope that has been buried deep into the past. His desire to share this with the world was to reveal that the true mystical teachings of Christ was one of good news. It represents that we are living in a world that is seemingly disconnected, but in truth, all those who are of the true seed are very much connected to their source of life and always have been, but have forgotten. The author has no desire to destroy your belief or faith in whatever it is that you choose to have hope in. However, it is his desire that all begin to use reason, and realize the many things as we have been taught are not what we truly desire, but what someone else has foisted upon us. Just look at the world and ask yourself, who is it that you really believe is controlling this program? Is it benevolent, or malevolent? Your answer is the beginning of the key to crack the universal code.